Please welcome Pico Iyer.
This really means a lot, and not only because I've almost never been granted an award before. When I was a teenager in England, dreaming of becoming a writer, I just sent out 2 fan letters. The first was to Ursula Le Guin, and the second was to Lawrence Ferlinghetti. Lo and behold, at this very festival in 1999, I saw Ursula Le Guin given the Kirsch Award, and just 1 year later, Ferlinghetti too. And as you all know, over its 45 years, the Kirsch Award has honored really most of my lifelong heroes and inspirations. Christopher Isherwood, Tom Gunn, Czesław Miłosz, Joan Didion. And of course, I never imagined I would be mentioned in the same paragraph as any of those writers. More deeply, when I was spending time in Santa Barbara growing up, my friends and I just feasted on the constant pieces that Robert Kirsch wrote for the Times that gave us a vision of how to live as a writer, and later feasted on the elegant books from his son Jonathan and from his prolific and erudite grandson, Adam. I know that many people in this room have been through tremendous losses in the last few months. And as you just heard, I lost everything in the world in a wildfire many years ago, including my next 3 books, which were all in handwritten notes. And in some ways, I lost many of my boyhood dreams of becoming a writer. But as the months and the years went on, what initially presented itself mostly as loss began to open doors for all the doors that it had closed and make possible many things that might never have happened otherwise. So I really hope that might be the case for some of you. And I'm really glad I didn't give up writing, because to me, writing still seems the deepest way of inhabiting another soul, and the very best way, therefore, of rescuing us from black and white. Just in conclusion, I want to offer heartfelt thanks to my kind and brilliant editor, Gin Dilling, who deserves about 97% of the credit for my last 2 books, and thank you all.
Octavia's Bookshelf in Pasadena is California's only Black woman-owned bookstore. Sitting on the edge of the Eaton fire zone, Octavia's became a refuge for those displaced by the recent fires. Books on shelves were quickly replaced by necessities for fire victims. The store continues to serve as a beacon of hope as the community navigates healing, offering solace, connection, and a wealth of magical stories to readers of all backgrounds, interests, and ages. Please give a warm welcome to Octavia's owner, Nikki High, with the finalists in science, science fiction, fantasy, and speculative fiction writing.
Good evening. As the owner of Octavia's Bookshelf, a bookstore named in honor of Pasadena's own Octavia E. Butler, I think about her legacy, about how speculative fiction is not just an escape, but a lens, a way to confront the future, reshape the past, and imagine new ways of being. Butler wrote, "All that you touch, you change. All that you change changes you." We are world building every day with our choices. Through the stories we tell, the futures we dare to envision, and the communities we nurture. The authors we celebrate tonight mind us that speculative fiction is not only about distant planets or ancient magic, it's about the possibilities we create right here in our own world. This is a category that thrives on imagination, on bending the rules of what we think is possible, and on building worlds that illuminate our own. The books we honor this evening move between myth and mystery, the deeply personal and the radically speculative. They remind us that the strange can be familiar and the familiar profoundly strange. Here are the finalists. Jedediah Barry for The Naming Song, a lyrical and haunting tale of memory, identity, and rebellion. Barry's novel sings with both poetry and power. With each page, he invites us into a world where language shapes fate, and the naming something might be the most radical act of all. Lev Grossman for The Bright Sword, a novel of King Arthur. Grossman reinvents the Arthurian legend with clarity and a modern sensibility. This novel honors the epic grandeur of its source material while infusing it with fresh emotional resonance and thoughtful subversion. Kelly Link for The Book of Love. Link's first full-length novel is every bit as charming and inventive as her short stories. With wit, weirdness, and heart, she crafts the story of teenagers returned from the dead, whose quests for answers become a journey through a delightfully strange and deeply human landscape. Jeff Vandermeer for Absolution, a Southern Reach novel. Returning to the eerie terrain of Area X, Vandermeer deepens the Southern Reach mythos with unsettling grace. Absolution is as much a psychological reckoning as it is a science fiction thriller, asking big questions about ecology, power, and the unknowable. Nevo for The City in Glass. In this third installment of Singing Hill Cycle, Vo continues to build a world of nested stories and subtle magic. With lyrical prose and sharp insight, she explores memory, truth, and the legacies we carry. It's a quiet triumph that speaks volumes. Each of these books challenges and expands what speculative fiction, science fiction, and fantasy can do. They are bold, brilliant, and unforgettable. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. The 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Speculative Fiction goes to and the winner is The Book of Love, a novel by Kelly Link. Unfortunately, Kelly was not able to join us this evening. Accepting the award on her behalf is her good friend and fellow finalist, Jedediah Barry.
Hi, so I adore Kelly and her work, and I'm just really pleased to be able to accept this on her behalf tonight. She asked me to share the following. It's a bit of a conundrum to win this prize as a novelist, as I have always been quite sure that I am not one. I wrote The Book of Love primarily because my friend Holly Black told me that if I did not write a novel on purpose, I would write one accidentally. I wanted to write a book about all the things that keep me anchored to life, to my community, and to the practice of writing. Love and love stories, family, friendship, music, the expectation that things will not always stay as they are, but will undergo transformation, rebirth, and renewal. I am eternally grateful to my editor, Caitlin McKenna, my agent, Renee Zuckerbrot, and the whole team at Random House. I had many readers, too, who helped tease out possibilities I might not otherwise have recognized, among them Jedediah Barry, thanks, Kelly, Lee Bardugo, and Robin Wasserman. The person I write for always is my husband, Gavin. I'd like to thank Ann Binney and the judges for the work they did this year. I wish I could thank you in person. As a reader and a publisher, a workshop instructor, and a bookstore owner and writer, I have been lucky enough to construct a life around books. I like to think the myriad permutations and combinations of styles, subjects, genres, and voices represent a kind of group project all writers and their readers contribute toward. There's space and need in narrative for delight, for solace, for play, for outrage, for redress, for wildness, for witnessing, and for truth in all the shapes and questions it takes root in. I'm especially grateful to my fellow nominees for their books. It's been an honor to be included in your company.
Our next presenter is a two-time NAACP Image Award nominee, practicing criminal attorney, and author of the critically acclaimed novels Grace and the Perishing. Well, all right. Somehow she also manages to teach creative writing at UCLA and Antioch University in her spare time, which is amazing. That means she has spare time. Here's Natasha Dion presenting the Art Seidenbaum Award for First Fiction.
The books here tonight are like arrows. And if I was brave enough, I'd say without a doubt that those of us in this room are too. Arrows being shot into unknown futures and with destinies, destined to be prized artifacts. And if that were true, that would be kind of awesome. We are writers, teachers, critics, editors, readers, booksellers, Festival of Books creators, shaping this landscape. Our arrowheads are lit like beacons through devastations, recent fires, a jarring regime change, which is a kind description, an incomplete description, genocide, hostages, cancer, layoffs, and some of us here are vying just for the right to exist. And guess what? We are still here. We are still flying, illuminating a path forward for others, and in the pages of the books recognized tonight. It's why these writers have already won. They have wrestled with blank pages that have tried to kill them. They have fought back and delivered something whole and wonderful, joining other brilliant writers in this room and alongside supporters and dreamers, truth tellers. And even if our names are not recognized tonight, we are not nothing. We are not inconsequential. You are needed. And where you are right now is not as high as you get. Go higher. Because we are alive in Los Angeles, like arrows. The archers of the universe have their bows strung with us. And I am proud to present these. The finalists for the Art Seidenbaum Award for First Fiction are Ghost Roots by Pemi Aguda, Set in a hauntingly reimagined Lagos, the largest city of Nigeria, Ghost Roots is a collection of stories where its characters are grappling with violence with limited options, including a 26-year-old woman who resembles her long-dead abusive grandmother, and the story of a young woman architect hired to remodel a home so that its owner can forget its history. Olive Days by Jessica Elisheva Emerson. In Clandestine Rendezvous and Stolen Moments, we find Rena Kirsch, a dutiful young mother and modern Orthodox Jew living in the Pico Robertson neighborhood of Los Angeles, whose husband convinces her to partake in a night of wife swapping with other Orthodox couples. See, now you guys are awake, like, what? Cinema Love by Jiaming Tang, a fierce and big-hearted immigrant story about gay men in rural China, the women who marry them, and the secret theater where their husbands cruise for love. God Bless You, Otis Spunkmeyer by Joseph Earl Thomas. Woo. A mesmerizing novel about an Iraq war veteran, now an emergency medical worker in a local hospital, who has an unsettling shift, where every other patient seems to be someone from his past. He is Joseph, yet the setting of his novel is Otis Spunkmeyer. Joseph's mind, as he attempts to sort through the state of his psyche, the past, and new grief. What We Try to Bury Grows Here by Julian Zobalbe Escoa. Set during the Spanish Civil War, late 1936, the life of 18-year-old Yashidro Elaharde intersects with Mariana, a female soldier in an all-male battalion whose parents have abandoned her to fight fascism. Together, they struggle to maintain their humanity in a country determined to tear itself apart. And the 2024 Art Seidenbaum Award goes to, oh, this is exciting. Jiaming Tang, Cinema Love, a novel.
I'm gonna make this quick because my mom's gonna go to bed. Thank you to the judges, to the readers, to the librarians, to my agent Kent Wolf, and to my editor Pilar Garcia Brown, and to everybody else at Dutton. I need to call my mom. Good night.
Up next is a LA Times legend with nearly 4 decades at the paper. He has held posts over the years and spent a decade abroad at the LA Times bureau chief in Nairobi, Johannesburg, and Paris. He covered the release of Nelson Mandela and the end of apartheid, the ill-fated US military mission in Somalia, and the growing AIDS epidemic in Africa. He's been there and done all of that, and we are very, very pleased that he's here with us tonight. Please welcome Scott Kraft with the Biography Award finalist.
Thank you. Good evening. Biographies are supposed to tell us something about other people's lives, and yet somehow they always end up telling us something about ourselves. This year's finalists in biography do that in a way that is marvelously varied, deceptively sly, and altogether absorbing. In Orwell's Ghosts, Wisdom and Warnings for the 21st Century, Laura Beers gives us a thought-provoking re-examination of George Orwell's lasting influence on contemporary society. Orwell's Ghost seeks to take us beyond Animal Farm and 1984. There is much more here. She is seeking to peel Orwell away from the right-wing pundits who have claimed him, and she finds warnings for the modern world in his ideas about language, truth, and democracy. Cynthia Carr tells the story of a legendary transgender actress and Warhol muse in Candy Darling, dreamer, icon, superstar. Carr's rich and remarkable biography captures Darling's complex journey, her rise in New York's avant-garde scene, and the way she became a symbol of queer identity and defiance in the 1960s and 70s. Darling died in 1974 at age 29, just as a global conversation about gender and identity was beginning. In We Were Illegal, uncovering a Texas family's myth-making, Jessica Godot takes us deep into the mythology surrounding a Texas family's immigrant roots. Not just any family, her family. The result is a compelling reflection on identity and belonging, with vivid, unflinching portraits of her ancestors and the times they lived in. In Survival is a Promise, the eternal life of Audre Lorde, Alexis Pauline Gumbs delves into the enduring legacy of the legendary poet-activist Audre Lorde. Lorde, who died in 1992, was a self-described Black, lesbian, feminist, socialist, mother, warrior, poet. Gumbs brings us an examination and a celebration, really, of Lorde and her work, highlighting the resilience and the transformative power of art and activism. Pamela Toller brings us a truly remarkable tale of courage, struggle, and the complexities of navigating a totalitarian state in The Dragon from Chicago, the untold story of an American reporter in Nazi Germany. The subject is Sigrid Schultz, who rose from cub reporter to become Berlin bureau chief of the Chicago Tribune during the rise of Hitler. This is a gripping account of the intersection of journalism, politics, and personal conviction. And the winner of the 2024 LA Times Book Prize in Biography is Laura Beers for Orwell's Ghosts, Wisdom and Warnings for the 21st Century.
Oh my goodness. So little did I anticipate winning this that I didn't even think of anything to say. And that's partially because I don't really think of Orwell's Ghosts as biography, though the first chapter is very much a biographical summary of his life, but it really is more a mediation on the impact of his work to me as an author and to the way that I understand the world around us in the 21st century, which sadly seems to become slightly more Orwellian with each passing day. I would very much like to thank my agent in London, Andrew Gordon, who believed in this project from its inception, and my editor at Norton, Amy Cherry, as well as my editor at Hearst in London, Amy Weasel-Tier-Wu. I would also like to thank my family, who are not here, though two of my closest friends are, but who put up with living with Orwell for several years, which was especially difficult for an 8-year-old who hoped that this book would get us an in-ground pool. So all of you, tell your friends to buy it, because we're still far off from there. Thank you very much for this truly unanticipated honor.
Please let's welcome a retired rookie physicist and one of the most accomplished young journalists at the newspaper staff, covering environment, health, and science topics. He's a graduate of Northeastern University and explores complex issues that demand smart, creative solutions, which is why I don't do the work, that teach us to view the world in a new way. Please welcome Noah Haggerty and the finalists in Science and Technology.
Despite the reams of stiff and esoteric text that fills up modern scientific journals, science is a dramatic endeavor. Buy a scientist a drink, and there's a good chance you'll hear about their arch nemesis or the breakthrough they see on the horizon. And virtually every scientist I've ever met can recall one of those rare, sublime moments when an unassuming pile of data tells them a story that brings a rush of pure wonder, excitement, and connectedness to the world around us. Uncovering these emotional truths behind science's detached analytical proceedings and sharing those with readers in all of their nuanced and intricate glory is no easy task. Nonetheless, each of these finalists has so eloquently transcended that gap. Our Moon by Rebecca Boyle is an appreciation for our entangled relationship with Earth's original satellite, some 230,000 miles away. The moon has inspired our sacred stories and ways of life for millennia. Its gravity creates our tides, with the power to both birth life on Earth and, a few billion years later, hinder the US's World War II advance across the Pacific. Becoming Earth by Ferris Jaber tells the story of how life itself built the Earth as we know it. Algae imbued the atmosphere with oxygen. Microbes deep in the Earth forged essential compounds sitting in our soil. The Amazon creates its own rain, and bacteria can digest our plastic waste. Becoming Earth reminds us, as we barrel toward an inhospitable world, we still hold agency to shape it. 12 Trees by Daniel Lewis profiles the extraordinary lives of our branched ancestors through his travels from research labs to a multi-week rainforest expedition. Each tree offers a quiet wisdom. The Bristol cone pine records the beautiful messiness of life in its rings. The bald cypress is a monument to the vibrant life in ecosystems humans often ignore. And the dying out Central African forest ebony reminds us just how much we have to lose. Math and Drag by Kind Santos breathes new queer life into the math from musty high school textbooks. Irrational and complex numbers come with a unique and mysterious defiance of the status quo, and some equations hold a stubborn disregard for the rules, opening up new possibilities. Math and Drag teaches you how to use math as your best wing person in life, including how to get a great deal on that vintage Dior dress. The Light Eaters by Zoe Schlanger explores the scientific revolution slowly taking root in the world of plant intelligence. Scientists have found some plants can smell, feel, hear, store that information, and act on it. One species of vine even seems to see other plants and mimic their leaves. Every once in a while, a scientist indulges in the taboo and exhilarating question looming over the field: might plants even be conscious? And the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Science and Technology goes to Rebecca Boyle, Our Moon, How Earth's Celestial Companion Transformed the Planet, Guided Evolution, and Made Us Who We Are.
Almost forgot to hug my own husband. This is how shocked I am right now. I really did not expect this, and I didn't write anything. I am a fool. I'm sorry, Ramika. And also not wearing my glasses, so I will imagine you all naked and blurry, I guess. So I really don't know what to say, but I have been thinking about how this book has helped me through a lot in my life in the last year. I'm not going to totally go there, but the moon, my subject, does remind us that there are cycles. And the idea of cycle, inherent in the meaning of a cycle or a phase, is a return. Things go away and they come back. Fascism went away and now it is back. Authoritarianism went away, we thought, and now it is back. But there's a flip side to that. Every phase that leaves brings something new. There's also hope and renewal. And I think part of our job, the most important job we have as writers, is to remind us of the positive phases, the return of good, the return of new cycles and hope. Someone else that I really care about recently died, Pope Francis. And his funeral is tomorrow, and I've been reading a lot about his legacy and the things that he said. And one of the things that he said in his book, which came out in January from my publisher, Random House, is that hope is a gift and a task. I think that's something we need to keep in mind as writers, as Americans, those of you who are Angelinos. Hope is a gift that we are given, but it is a job that we have. It is a responsibility to ourselves and to our readers and to our communities. I hope we can think about that. Thank you for this.
A brief programming note, the Lakers are up 58-54, just in case you wanted to know what was going on. Now let's turn to the entries in fiction brought to us by an LA-based writer of several novels, including Zero Zone, Untouchable, and Half World. He teaches creative writing at Cal State Channel Island and at workshops all around LA. Please welcome Scott O'Connor and the finalist in fiction.
At times, this was a year that made me wonder why we bother. Oh, you too? Why create stories when reality is so urgent and relentless? Of course, fiction writers have asked this question forever. Reality is always relentless for someone. The answer was in the work writers shared this year, particularly in these 5 books. These books spoke to that reality, and at that reality, and around that reality. At times they offered escape and beauty, and sometimes they shook us until we looked the facts in the face. The finalists for the 2024 LA Times Book Prize in Fiction are Rita Bullwinkle, Headshot. 8 young women square off, 2 at a time, in a boxing ring in a dingy Las Vegas gym. Over the course of a weekend tournament, we experience their dreams and disappointments, their desires and regrets, their shared freedom in the fight. Janine Capot-Crusette, Say Hello to My Little Friend. A novel that sounds impossible to pull off. A contemporary riff on Moby Dick, refracted through the prism of modern-day Miami, Pitbull's discography, and a killer whale with a psychic link to a young Cuban-American man who models his life note for hilarious, heartbreaking note on Tony Montana's in Scarface. Percival Everett, James. Down the river and back up again, one boy's freewheeling adventure is revealed as another man's struggle for survival. A reimagining, a conversation, a debate with Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, James demands we shift our attention and open our eyes. Yuri Herrera, Season of the Swamp. Exiled in humid, hallucinatory 19th century New Orleans, young Benito Juarez grapples with politics and history, is awakened to racism and love, dreams of his homeland and a homeland that lives only in his dreams. Miranda July, All Fours. What if you ran from your life, all the way to Monrovia. A funny, moving novel about marriage and longing, interior design, interpretive dance, and the risky search for a more authentic version of yourself. And the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Fiction goes to Say Hello to My Little Friend, Janine Capot-Trousset. Janine was not able to join us this evening. Accepting on her behalf is her dear friend, Crizia Bajos, an actor, voiceover artist, and the narrator of the audiobook.
Right, I got it. Thank you. That was much closer. Hello, wow. I begged her to write something. She did not think she was going to win, and I said, please just write something. Hello, and good evening. I'm Crizia Bajos, the audiobook narrator for Say Hello to My Little Friend. Unfortunately, Janine couldn't be here with us tonight because of work obligations, but I am honored to accept this award on her behalf. She asked me to read the following thank yous to express her gratitude. Thank you to the judges for selecting such an incredible list of finalists. I'm honored to be among them. I deeply admire each of the finalists' books and have learned so much from their work. Thanks to each of you for creating boldly and bravely. I'm eternally grateful to my literary agent, Maria Massey, for her care and brilliance. I don't know where I'd be without her powerful faith in my work, her support, and her friendship. Much gratitude to my editor, Tim O'Connell, for his superb editorial eye and for steadfastly believing in these characters and this story. Every writer should be so lucky as to have an editorial force like Tim in their corner. My deepest thanks goes to my family, to my beloved ancestors, for their guidance and wisdom, and to Esme and Derek Palacio. Thank you both for filling my life with joy and for being my home. Derek, without you and the miracle of your love, there is no writing. Te quiero con todo mi alma. Thank you.
I just want to be clear, I asked her to use the other podium, not because I was being selfish, but that's what the award was. So I wanted to make sure she got that. Our next presenter graciously stepped in for Jaweed Kaleem, who was originally scheduled to present the award. I believe his name is in your program. Our person who is stepping in is a veteran political writer for the Times covering national and state politics, including the 2026 gubernatorial race, which I'm sure no one here cares about. An East Coast native, she swore she would only spend a few years on the left coast, and here we are more than 25 years later, and she can't imagine living anywhere where she couldn't golf year-round. Please welcome Seema Mehta to present the Current Interest Award.
As Elsie mentioned, I'm a political reporter at the LA Times, the newspaper I'm so grateful to call my home for more than 26 years. I'm presenting the Current Interest Award, a genre that is especially salient today given the political climate in the United States and around the globe, as well as fundamental questions about the future of democracy. Our finalists published incisive, passionately reported books in 2024 about critical issues currently roiling society: immigration, race relations, nationalism, crime, and economic turmoil. The finalists are Jonathan Blitzer's Everyone Who Is Gone Is Here. This deeply reported and elegantly written tale weaves heartbreaking personal stories with trenchant analysis to show how decades of American foreign policy in Central America have led to the humanitarian crisis unfolding on the border today. In the message, I knew I was going to screw up the pronunciation, I'm sorry. Ta-Nehisi Coates uses three intertwining essays to demonstrate the power of stories. We follow him on his first trip to Senegal, during which he is captured by his own myth-making, then to a school in South Carolina that has banned one of his books, but surprises await. Finally, Coates travels to Israel and Palestine, where in a clash of dueling narratives, he explores the question of whose stories get told. In The Rent Collectors, Exploitation, Murder, and Redemption in Immigrant LA, Jesse Katz has written a moving account about the lives of people who are too often invisible at best, demonized at worst. With meticulous reporting and unerring prose, The Rent Collectors takes us inside the world of gangs, crime, the criminal justice system, and the immigrant community in Los Angeles to weave a riveting story that is, above all, supremely human. The Serviceberry, Abundance and Reciprocity in the Natural World by Robin Will Kimmerer explores gratitude, reciprocity, and sufficiency through nature's lessons for an equitable economy. Kimmerer's crisp writing elevates the serviceberry tree to a mirror of ourselves, reflecting what we lose through the scarcities we manufacture and the resulting cost to our individual well-being and the greater good. Partly anti-hoarding manifesto, Kimmerer builds air, soil, sun, and water into a stunning portrait of nature's efficiency through generosity, rich with lessons and systemic models for re-examining and reimagining our modern world. And finally, In the Barn, The Secret History of a Murder in Mississippi, Wright Thompson uses dramatic new details and deep understanding to present a layered narrative that casts a new light on the murder of Emmett Till, a black teenager who was murdered after whistling at a white woman in 1955. Thompson probes the legacy of the crime, and the ensuing cover-up of a watershed movement in the civil rights movement. The work is of tremendous relevance to the world we live in today. And the winner of the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Current Interest is Jesse Katz, The Rent Collectors.
Wow. I started my writing life as a 22-year-old summer intern in the old San Gabriel Valley section of the LA Times, and then had the benefit of 15 years of mentorship from some of the best writers and editors at the newspaper, and receiving this award from the LA Times is especially meaningful to me for that reason. The Rent Collectors is set in the community of MacArthur Park, which is less than 3 miles from here, but in many ways could be viewed as a world apart. The level of density, the poverty, the distress, it's often treated as a place to be contained or marginalized or just avoided. And my book invites you, I think encourages you to see the ways that we're connected to that community and to see the ways that our policies and our institutions are complicit in the distress of that community. And it urges you to meet some of the most kind of stigmatized people operating in that ecosystem. The gang member, the street vendor, the undocumented immigrant, and ask you to see them, know their name, know their story, recognize them as specific individuals and not as types or categories of people. The protagonist of the book is a young man named Giovanni Macedo, who's been in my life for 7 years now. He's in year 18 of a 51-year sentence in California state prison system. And when I visited him earlier this month, as I do every month or so, we talked about whether I'd be fortunate enough to be standing here tonight. And if I were, he told me that he wanted the judges to know, and anyone who has read this book to know, how meaningful it is to him to be viewed as a complete human being, and for you to see his humanity, for you to see his potential, and despite the grave crime he committed, for you to recognize his capacity for love. And Giovanni thanks you, and I do too.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to welcome to the stage the Executive Vice President of Creative Acquisitions for the Universal Studio Group, where he oversees global book and IP acquisitions for series across broadcast, television, cable, streaming, and podcasting. You may know him as Jordy from Jordy's Book Club. For a more unsettling turn, here's Jordan Mobloy with the finalists in Mystery and Thriller.
Few genres are as enduring or as endlessly reimagined as mystery and thriller. These stories dig deep into our fear of the unknown, our desire for justice, and our fascination with the human mind. They challenge us to sit with the tension as it builds and builds and builds. The authors in this category have crafted stories where every twist is earned, every revelation lands with impact. They represent some of the best work being done in the genre today and remind us that the most compelling mysteries, the most gripping thrillers, are often the ones that reveal something new about ourselves. The finalists for the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in the Mystery Thriller category are Havoc by Christopher Ballin. Christopher Ballin's atmospheric thriller Havoc is a front for the most insane rivalry of all time. An octogenarian, unreliable narrator and an eight-year-old boy straight out of The Omen. Yeah. It's wildly entertaining with an ending that will leave you gasping and further proves Ballin is a master of the genre. The Waiting, a Ballard and Bosch novel by Michael Connelly. From former LA Times reporter to king of crime fiction, Michael Connelly writes Los Angeles as a main character in his Ballard and Bosch series. The Waiting is Connelly at the top of his game, with an intergenerational web of secrets, lies, and an explosive cold case that rocks the City of Angels. Guide Me Home, a Highway 59 novel by Attica Locke. Attica Locke is fearless and unapologetic in Guide Me Home, effortlessly weaving together real-life politics, corrupt policing, institutional racism, and somehow a silver thread of hope. This is a story about a missing black girl in East Texas, an incredibly complex mother-son relationship, and the heroes and villains of 21st century America. The God of the Woods by Liz Moore. The nostalgia of summer camp in the Adirondacks sets the scene for The God of the Woods, a novel that's part missing person mystery, part family saga, and part crime thriller. It's about the haves and the have-nots, parents and children, and the people in between. And no one writes about the darkness right in front of us quite like Liz Moore. And finally, The Puzzle Box by Danielle Trussoni. There are levels and layers to Trussoni's escapist mystery, The Puzzle Box, a truly unique take on a modern-day superpower, savant syndrome, and the mind-bending lengths people will go to in order to keep their secrets safe. It's a cerebral howdunit as much as it is a globe-trotting adventure, and it is truly a rip-roaring thriller. And the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize in Mystery Thriller goes to The Puzzle Box by Danielle Trussoni.
Wow. So I am also one of those people who did not think to write things down, and I was traveling here this morning at 6 a.m. from Mexico, where I have reverse immigrated, and I made a list of things I should say, and now I don't have my glasses, so I can't read it. So I'm just going to kind of wing it, you know, like writers do. First of all, I'd like to say that The Puzzle Box is set in Japan, and it's especially meaningful to me that this particular novel is being honored because Japan was a place that welcomed me in my early 20s. I was a teacher there, and I had just graduated from college, and I went there, and it was this space where I learned how to write. And, you know, that was 25 years ago. And so when all of those experiences of living in Japan have stayed with me. And I was looking, this is my 8th novel, I was looking for a moment when I could write about them. And so I packed all of those things in this book. So it's a very meaningful moment, and it's really important to me. And so thank you very much. I'd like to thank the LA Times. I'd like to thank the judges who put so much work into reading these books. I'd like to thank my editor, Andrea Walker at Random House, and my agent, Susan Gollum. I'd like to thank my publicist, Megan Beatty, who's here. I'd like to thank my film agent, Rich Green. And I'd like to thank my family who has supported me through so many things. And thank you for reading.
Jordan, did she forget her award? She forgot her award, didn't she? I thought she forgot. The Lakers are trailing heading into the fourth quarter. I'm proud to introduce one of our most versatile writers, a woman who can interview politicians and celebrities, explain LA's history and quirks, tell audio stories, and so much more. She has garnered several Emmy and Golden Mike Awards, shared 2 Pulitzers, and remains a constant on this very stage. Please welcome Pat Morrison with the finalists for Achievement in Audiobooks presented by Audible.
Some trousers, huh? Because I figured as long as I was going to be presenting the audiobooks, I had to wear something pretty loud. Oh, come on, that joke killed at Caesar's Palace. Okay, it's not true, but my dog didn't seem to dislike it, so. Anyway, the earliest talking books came to us 93 years ago. They were on 78 RPM records the size of a pizza. They have delivered us Shakespeare and the Constitution and novels, but no mushroom and pepperoni, but nobody's perfect. Now, over those decades, and especially in the last couple of decades, we have learned literally volumes about so many topics thanks to audiobooks, including, not limited to, physiology. Because thanks to audiobooks, we now know that 2 of the most intimate orifices in your body are your ears. Now, with audiobooks, we have the happy medium of 2 media, the spoken word and the written one. My favorite part about audiobooks may be yours, which is that you can keep your eyes closed and let your brain and your ears do the work of wafting you away on other voices to the galaxies of imagination. This year is the second of our award for achievement in audiobook production, presented by Audible. And the finalists are Matt Bomer and Kelly Gildea and Lauren Klein for Giovanni's Room, a novel, Simon & Schuster Audio Originals. Claire Brown and Allison Light for New Nigeria County, Simon & Schuster Audio Originals. Andrew Garfield, Cynthia Erivo, and an ensemble cast produced by Audible. Dominic Hoffman and Linda Korn for James, a novel, Random House Audio. Michelle Norris and Mike Noble for Our Hidden Conversation, What Americans Really Think About Race and Identity, Simon Schuster Audio. So lend your ears to them.
People can't, unhappily, invent their mooring posts, their lovers and their friends, any more than they can invent their parents. Life gives these and also takes them away, and the great difficulty is to say yes to life.
That white lady? Oh, European American. I think that's what they want to be called now.
I personally still call them white.
Like, why are they always changing what they want to be called?
Agree. It's confusing. But regardless, the mother of the kid Corinne called the police on is making a really big deal out of everything, don't you think? She's been on the news screaming about racism twice now.
Racism? Why?
I'm not sure. Because honestly, this isn't even about race. It's about safety. The news reports are saying the boy was wearing cargo shorts.
Ancestors.
I wonder how long it will be until I'm stood on the gallows for what I'm about to commit. For my thought crime. Because the weapon in my pocket isn't a gun, or a knife, or a bomb. It's a book.
I had never seen a white man filled with such fear. The remarkable truth, however, was that it was not the pistol, but my language. The fact that I didn't conform to his expectations that I could read that had so disturbed and frightened him.
Racism is a shapeshifter. It is not the same thing today as it was yesterday, and it will not be the same tomorrow or 10 years from now. That's shorthand for the academic definition that describes racism as a multidimensional, highly adaptive system that ensures unequal distribution of resources among racial groups.
And a little edit, the winners are, plural, I feel like Katharine Hepburn and Barbara Streisand tying at the Oscars. Dominic Hoffman and Linda Korn for James, a novel. So, again, Dominic Hoffman and Linda Korn for James, a novel. So, come on up, both or all four of you. Oh, I get it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, I'm totally floored. I know. I'm going to do the unexpected because, first of all, Everett, when his daughter asks, okay, I'm going to speak louder. I'm going to be, I don't really want to use the microphone. Percival Everett has said that reading is the most subversive thing that you can do, that no one can tell you when you're reading how to think or feel about what you're reading. And so as an audiobook producer, I think that my job has been to bring the word and the voice together in such a way that it is performative, but also allows the listener to have their own experience. I'm incredibly nervous and stunned. I want to just take a moment to say I've been in the audiobook industry for over 25 years, and this is a singularly, incredibly humbling moment. I want to thank all of the other finalists and make a correction for Kelly Gilday and Lauren Klein. My colleagues, producers of Giovanni's Room, are from Penguin Random House Audio. And I want to thank Audible and the LA Times for sponsoring this award of recognition in audiobooks. I'm honored and humbled, as I said, to be included amongst the finalists in this category and in company with the esteemed writers and publishers and readers in this room. So many of you I have worked with. Congratulations, Kim Johnson. Biggest thank you goes to Percival Everett for writing this extraordinary multi-award winning book, James. Percival has said that the book was an opportunity to give voice to Jim. Thank you to Percival for trusting me to cast Dominic Hoffman to be the vessel for that voice to speak aloud. Thank you to Dominic Hoffman for saying yes and doing the honest and skillful work that brought James into the ears and hearts of so many listeners. To our audiobook director who is here tonight, Danny Campbell, for knowing just how to support Dominic in this work. Our amazing team at Penguin Random House, especially shout out to Karen Jakonski for always supporting my ideas. And our publicity team, Kayla Kohlmeister, who is here, and Katie Pugna. The recording studio, 48 Windows, post-production, Mike Murray, and our audio editor, James Nomura. But again, the audiobook starts with the words and a voice. And it was Mark Twain who introduced us to Jim in Huckleberry Finn. But thanks to Percival Everett for the book and our audiobook narrator, Dominic Hoffman, we can now know James. And a special thank you to my husband, Zev, who is here tonight, and the most patient man in the world. With my hand always up, I'm reading or emailing or putting out some fire. And my son, Ami, thank you so much. And Dominic, get the hand up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
I like that. He said you want to hear his voice by the book. I like that. Now it's my turn to present an award. We'll have a short film to showcase our winner in a minute, but before we do, I just want to tell you that I am in complete awe of this young woman. She made history in 2021 when she read her poem, The Hill We Climb, as President Biden's Washington, D.C. inauguration at just 22 years old. Since that breakout performance, she has performed her rousing words on stages large and small, bringing awareness to topics ranging from global hunger and poverty to climate change and social justice. She uses her platform to speak out and to ignite change. We are honored to present Amanda Gorman with the 2024 Innovators Award. And here's a short video that shows some of her incredible accomplishments.
Amanda Gorman is beyond doubt one of the most influential young leaders of her time. She seemed to burst out of nowhere onto the literary stage in 2017 as the first ever National Youth Poet Laureate. But as every writer knows, nowhere is really a lot of years of working somewhere, usually off the radar. In Gorman's case, she began writing when she could count her age on two hands. By the age of 26, this Los Angeles native and Harvard alumna had already breezed through so many barriers and appeared in so many spotlights: the Obama White House, the Library of Congress, and the United Nations, venues typically reserved for the venerable, the dignitaries, and the politicians. In January 2021, she commanded a global audience as the youngest poet to read her work at the presidential inauguration. That year, she also co-hosted the glamorous Met Gala, dressed as an homage to the Statue of Liberty, and read to an even more unlikely audience, the millions of fans watching Super Bowl 55. Her awards are a scroll of honors, a Genius Grant from Aussie Media, and Estee Lauder's first ever Global Changemaker. At present, she's the youngest board member of 826 National, America's foremost youth writing network, which champions a younger generation of voices in an evolving global landscape. As an advocate for the interwoven struggles of the environment, racial equality, and gender justice, Gorman has shown us that the written word is one of our finest and most formidable weapons in the battle for a better world. Gorman challenges us with her words. You're told that this won't work, she writes, but how will you know if you never try? We would do well to listen to her, and we're honored to present Amanda Gorman with the 2024 Los Angeles Times Book Prize's Innovators Award.
Please welcome to the stage Amanda Gorman.
Wow. First, criminal jail to whoever found those photos of me before I went through puberty. I'm very impressed and scandalized, so just erase those from your memory. It's such an honor to be here. I'd first like to congratulate my fellow awardees and nominees tonight for your incredible work in writing. It inspires me every day as I create, and it's such a privilege to be here in the room with you and your support systems. I'd also like to thank the LA Times and the Book Prizes jury for this amazing honor, as well as my team members, some of whom are here today. You know who you are. We have Laura, my assistant, Maya, my cousin. We have Erin, my publicist, and Lithia from Penguin Random House. And I'm also grateful for people who are not here tonight, including my family, my agent, Steve Malk, my other publicist, Caroline Sun, and my editor, Tamar Brazis. It's really invigorating and also surprising to me to get something such as the Innovators Award, because as a poet, I actually feel like I'm participating in something incredibly old and ancient, and somehow that presents such a powerful challenge of bringing it into a new modern era and highlighting how relevant it is to our world. I speak a lot better in poetry than in prose, so I just selected a few verses from my work that I feel really speaks to the magic and power of this night. Every day we are learning how to live with essence, not ease, how to move with haste, never hate, how to leave this pain that is beyond us behind us. Just like any skill or art, we cannot possess hope without practicing it. It is the most fundamental craft we demand of ourselves. Love is no silent harbor, no haven still. It is the roaring thing that tugs us away from the very shores we clutch. There is no better compass than this compassion. We smile, our whole face cleared by that single dazzling thought. How could we not be altered? Shall this time leave us bitter or better? Grieve, write, then choose. Thank you so much.
I don't know who's in charge, but it's very mean to make me speak after her. Fortunately, these are the closing remarks. That's right, we are towards the end. And I just want to thank you so much for joining us tonight to celebrate these amazing writers. Can we give them all just one more round of applause? It is truly a privilege to celebrate this 45th anniversary of this program that devotes such time to recognizing and elevating important work of such diverse array of writers. In a country that we're told people don't read, it's nice to be in a room where that's not true. Those of you who have subscribed to LA Times, thank you very much. You make events like this very possible, and the Festival of Books Award this weekend possible as well. And we want to thank you all for your support. I'd like to thank this evening's sponsors, the associate sponsor, Universal Studio Group, for their generous support of the book prizes and author green room at the festival over the weekend. There's top shelf liquor, so I'm very grateful for that. Our two prize presenters, Audible and the Christopher Isherwood Foundation, for their support of the Book Prizes program and for making the Audiobook and Autobiographical Prose Awards possible. Please remember to give our Festival of Book charity partners Save the Children, who supports the immediate and long-term recovery of children and their caregivers after devastating disasters like the LA County wildfires. Finally, please join me in thanking our presenting sponsor and host this evening for the weekend, the University of Southern California. Who provided us with a wonderful home for the past 14 years and promised us a better football season in the coming fall. Sorry. Someone had to do it. All of these organizations have many different options when choosing which events to support, so we thank them for joining us at the LA Times.
I just, you guys are big on like, it's proper. And then you say stuff like that. I'm like,
we would say like 20 to 5 when it's 4:40.
well, that makes sense. Yeah.
15, yeah, like
15,
10 to 5.
Yeah, 10 to 5. Yeah, that makes sense. But half 10 is 5. Wait a minute, you meant 5.
I'm really enjoying it. What was your name again?
My name is Tig. What was it? Tig. Tig.
Tig. Tig, you have a great English accent. You should really.
Do they need us at the main stage, or they just want us here? Oh, they're just saying there's no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some issues there.
So we'll just keep talking until they tell us to shut up.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, cool.
What's your mic for? Is yours just kind of voice of God?
No, this is for questions.
Got
so
it.
I guess at the end of each panel, there'll be a couple of volunteers that'll come over and go.
They can
and what do
hear
you
us.
have to say about it?
All good in handcuffs.
Oh, they can hear us. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
And wanted to know why anybody would leave England for America at this point in history.
My answer.
Because I'll switch with you if you like. I will happily.
My answer is love. My wife is American, and I moved over here for her.
Oh, you left your country for love. That's wonderful.
And then we may eventually move back. Who knows?
Copy, Kevin. I will head to the main stage shortly.
Yeah,
I don't know
okay.
what I can do, but.
Okay, so we're good.
We are good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank you,
much,
Tig.
Tig.
You're quite welcome.
Tig, I'll come over.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mike.
B, C, D, E, H, I. Kevin. So, get out there. Okay, so hold on. Let me see if I can change to 7 to the rear camera. Any of those should work, right? Any of those. Which is the best?
It just depends on what you want. I like the rears, the triples.
The triple? If I want it, let's say we didn't want audio.
Hi, and welcome back to the 2025 LA Times Festival of Books livestream. We have a full day of live coverage for you, kicking off momentarily with Jay Ellis sitting down to chat with Greg Braxton. We have a lot of great authors today, so stick around and you'll be booked and busy.
I feel like I won the lottery. Next to me is Jesse Katz, who is exploitation, murder, and redemption in immigrant Jesse is a former LA Times and LA Magazine writer who is honored with the Shakespeare Foundation, MFK Fisher Distinguished Writing USA, and award and a bunch of other ones and two shared Pulitzers. Next to him, we have Jason De Leon. Anyway, he's the author of Soldiers and Kings, which, you know, is an award-winning book. Oh, and by
You see this truck? When you see the word Kogi, it's like in LA if you saw a truck that just had big old letters that said meat, M-E-A-T. That's what Kogi means.
Roy Choi. He is a trailblazing chef, an entrepreneur, and an author. Best known for revolutionizing the LA food scene with his Kogi barbecue food truck. His cooking blends the flavors of his culture and the diverse culinary landscape of LA. And now, his new book, The Choi of Cooking, provides a flavorful journey through his life with many personal stories and recipes. And Roy will be at the LA Times Festival of Books this weekend, but first, he joined us here. Roy, it is an honor to have you here. We're such big fans.
Oh, thank you. What up, LA?
Jessica is
All right,
a journalist and a lawyer with a J.D. from Harvard Law School, and she's been reporting on the political power of sheriffs since 2016, almost a decade. And she too has received a pile of journalism fellowships and awards, and we're thrilled to have her. Her book is The Highest Law in the Land: The Unchecked Power of Sheriffs Threaten Democracy. So, anyway, so let's get going. Each one of our panelists is going to read from their book so you get an idea, and then we'll ask them to explain why they wrote this. Okay, Jesse, do you want to begin? And let me pass this down to Jessica because she needs the book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here on a rainy day.
Everyone has to read the beginning of this book because then it's impossible to put down, as you'll see.
When at last he opened his eyes, it was because he was falling. That meant he wasn't dead, not yet. The earth below Giovanni was like cinder, slick from an overnight mist and steep as a windswept dune. With each flinch of his body, the slope loosed beneath him, a hiss of shale, a rush of gravel, propelling him downward. A ribbon of lavender broke the darkness, revealing the day's first glimpse of La Rumorosa, the coil of borderland highway that writhes around the Sierra de Juarez, halfway between Tijuana and Mexicali. The gusts that moan through the rusted canyons and granite crags have given La Rumorosa its name, the Whispering Woman. In the span of 14 miles, Carretera 2D twists more than 70 times, corkscrewing as it plunges 4,000 feet from shrouded mountaintop to swirling sands. La Rumorosa is a gash in the Baja Desert, a white-knuckle trek and a dumping ground. Mythologized in ghost stories and second-guessed by safety engineers, The passage stirs primordial awe. A forgotten planet, the Mexican poet Adolfo Sagastume calls La Rumorosa, a silent uterus. A city boy, Los Angeles born, Giovanni had never heard of the place. Now it was swallowing him. Flailing his arms, pawing at dust, Giovanni felt the scrape of chaparral. He wrapped a hand around a gnarled root. It broke his slide. For a moment, he was suspended, the cliff still once more. Blinking away the fog, Giovanni tried to make out the road above him, too high to see. Below, the gorge looked bottomless. He realized then that his shoes were gone, the black suede Jordans he'd bought with the check from his first honest job. Only socks covered his feet. He stared at his shirt, a white tee with the curly Sean John logo, now stained with vomit. Blood, too, had soiled the cotton. His neck throbbed so much he could barely turn his head. The skin burned. He thought maybe he'd been shot until he touched a finger to his throat. A collar of torn flesh, pulpy and raw, branded his windpipe. That was where the rope had seared him, where his killers, before tossing him over the edge, had cinched it tight, yanking like some soul-snatching repo men. Now he remembered.
All right. Jason?
Thank you so much. It's really a real pleasure to be here today, and there's nothing that makes me happier than seeing this many Dodger hats in the audience. Much to the chagrin of my sister, who is a Giants fan, so it's good to be here. Roberto's murder doesn't warrant much attention. This is not surprising in a place like Honduras, where homicide has become woven into the fabric of daily life. Still, a local newspaper in San Pedro Sula manages to give him 3 sentences, although it gets his first name wrong. They call him Jose. His first name was Juan. Juan Roberto Paredes died Friday night at Mario Rivas Hospital. Family members reported that he had tried to travel mojado illegally to the United States, but in Chiapas, Mexico, was stabbed during an assault and admitted to a hospital. After his discharge, he returned to Honduras, and a few days later, his condition worsened, and he was brought to Rivas Hospital, where he died after several days. The story gets most of the basic details right. Roberto was in Mexico illegally when he was stabbed. He later died in Honduras from his wounds. But he wasn't a migrant headed to the United States, at least not anymore. He'd given up that fantasy a while ago. For the past few years, he'd lived as a street urchin, making a little money guiding fellow Hondurans on the Mexican train tracks as they made their way north toward the American dream.
And then both of them get, if anything, more amazing after that. Jessica.
Hi, good morning. Thank you guys all for coming. My section will be less exciting, but factual. So, but there are more exciting sections. Anyway, so this is from the, well, I'm going to actually add, can I add the paragraph before? Just to give it some stuff. Okay, so I'm going to read this little section. If you live in a city as most Americans do, you probably know very little about your county sheriff. Nevertheless, sheriffs are a vital part of the mass incarceration and policing apparatus. America's roughly 3,000 sheriffs exist in every state except Alaska, Connecticut, Hawaii, and Rhode Island. And they are almost all democratically elected by county. Unlike police chiefs, sheriffs do not report to city councils, mayors, or governors. They see themselves as independent of oversight. While they must work with other parts of county government, sheriff budgets, for example, are generally set by elected county leadership, they are not required to compromise when setting policies and priorities. While they receive so much less media attention than police, sheriffs employ 25% of sworn law enforcement officers, which means 1 in 4 people in uniform report to a sheriff. They are an important part of the carceral apparatus as well. In addition to running county jails, sheriffs and their deputies make approximately 20% of all arrests in the nation, which translates to around 2 million arrests every year. Sheriff's departments are the largest law enforcement agency in roughly 1/3 of U.S. counties, which equates to about 56 million people whose primary law enforcement are sheriff's offices. While sheriffs primarily police rural counties and unincorporated areas, some departments, like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, have concurrent jurisdiction with city police departments, as well as sole policing authority over dozens of smaller cities via contractual arrangements. Often called contract cities, these municipalities pay sheriff's offices for policing services, ordering from a menu of options. This is common throughout the country. About 65% of municipalities in America are contract cities that pay the countywide agencies, usually the sheriff, for law enforcement. Sheriff's departments may also be more deadly. One calculation found that 30% of all law enforcement killings were committed by officers working for a sheriff.
And of course, in Los Angeles, we have the largest sheriff's department in the nation and in the world. And anyway, what I want is if each of you would tell me, and I mean, Jessica to some degree has begun, just in a long elevator pitch, tell the audience what your book is about. Jason?
It's about the LA dot. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to run it back. Sorry, it's been on my brain here lately. You know, Soldiers and Kings is a book about primarily young men from Honduras who are smuggling migrants from Honduras up to the U.S.-Mexico border. It's based on about 7 years of ethnographic research, hanging out with smugglers on the train tracks in Chiapas and safe houses in Mexico City and in Veracruz, and really trying to understand what the daily life is like for smugglers. And for me, I think the real goal of it is I don't think we need any more border stories or stories about migration or migrants. I think we need stories about people who happen to be migrating, who happen to be smugglers, but whose stories we can connect with as people. And so, you know, at one point in the beginning of stages of this project, someone said something to me like, sort of like, I'm uncomfortable by the thought of a book about smugglers because I'm really worried that you're going to humanize them. And my response was, no, I'm going to start with the radical proposition that they are in fact humans, and then try to tell that story. And I think that's really what this project is about.
Yeah, and I mean, your book opens with a death and closes with the death of the same young man. And, you know, you made us feel that loss. Jesse, tell us what this book is about.
Well, like Jason, I also set out to write about people who are often viewed as caricatures, who are among the most stigmatized people in our community, gang members, street vendors, undocumented immigrants, and tried to unpack their stories so that we're not viewing them as types or categories or labels. At the center of it is a true crime story. As the opening page suggests, there's a kid named Giovanni who is involved in 2 botched murders. He's the perpetrator of one, and he's the survivor of the other. And the first crime involves, well, the whole story is set in the MacArthur Park community, which is less than 3 miles from here. But if you know LA, you know it's almost like a world apart. And I wanted to show all the ways that we're connected to MacArthur Park, all the ways that our policies and our institutions are complicit in a lot of ways in the distress of that community. So it's the story of Giovanni, who's somebody that I wrote a letter to. He's serving a 51-year prison sentence right now, and I introduced myself and said I wanted to know who he was today, not who he was when he committed his crime, and who he was trying to become. But beyond that, it's the whole ecosystem that created Giovanni, that creates the Giovannis of the world, which is a community of incredible density, a community of incredible poverty and distress and generational trauma that is really here in our own backyard.
Yeah, thanks for that. Jessica, we know it's about sheriffs, but this is you spent almost a decade working on this, and it's very different than anything else about sheriffs. What makes this book different, and the journey that you take us on? Anything else that addresses the idea of sheriffs?
Sure. I mean, it's interesting to be on this.
Why did you need to write it?
Yeah. So in some ways, my book is a little almost like the flip side of the coin of their books. You know, when I started the book, a question I often had was, why don't we write more about power? So I thought a lot about, when I started this book, was, well, we write about the people impacted by powerful institutions. We write sometimes about the harm they cause, but we don't write enough about the people actually doing the harm and who are those people who support them. And so when I started doing the book, that's what I really wanted to interrogate, right? Was like, well, what is this powerful institution? Who are the people who keep this institution in power? And why are they powerful, right? And of course, the impacts flow from that, but that's why, in a sense, like, the book, rather than focusing on, let's say, one sheriff or one sheriff's department, I didn't want to do that, because what I wanted to do was not give them more power than they already had, but rather let the reader read the book and start to interrogate why that power existed in the first place.
Did you ever feel like you were in danger? Because you were in a lot of situations where they might not have, where I wondered if you ever felt unsafe.
Well, I feel like you should ask Jason that question.
I'm going to ask him. Yeah, I'll be asking Jason in a completely different way.
I was like, I feel, so, I mean, look, well, here's one of the things, I mean, like, to put it blunt, and I'm fair, and I don't think people should do things that they feel uncomfortable doing. So look, like, not everything is for everybody. That's like the first thing I would say. Like, not, people should not all just like go to like a militia rally because they feel like they have to. Like, that's okay, you don't have to do that. I mean, the truth is, like, I'm a white lady. People did not pay that much attention to me, to be perfectly honest. After a certain point in time, everybody knew who I was, so it became more of an issue. I'm sure you guys are very familiar.
Well, because you were doing a Substack.
Right, and they knew I was appearing.
What you saw came out.
And I was appearing at a lot of events. So at a certain point in time, if people saw me come to an event, they were like, oh, here's that lady. And I mean, you know, I think now we understand how the far right, the government works, right, is that they take what you, I mean, this was very hard for me to process, but they take your work and then it goes through like this mimetic, like memeing process whereby they sort of take what you've done and then claim it for themselves, right? So like a lot of the work I did, you know, if I wrote about, oh, this like militia or whatever, it would become, hey, this like annoying like liberal journalist with glasses wrote this like thing about militias, and then they would sort of all like pile on. So like for me, what was hard was like the work got turned around to become about why I was like a bad guy in their eyes. So a lot of it was like after the work. And the Claremont, I mean, I'll say, I write about the Claremont Institute. The Claremont Institute is really mean. So they're a far-right, just in case you wonder, they're a far-right think tank, so they are now have a lot of power, and they can get pretty nasty.
Isn't that an oxymoron, a far-right think tank?
I don't know what else to call. I'm not sure what else to call it.
You know, Jason, you know, your research, first of all, you made yourself a character in the book, and that, you know, I wondered, it's not that anybody was going to have anything necessarily out for you, but you know, I mean, you were in a lot of situations. Were you concerned for your own safety?
I would say the only time I was really concerned about my own safety was with dealing with the police and like immigration enforcement, who knew that I knew all the horrible things they were doing to migrants. And so, I mean, I spent a lot of time with guys who were killing people for money, and I never felt afraid of them. I felt very protected by them.
Right.
But when the cops showed up and openly threatened me, you know, those were the times that I really felt like maybe it's time to get out of here.
Did it really feel I mean, that sounds, yeah, it sounds, so how did you make what did you do then?
I ran.
Okay.
I tried to keep a lower profile.
Good choice.
But you know, there's a moment in the book which I think kind of encapsulates maybe my approach to this whole thing is, I have my collaborator Michael Wells, who, despite growing up in Southern California and spending as much time in Mexico and Latin America as me, has failed really to pick up much Spanish. And we were in a safe house one day, and my buddy Flaco says, "Hey, whatever you do, don't ask those guys in the corner about murder." And I was like, there's in no world would I be asking that type of question at all, you know. And he said, because those guys are here, they just got here from El Salvador, they're here to do some stuff in Mexico City. And so Mike turns to me and goes, "What did he just say to you in Spanish?" And I should have just lied and said, you know, the Wi-Fi's out or whatever. Like, instead, I was like, well, he says don't ask those guys about murder because they're murderers. And he was like, well, we got to get the hell out of here now. And I was like, we can't go now because now it's even more suspicious that we run out of here. I've got a camera around my neck. I have to come back tomorrow to do the same thing again. And so rather than trying to run from this, you know, I went over to these guys and kind of explained who I was, what I was doing, and within 20 minutes, they were showing me pictures of their kids on their phone. We're taking selfies. I'm taking their picture. But, you know, they knew that I was not there to get into that business, and they knew that I was there to try to understand what was happening as much as possible. And I think people really, they pick up on that and got very protective of me in a lot of ways.
That makes perfect sense. Are they aware of the book? I mean, coming out?
Most of them wanted to be on the cover. They were like, like full frontal, and I was like,
that's what I was going to ask. That I would bet that they were thrilled to be in it. I remember when I had to change the names of people in my book, so that gave people the opportunity who were not in the book to claim they were.
Oh.
So I completely understand. You know, did you get your heart broken? I mean, you know, there are a lot of, you know, there are a number of people in particular, you know, the young man that you opened the book with, that, you know, didn't live through the period where you were there. And, oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you. You know, you'll check me whenever I do that again. Okay. So, did that leave wounds?
I mean, I think that working with people in general, writing about other people, for me, is a very oftentimes heartbreaking experience. But one of the things for me that became clear in this book is that, and this is kind of where the new project is going is that I'm very much a broken man who grew up in this hyper patriarchal society where I'm uncomfortable talking about emotions, uncomfortable talking about trauma that I've lived with forever. And many of these guys really taught me important lessons about being with trauma, living through trauma, and trying to make decisions and make difficult decisions in a difficult life. And so I would say, yes, this book definitely broke my heart, broke me kind of in half, but also, and I think in a lot of ways, these folks taught me quite a bit and have, I think in some ways, put me on a path towards healing.
Jesse, what do you hope the reader will come away from this book with? Which is probably more than one answer.
Probably more than one. I do want people to sort of think about surrendering the moral high ground. I think it's just so easy to sit in judgment of people who commit terrible crimes and make terrible mistakes in their life, and or even just people who are in incredibly unfortunate circumstances and think somehow it was their fault and they had it coming to them. And I'm always reminded that those of us who live in more comfortable circumstances, don't necessarily deserve it or aren't entitled to it. A lot of us won the zip code lottery, or we won the parental lottery, or we won the education lottery, and it gave us some tools to survive real hardship. And the people that don't have those advantages are not lesser people in any sort of way. To answer it more concretely, there are victims and victimizers in my book, and I'm hoping the reader can find kind of emotional space for both of them. There's a street vendor who is gravely wounded by a bullet that by multiple bullets that Giovanni fired. There's a newborn infant baby that was killed in that shooting inadvertently. And there's real grief in those people's lives. The street vendor, a guy named Francisco, who's a very proud man and is alive to this day, but still has 2 of those bullets lodged in his flesh. Lives with these wounds. This took place in 2007, so 18 years ago. And when I talked to Francisco, he can't describe this episode without breaking down in tears. But at the same time, I've gotten to know Giovanni, and the person that fired these bullets, and he's done the worst thing that anyone could ever, I think, imagine doing, and yet he's not a terrible person. And I want the reader to maybe consider his humanity and his potential and his capacity for love. And can you hold those 2 things in your head and in your heart at the same time?
You also, one of your main characters is a detective, David Holmes. He was a terrific character, but what was, it felt like he had importance in the book too, and in the tale too. Can you explain that? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, there's kind of a surprising moment where, there's gang members and street vendors, and I tried very much to humanize them and tell their stories, but I hoped to apply that to the law enforcement figures who are often treated with stereotypes as well. And there's a homicide detective who seems like he's right out of Central Casting. He's, tall, broad shoulders, blonde crew cut, and grew up in a very conservative part of San Diego. And he's there to solve a murder. But as he gets deeper into the case, he becomes very close to and protective of Francisco, the street vendor. And Francisco needs to testify, first in a state trial and then in a federal RICO case. And Detective Holmes can see his anxiety because Francisco's undocumented. And it was one thing stepping into an LA County Superior Court courtroom, but going into a federal courthouse, now you're in the den of the immigration enforcers. And he just thought Francisco shouldn't have to carry that anxiety. And he began to see Francisco as more than a victim, but as a husband and a father and a provider. And he has this kind of epiphany where he says, if anyone should be in this country, it should be people like him, who's hardworking and proud and had the courage to stand up to this gang, maybe some naivete in that as well. And he then goes out and helps Francisco and his partner Jessica secure a U visa, and then that U visa turns into a green card. And I just never thought, and I think Detective Holmes never thought, that the sort of hard-boiled cop would go out of his way to legalize the status of an undocumented street vendor in MacArthur Park. And that actually gave me hope.
We have a lot going on in our news right now that have a lot to do with immigrants, supposed gang members, gang tattoos. So, Jesse, tell me what is true and what's not true about, what's a gang member and how significant are these tattoos and, what are we misunderstanding?
Yeah, obviously you can't read the news about immigration right now and deportations, and I don't even know if deportation is the right word. It's disappearing of people, and it seems, so much of it seems to hinge on, alleged gang membership. Celeste is very modest, by the way. She wants it to be about the panelists, but she's a trailblazing reporter and author who wrote the definitive book about Father Greg Boyle and essentially the birth of homeboy industries before there was homeboy, and all the young men and women in that community. But it just occurred to me that, trying to quantify or qualify gang membership is a really fraught exercise. And, people have tattoos for all sorts of reasons. There's all sorts of gradations of gang membership. There's, sort of wannabes and associates and hangers-on, and there's even people who are gang members are not always acting as gang members every single hour of the day. They have jobs and they have families, and the idea that a tattoo or an association makes you guilty of a crime or automatically makes you a threat, I find really problematic. And we know, and you know, Celeste, that even people who are hardcore gang members and do go out and commit gang crimes are not lost to us. They have the power to change their lives and redeem themselves and rehabilitate and be productive human beings. So the idea that just that you can accuse somebody of being a gang member with really no evidence at all and use that to incarcerate them without any rights and without any, hope for release just seems, astonishing and nauseating to me.
And insane. I have written about gangs for 30 years, and I went to Homeboy Industries fundraiser, and there are all these, the Homeboy Hero of this year, and people got up and spoke, and a lot of them were covered with tattoos, and nobody thinks a thing of it. So it's very, very weird. And Jason, and then I want to move to Jessica, because we have our large sheriff's department here, and they have, well, actually, let's bounce over to you. They have deputy gangs.
I was going to say the gangs are
Tell us about
the
that.
LA Sheriff's Department.
With tattoos. Anyway, tell us
No,
about.
I mean, I think the thing, I think about a lot when we talk about these issues is, I mean, everyone here has raised, like all these authors here have raised this very important topic of who is a victim, for example, who is the perpetrator, who is the victim, who belongs, who does not belong, right? So, I mean, when we start then talking about, oh, well, this group of people, we perceive them as like a threat, right? And again, like I said, because I spend a lot of time with the people who are saying that some of these immigrants are a threat, right? And they say, okay, well, these people are a threat. They don't know what I can assure you is they know very little about them at all. But also what they're doing, right, is they're looking at a group of people, right, with the idea of trying to create that dichotomy to say, like, oh, well, I'm civic service, I'm like a super American, and so the way in which I'm going to, kind of preserve my status as this, like, super citizen is to cast these other people as not citizens at all.
Right.
And I do think a lot of that was very important in the book, like what they're doing is wrapped up in this idea of civic virtue, of public service, of, right, being, kind of like the good guy. And I think, though, that what all of us have tried to do is really say, like, well, who's children, right? Who's a family? Are families of even people who are in gangs, are they not families? Are they not children? Are mothers not mothers, right? So, like, I think that sort of begs this question of, like, who do we talk about when we talk about these categories of people?
With the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, there are, of course, wonderful people in there. And they aren't always, treated well by other people in there. But, when you have it doesn't suggest just a fraternal club if you name yourself executioners. And, that's your gang name, and doesn't suggest protect and serve.
I was going to say, so it doesn't, but it's kind of funny because to them it does. So, like, the Punisher skull, which is now, like, really common with law enforcement, like, they do see it. They see, like I said, I sometimes use the word, like, super citizen, super American, as this idea of not just, like, I'm in the civil service helping people, but, like, I am the ultimate, like, Captain America helping people. And that requires something like the executioner.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree, but to understand, like, why this ideology has spread, right? I would say now, I mean, at this point, if, I talk about the right-wing radicalization of sheriffs, but I think at this point we're really talking about all law enforcement. Like, just to say, it's like...
Jason, you show us through these smugglers, who were the people helping to get people here. And what would you want us to know from, why there are so many people who want to come to the U.S., and why does it matter to them, and leave their homes? It seems like some of the people that are now locked up in, that lovely prison were, coming here to escape threats at home. So what do we need to know about that?
I think we need to know that smuggling is not the problem. It is a symptom of much larger situations, and this is where I become the aging liberal Brown professor, where I say the problem is late-stage capitalism, but we want to blame smugglers, we want to blame migrants for societal ills, when in fact, I think just for me, like, there's smuggling is in the title of the book, and that's of course to like hook you in and be salacious. And then I'm like, haha, just kidding. This book is about racism, capitalism, climate change, migration. So I was sneaking it in there. And because when we were having the conversations in the beginning about the book title, and the press said, should we put Honduras in the title? And I said, you should only put Honduras in the title if you don't want anyone to read this book. Because Americans, we don't even know where Honduras is. And it's unfortunate because Honduras has been so crucial to the history of the Western Hemisphere. It's a very, very important place. It's also a huge part of the United States, Los Angeles, Houston, New Orleans. Catrachos are everywhere, and yet, totally ignored. And so for me, part of this story is to make a case for the importance of Honduras in understanding a whole variety of things, including, I think, and really specifically, Honduras for me has become a laboratory to understand this larger global problem of migration. And so you have a lot of the people that I write about are fleeing climate change. They're fleeing super hurricanes. They're still reeling from Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so it's like they are leaving a country because of climate change to get to a country that is the prime mover in climate change and making Honduras. It's not like Honduras is driving climate change with pumping out CO2 and all this stuff. Right? The United States is doing this, but it's differentially impacting these other folks. And so climate change is experienced along various lines of inequality and poverty. And so for me, I want people to kind of understand the much bigger picture. That we have to talk, we can't, like the border wall is a farce, it's a smokescreen. Migration is just it's a dog whistle to ignore discussions about inequality, global inequality, about climate change, about all these other racism, patriarchy, white supremacy. And so I think I want people just to have a more nuanced understanding of what the problems actually are, so that next time someone says, we're going to build a wall and make America great, we can really call bullshit in a lot of ways and say that, what are you even talking about? And why are you ignoring these much bigger things? So that's the goal. I just think we have too many simplistic narratives about migration. And so part of me is like, I really want to complicate and hopefully provide a more nuanced understanding of what's actually going on so that we can better tackle those issues collectively.
Thank you. Just a quick sort of craft question. You're a character in your book. How hard was that?
Well, people say I'm a character.
Some spicy maple syrup.
I've been accused of being.
Really
in the beginning, I was not in this book at all.
You guys tried this? It's like bourbon barrel-aged maple syrup.
Working with my agent and my editor, one of the things
this is what we're going with today. So I'm going to warm this up slightly, and I'm going to make this a spicy maple syrup. I'm going to season it with a little bit of salt and pepper, and then I'm going to slice some chilies. And then I'm really just going to get this warm so I can bloom the spiciness of the chilies. And then I'm going to add scallions at the end to make it fresh. And then we'll get going on the pancakes. Again, you guys have any questions? You want to shout out anything? There is Peggy is walking around in the green shirt with a mic. If you just want to hear the sound of your voice on a microphone, that's fine too. I hate my voice. But who knows? Maybe you guys love the sound of your voice and just want to hear it. That's fine too. All right, so I've got some maple syrup in there. Really, any recipe in this book is meant to be adapted to your taste. I don't ever want people saying, I didn't make that because I don't eat bacon, or I didn't make that because I don't like spicy food. Do you? These are all sort of suggested recipes. They're all tested. And they will be good, I promise you, if you do them according to the recipe. But if you don't like bacon, leave the bacon out. If that's going to prevent you from making them, then, you do you. And I've got a Fresno chili here, which are sort of my favorite chilies. I'm just going to cut around the edges. I've also got a Serrano chili here. If you don't like your syrup spicy, then don't make it spicy. But this is, again, following the recipe here. I'm doing my best. They've been tested a bunch of times. And these knives are really sharp, these Shun knives. I heard I might be getting one, which I'm very excited about. All right, so I'm just going to cut little slivers of these chilies. Often, you guys, I ordered rainbows. And we're getting like torrential downpour. It was supposed to be done you're fine. You guys are fine, right? I think this structure is relatively stable. We'll see. This could be really fun. All right, so I've got little slivers of Fresno chili. Fresno chilies are great because they're really floral. They have mild spice, but you can still taste a little bit of spice. I use them all the time. Fun fact, they're from Fresno. And I don't use the seeds of these chilies because I'm not trying to make it as spicy. If you wanted this to be spicier, use the seeds. The seeds and the ribs of chilies are the spiciest part of the chilies. So, all right. So this maple syrup is warm. I'm going to take it off the heat. Or I guess I can just turn this off. And then I'm just going to sort of bloom these chilies in here, add a little bit of seasoning, and then by the time we are done making pancakes, this will be nice and warm. I still want these to have a little bit of structure, so I'm not boiling this. I'm just sort of letting that happen. And then salt, a little salt and a little pepper. And then I'll add the scallions at the end because I want those to maintain some freshness. They were like, it's going to clear up. The sun's coming out. I mean, come on. All right. So we're going to make savory pancakes here. Can you hear me? This is wild. We're in Los Angeles, right? Thank you. Thanks. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm just having a really hard time focusing. All right. So we're going to start with wet ingredients. I have some buttermilk here, which is really fantastic. Which is why you see a lot of like biscuits and pancakes made with buttermilk is because it has it has the ability to create moisture unlike any other liquid, really. And so you'll see buttermilk pancakes, you'll see buttermilk scones, you'll see, but it's really kind of a great way to sort of maintain moisture. 2 eggs, and then a tablespoon of oil. And that's our wet ingredients. These recipes in here, specifically this one, is great for pretty much any time of year, even though it's in a corn chapter that is really sort of geared towards summer when the corn is delicious. But there's also a cornbread in there that's made with creamed corn, like a can of creamed corn. I really wanted to make it so that if you love this recipe, it doesn't need to be done during the summer. You can use frozen sweet white corn, you could use canned corn, you could use, I mean, I would recommend frozen corn over canned corn any day of the week. But, you know, you don't have to wait for summer to make these recipes.
We do have a question here.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you tell us how long it takes to tape an episode of TOC, considering they have to clean the kitchen after each duel?
Oh, so you're concerned about the cleaning time in between?
It's one of our favorite shows, and we keep thinking with the mess that they make.
We make a mess.
How long does it take to have to clean all that? And,
That's a great question. It's funny because as chefs in professional kitchens, we are trained to be neat and tidy and orderly, and it's really, I like to say that TV really doesn't translate in so many ways to real life. And I think on Triple Threat, we compete against other chefs who come in and they're like wiping down their station. I'm literally like throwing blenders across the room and like wiping everything on my cutting board onto the floor because I'm not going to waste the time to clean up, which again goes against everything that we sort of are taught as chefs. Long story short, an episode of Tournament of Champions takes about a day and a half. There's usually, I think, like 3 battles or something, or 4, maybe 4 battles. I don't know, it's been a minute since 4 battles, thank you. In an episode, it takes about a day and a half to shoot an episode. The cleaning in between the rounds on any of these shows, surprisingly, takes very little time. These culinary teams that come in. They come in like in hazmat suits and gloves, and they will clean entire kitchens in 4.5 seconds. It's really remarkable, and I stand there and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't cook like this normally. Like they're like, I know, Brooke, it's fine. This is the 19th time I've cleaned up after you. It's fine. And there are some chefs who are messier and more organized. Just kind of depends. But yes, long story short, it takes about a day and a half, 2 days to shoot one episode of Tournament of Champions. All right, so I've got sugar, I've got salt. I don't know which one is which. I've got some baking powder. I can tell which one that one is. And I'm mixing all of my dry ingredients, all-purpose flour and then cornmeal, because of course these are corn cakes. This is essentially a cornbread recipe that is just sort of turned into pancakes, I think.
We have another question.
Yes.
Brooke, for people who cannot make pancakes to save their lives, even at the non-tender age of 8, what is your tip for getting it to look like a pancake and getting it flipped and all of that?
Well, I'm going to do it for you right now, but it's kind of different with every recipe. So like this recipe is going to have lots of chunky pieces of corn in it, so I'm not going to be able to see the beautiful little bubbles that normally like a plain buttermilk pancake will show you. Like it'll start to form brown on the outside. But also, like, I'm up for a free-form pancake. As long as it's kind of cooked through, I think you're good there. And honestly, what matters most to me in general is that things taste good. So who cares what they look like? We're not food stylists here. We're people who want to eat good food, right? All right, so I'm going to combine my wet ingredients into my dry ingredients. I think that's how the baking thing happens. And then I'm going to add all of the fun little flavors. Fun fact, I actually really don't like cheddar cheese. Sorry for any of you who are from Wisconsin out there. Cheddar cheese to me, like, I think it's more of a textural thing, so I actually feel okay about adding it to batters. I don't know why I'm talking to you like you agree with me. Very few people agree with me. You guys all love cheddar cheese, don't you? Yeah. No, you don't? Okay, what's your favorite cheese? Gouda. Unexpected answer. I love that. I love that. All right, so I'm adding some fun stuff here. I've got some bacon because, like I said, it's not a vegetarian cookbook, and we're adding some smoky flavor. This bacon is cooked. And then I'm going to cut it into small little pieces and then mix it into my batter here. I'm getting my pan warmed up on this stove. I actually have no idea how warm it is. These stoves are like the bane of our existence when we do cooking demos, because nobody knows, like, you can't see flames. You have no idea how hot that is. What's going to happen? It's not hot enough. So what I'm looking for is some bubbles. I don't want it to be hot because I want to get it to brown and cook through. Like with a proper pancake, you kind of want it to be partially cooked through before you flip it. And it's a delicate balance between browning it and burning it. So however much bacon you like here, I feel like that's good. And then I'm adding some jalapeno here for some nice sort of vegetal green pepper flavor with a touch of heat. I have the Fresno chili here. You could do that too. I think these fun, fresh ingredients really not only add a lot of flavor, but also texture. So again, I'm not adding the seeds here. I'm just adding the pepper. Sorry, my hands are so cold. This might not look as graceful as it should. My nose is running. I'm like freezing. Trying to look really comfortable up here. And then a lot of people have like lots of tricks for cutting corn off the cob. I like to do it on its side instead. A lot of people like to do that over a bowl. Lots of different people will tell you lots of different ways that this should happen. I say do it the most comfortable way.
We have another question.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have a favorite show to compete or judge on?
Well, to compete on, I will say Triple Threat is the most challenging and also rewarding show that I've ever competed on. It's really about making great food, which I appreciate. There are some shows that are about the gameplay of it and make you do crazy things with ingredients that don't work with each other. I will say Bobby is very kind to us and gives us ingredients that really are meant to work with each other, because the goal is to, holy moly, the goal is to make, the goal on that show is to make food that tastes good and looks good, and to make great food, which I really, my whole career is based on experiences, giving people experiences with great food. So inherently that makes the most sense to me. It also has taken probably years off of my life, because the stress that you see happening on that show is very, very real. I don't sleep for a month when we're shooting that show, and yet it's my favorite, which is crazy. Was this a fountain before? That's always a fountain, or is that a sculpture with a thing around it? All right. So now that my pan is nice and warm, any other questions? I see all the way in the back there. All right, I'm just going to sort of do little baby cakes here so that we can stack them.
I just wanted to ask, with all the accomplishments you've achieved so far, what's next in your journey? What are other challenges you want to give yourself?
So does it all have to be challenging? Does all of life have to be challenging? Can't we just have a little fun sometimes? I've got some great vacations planned. I mean, I will say at the age of 8, 10, 12, when I was I'm going to be a professional chef, that is what I'm going to own a restaurant. I never in my wildest dreams expected to be up on a stage, cooking at the LA Times Festival of Books. I never anticipated that I would have a book that did, I forgot the cheese, you guys. I never expected to be on TV. I never expected to have done half the things that I've done in my life at this point. So I'm pretty satisfied with having accomplished the goals that I set out for myself at that. I'm just going to put this right on top here. That should be in there, by the way. That I feel at this point it's about balance and maintaining my life, which is not an easy thing. You see a lot of chefs sort of come in and out of the industry. It's a grueling industry. I feel very fortunate to have several different outlets creatively. I have the whole TV outlet, which really is lovely just from a creative standpoint. I have, Playa Provisions, which is going strong. We're on 11. You guys have been to Playa? Thank you. We are about to hit 11 years open. And, for a restaurant, that says a lot, I think. And, there's kind of constantly stuff happening. So, I guess it's healthy to continuously set new goals for yourself, but right now I just want to continue doing what I'm doing and being able to, kind of give back to the communities and the people that have supported me my whole career. So again, thank you guys for being here. It means a lot to me.
We have a question from a young chef in training.
What is your name? Camila. Camila, very nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. I'm sure this is how you wanted to spend your Saturday.
My favorite vegetable is carrots. What's yours and why?
Oh, wow. That's a tough question. Carrots are great. Not my favorite vegetable. But honestly, I have a really love-hate relationship with artichokes. I have a couple of artichoke recipes in this book. I love artichokes probably more than any other vegetable. I also hate cleaning them and cooking them. So I love going out to eat, going out to other restaurants that are cooking artichokes for me. I love that. Yeah, I'd have to say artichokes. I have a lot of favorite vegetables. I have found, I suddenly love okra. And there's an okra recipe in my book that I will recommend for any of you who feel like you don't like okra. I feel like I'm constantly finding new vegetables that I love for different reasons. So thank you for a question.
Hi.
Hi.
LA is a very huge foodie town, so I wanted to find out what your top 3 places are in Los Angeles to get a bite to eat.
Ooh. Well.
Philippe's or.
I travel a lot, so when I'm home, I actually find myself eating at home or at work a lot. I have a favorite Thai restaurant in my neighborhood called Ayara in Westchester. I do find myself going to Koreatown for Korean barbecue a lot. I don't know, I keep it really casual in this city. I love going down to the Redondo Pier and getting a steamed crab. I know this is not the answers you're looking for right now. I'm takeout is my jam. Yeah, it's funny. I find myself knowing the least amount about the restaurants in my own city because when I'm home, I'm kind of a homebody. But I do, I frequent a lot of my friends' restaurants because I just love the atmospheres. I go to my friend Antonia's restaurant, Scopa, all the time. That's where I have my, monthly girls' dinner at Scopa. If you guys have suggestions for me, I know I need to get out more. All right, so you can see the bottom of that cake. Can you guys see that? The bottom of that cake is nice and golden brown, and I'm okay with it being a little bit fudgy inside because it'll warm all the way through and those eggs will be cooked.
Hi. So I really like to try new recipes for my older sister whenever I go visit her, but she follows a gluten-free diet. What alternative flours would you recommend for a recipe like this that would make it still keep the same flavor and structural integrity?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, you'd think that corn recipes with cornmeal might be gluten-free. Most of them have all-purpose flour. I use the cup for cup flour from King Arthur. Is phenomenal. It's a combination of different flours. There's tapioca, there's rice, it's almost like how Mexican Coke is like a combination of, or maybe it's Mexican Diet Coke. Which one is it that has the combination of sweeteners? You can't taste just one. This is a really bad example. The King Arthur gluten-free flour, it's a combination of a bunch of different flours, and you kind of don't get that glutinous tapioca or it's a perfect combination. So anywhere where you would use regular or all-purpose flour, I would use that cup for cup. And then I've just got some scallions here. You can actually put these scallions right into the pancakes. But I like to put them in the syrup because I like to see them and I like to have them feel a little bit fresh and crisp. And then I'm just going to toss this right into that syrup, which is no longer super hot. I've also got some cotija cheese here. So we've got the cheddar cheese baked into these cakes. And then I've got the cotija cheese for that salty, crumbly texture just to garnish with. And these are almost done. Any other questions? You have one, Peggy. What can I answer for you?
When you're judging
Is there a food that you know you're going to have to eat that you just can't stand? You know what I mean?
You guys watch that show Chopped?
Yeah.
Everything. I don't go into Chopped like with a hangover or an upset stomach. Like I'm really careful before judging that show because inevitably you're gonna have to eat something you don't want to. They're like, here's your basket of ingredients. There are gummy worms, cinnamon, cornbread, a slice of pizza, and a bowl of menudo. Make something great. And you know, they're under pressure. A lot of them have never competed. I don't remember the last time I had a great meal on that show. There was one episode, I don't know if it's aired yet, I think it has, where there was like instant coffee flavored with durian. You guys know what durian is? They actually don't allow you to bring durian on public transportation in Asia because you can smell it and it makes people sick. And they were like, I could smell it in the room while they were cooking with it. And then, you know, you get a plate of it and put in front of you and you have to try it. These people have, you know, poured their hearts into this dish with disgusting ingredients. And then I have to eat it. I almost didn't think I was going to make it through that episode. So yeah, I've eaten a lot of stuff.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi.
I have to embarrass my fiance first because he loves you. So it's very
Thank
thrilling
you.
for us to be here. What do you think was your most unexpectedly successful dish on Tournament of Champions?
Oh, on Tournament of Champions. I've really blocked most of that out. I mean, there were a lot of circumstances where I like didn't think I was gonna finish, or like I didn't think something was gonna work, and then yeah, people take. I gotta say, I know this was a really long time ago. Top Chef season 10, like 62 years ago. And Kristen's gonna be here later today. Kristen and Tom will be here later today. There was, I know that's not the show you asked about, but there was an episode of Top Chef where we had to cook on a cruise from Seattle to Alaska, and we had to do a surf and turf dish, and I think I did like a frog leg and mussel dish. That was one dish, and that was my surf and turf. I'm not even sure that frog legs are considered turf. I wasn't really sure which one was the surf, and it did really well. There was also like an episode in Seattle where I stuffed squid with lamb. Did anybody remember that? Thank you. Thank you. I think I won that episode, that challenge. Yeah, you did. I won that challenge, and I was really proud of myself there. I was like, somebody was like, do you do this all the time? I was like, do I stuff ground lamb into squid? No. I've never done that. You do a lot of crazy stuff in the moment on that show. Anyway, yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that I didn't think would work and happened to work, which has worked out well for me. All right, so I've got this pretty little stack of pancakes here, and now it's just a matter of garnishing. And I've got this like slightly spicy maple syrup here with the chilies in it and the fresh scallions, and then you kind of just drizzle that here. In the book, you can see an action shot. There aren't many, but look how pretty that is. And then little cotija cheese. And that's your savory pancake. This perfect little brunch dish, right? That came together pretty quickly, so easy. And then I like to I think I included in most of the sections like 5 cocktails. I love a good cocktail. People are like, "What's your liquor of choice?" I'm like, "Well, it depends on the environment and the atmosphere and the reason behind why I'm drinking." Stupid. I was the reason behind why I'm drinking. I was like, last Sunday, I had a couple of drinks. I woke up in the morning. I'm going to Kentucky Derby next week, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to dry out before I go to Kentucky. And I haven't had a drink in 5 days, guys. I'm so proud of myself. Yeah. All right. I'm just like moving stuff around here. So I have a blood orange Negroni, and Negroni is one of my favorite drinks. It's like kind of my go-to like summer Italian cocktail. Love a Spagliato too. You guys know what a Spagliato is? So Spagliato is a Negroni essentially with Prosecco. This is not that. So the Negroni, the traditional Negroni is gin, Campari, and vermouth. I'm using Lillet to sort of brighten it up a little bit, and I've got some fresh blood orange juice here. And it's a really simple little cocktail. I'm just going to build it in. I'm going to build it in the glass so you can see it. I'm not going to measure anything out because I don't have anything to measure with, but it's totally fine. We've got gin here, which I love. I'm a big gin fan. Love Campari too. I love a bitter component. For me, everything is about balance, whether it be food, whether it be cocktail, whether it be life I'm not as good at. But like the bitter, the sweet, the bright acid, which you don't often find in a Negroni, is citrus or acid. So I feel like the addition of the blood orange is a nice sort of sweet, low acid citrus. It doesn't take over the whole cocktail, but it also makes it a really beautiful color. And Lillet is one of my favorite aperitifs. Just like I grew up with my mom drinking a Lillet on the rocks with a little slice of orange in it. So this totally makes sense to me. So we've got Lillet, Campari, gin, a little fresh squeezed blood orange juice. Look how pretty that is. Gorgeous, right? And then I'm going to add some. I like to build the cocktail in the glass first so that it's not being diluted while I talk to you guys or take my time doing it. Lots of ice because, again, you want to chill this really quickly and not have it become diluted. You really just want it to be a full chilled glass of alcohol. And then chill that. You guys like a Negroni? It's a Negroni, anybody's go-to drink. Like 3 of you. That's fine. Maybe you'll try this. Maybe some of you will try this and you'll be excited about it. This doesn't really fit this, but it's fine. And then you have this really beautifully pink cocktail. And then I like to, this is a good cocktail to serve on the rocks, but I like to add the rocks afterwards so that it's not diluted. And then fun little garnish of blood orange. Cut a little slice in there, turn it into a fun little cone. And just garnish. Super, super clean, super pretty. Balance that there. There's brunch for you.
Hi, Brooke.
Good. Hi.
So you obviously have a very developed palate. So I ask on the other end of the spectrum, what's your guilty pleasure junk food?
Oh, fun question. My go-to answer is I don't feel guilty about anything. I am a pretty balanced eater on a regular basis, so having like a glazed donut, which would be one of them, like a simple, perfect glazed donut, like a Krispy Kreme, just straightforward. I don't want a bunch of stuff on top of my donut, just like a perfect donut. I'm not going to feel guilty about that. I know that that's not what you meant by guilty pleasure, but I also love Panda Express orange chicken. I also love like a good instant ramen. I love all ramen. I'm just not. I'm not gonna rule out the like cup of noodles because I grew up craving that. I also love like a good Kraft mac and cheese. Also, like Carl's Jr. bacon western cheeseburger, and like a crunch wrap from Del Taco. I actually grew up not being allowed to eat fast food or like sugar cereal. So when I got old enough to do that for myself, I really sort of went out there and did it. Yeah, I'm really low maintenance. I'm really easy to please. Don't tell me something is what it isn't. Don't claim to be something you're not. A Crunchwrap Supreme claims to be exactly what it is, and it's perfect. So I guess I have a few guilty pleasures. Anybody else? No? Those were such easy questions, and they were all food related. I mean, TV and food related. Yeah? You can just yell, it's fine. Thank you. Oh, so the question was, I've been in this industry a very long time. During COVID and before COVID, there's only so much I could really blame COVID for closing multiple restaurants. That was a sort of a mass exodus of having to sadly lay off a lot of employees at once. But the question was, what do you attribute the success of Playa Provisions being in its 11th year? Actually, we sold a restaurant called Hudson House during the pandemic that had been open for 11 years as well. The Triple was open for 10 years. I really feel like there are so many different directions you can go in the restaurant industry. The profit margin in the restaurant industry, just to begin with, is so insanely slim. It's a difficult industry to be in, and I always tell people who say, like, I want to become a chef, I want to open restaurants, like, really only do that if you feel like there's nothing else you want to do. I personally could never see myself doing anything other than what I've done my entire career, so I felt like I had no choice. And I was not in it to make $1 million. I was in it because that's where I wanted to be. And I think that plays a big part in success, is sort of not having the opportunity for failure. My partner still, and my ex-husband / partner, and I have opened many restaurants together through SBA loans, which putting our entire lives on the line for a restaurant and having to support a child, I kind of didn't have the opportunity to fail, or the option to fail. So that, I think, pouring your whole life into it really helps. But also understanding what the neighborhood that you're going into, understanding a lease and what that lease is asking of you in terms of commitments and financial obligations. It took us a long time to really learn the right environments and scenarios to walk into, and I think that is a trial and error thing. But also, I understand how important local community is. And the people who are coming to my restaurant because they've seen me on TV, or they're coming across the city for a special occasion, I'm so appreciative of all of those people who come to me because they have a 2-hour layover and they're in the neighborhood. But the people who really keep me in business are the neighbors who come 4 or 5 days a week and sit at the bar and appreciate that we understand their order and know their name, and that service is as important as food, and the hospitality industry is so all-encompassing. So yeah, I think really sort of knowing your customer, appreciating your customer, and it's really sort of a perfect storm. It doesn't hurt that I have constant national recognition. Thank you guys. I mean, you guys are all here because you've seen me on TV, or I had the opportunity to write a book. And I don't take that lightly, but I know that if you came to my restaurant because you saw me on TV and you had a bad experience, you're never coming back. So it's really so important to give people the experience that they're looking for. So thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just want to tell you, first, we love watching you compete.
Thank you.
Super exciting. So is Bobby's Triple Threat coming back?
Bobby's Triple Threat is coming back. We shot an entire season in February. We also shot an entire season of Barbecue Brawl. So those Barbecue Brawl will air before just before the summer, I think. And then Triple Threat, I think, premieres in August or September. Yeah, we have a new Titan. Her name is Aisha. She has a couple of really phenomenal restaurants in New York. It's a really fun season. And that's all I can tell you. Tiffany Derry has gone over to Fox, and she's now a judge on MasterChef. So Tiffany will not be coming back. Aisha took Tiffany's place.
If you have any additional questions for Brooke, she's going to be signing copies of her book just to your right at the Book Soup signing booth. So don't forget.
I went over my time, didn't I?
No, you're good. You're good. Buy multiple copies in case you want to cook from it more than once.
My name is TJ Kloon, and these are very important questions. AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or a sometimes helpful research tool? Oh boy. Okay. To me, the whole point of AI should be that it should make our jobs and our lives easier. So let AI do math and taxes and all of this other stuff, leaving us open to be able to create more art and beauty and joy in the world. Other than that, we're all dead. Next question. What's your favorite word and why? I am well known for being a children's author, and my favorite word is fuck. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? My most recent release was The Bones Beneath My Skin, and a big portion of that book centered around bacon. As a matter of fact, on the hardcover, imprinted on the cover, is bacon, so it would smell like bacon. What is your weirdest writing habit? Oh no, secrets. No matter what time of year it is, ever since I first started back in 2011, no matter what time of year, I have to edit my books listening to Christmas music. It doesn't matter if it's July, it doesn't matter if it's actually Christmas, I have to listen to Christmas music while editing. The last question, what book did you obsess over as a kid? There's a book that I reread every single year just to make sure I'm not dead inside, and that is Where the Red Fern Grows by Wilson Rawls. If you do not know that book, just know that it is the saddest dog book ever written, and it is written for young people, and it is the most devastating piece of fiction that I've ever read, and I still obsess over it to this day. Again, I reread it once a year just to make sure I can still cry. And I'm TJ Kloon, thank you.
In 2011, Amanda Knox was exonerated for the murder of her roommate, Meredith Kircher, after she spent 4 years in an Italian prison. She had been wrongfully convicted of that murder, and now she's detailing her story in a new memoir. It's called Free: My Search for Meaning. Amanda Knox will be at the LA Times Festival of Books this weekend and joined us to talk about her journey. Amanda, I am so happy to meet you. I can't tell you how personally touched we all are, I think especially us moms, by your story over the years.
Yeah, I mean, and now as a mom, I can appreciate it even more. I think I intuitively knew, I feel like my mom should write a book, honestly, because I intuitively knew, even as I was going through it, that her experience of it was worse than mine, because she would have traded places with me in an instant. And she couldn't. She had to just come and visit me and leave me in prison every single week. And I don't know how she survived it, but I'm excited about this book. It's very different from my first book, which was very much chronicling just what it was like to be in the center of this firestorm and trying to, as a 20-year-old, just survive it. And which was my first memoir, Waiting to Be Heard. And this rather is more of that journey that comes on the opposite side of it. It talks about what I had to do to survive prison, but also how I attempted to reintegrate into society, how I tried and failed in a lot of ways, and how I rediscovered my purpose in life, my sense of who I was. And even though I was in the shadow of the worst experience of my life and defined as the girl accused of murder.
Amanda, you and I spoke before we started rolling about forgiving yourself, giving yourself some grace for the fact that you were a kid. You were 20 years old, under a microscope. How have you, now that you've had all these years, and again as a mother, how do you look back and see that girl with grace and understand what she didn't understand?
Sure. I mean, I look back on my 20-year-old self and I recognize that she was a very naive person who had been raised to never quite like to obey and respect police, to always do as she was told. I was very much in over my head and not understand, also in shock. I think one of the things that a lot of people forget is that even just coming home to discover that my house had been broken into and my roommate and friend had been raped and murdered would have been a traumatic, like a defining traumatic moment of my life. And had I not even gone through the whole imprisonment and wrongful conviction experience. And I think the thing that I think of when I look back on that time of my life is it's not even forgiveness so much as like grieving, because I didn't get to go back to the life that I had been living before. I didn't get to go back to being that girl who nothing bad had ever happened to.
So are you excited to go visit where you're gonna live in Italy?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually getting a place to live. It's the big thing that's on my mind right now.
That girl did not survive her study abroad experience. And so as much as I'm trying and over the years working to grieve the loss of my friend, the loss of my freedom, I'm also grieving that young girl who I was and who didn't get to come home.
Amanda, you talk a lot about reintegrating, trying to find your feet again, right, on solid ground. I want to ask you about what's going on, though, when you close your eyes at night. Do you still dream about your time in prison, about the trauma? Is it following you even when in your conscious mind, you kind of have tools to cope with it?
Sure. It's a little bit of both, because on the one hand, my life is very different today than it was back when this whole crisis was happening. It wasn't just the 4 years in prison. It was also the 4 years on trial, even when I was outside of prison and I was attempting to reintegrate into society, but with this, axe hanging over my neck the entire time. My entire 20s were spent trying to prove my innocence and not be thrown back in prison. That was, I find other people's 20s to be a little bit unrelatable, because I definitely was in this struggle. So in some ways, what happened to me in Italy feels very far away, because now I'm a mom, like I'm, keeping with my toddlers, and I'm, doing work that is really purposeful. And you know what? One of the big differences between now and then is some people, not all, but some people believe me. And I'm now in a position where, like, especially thanks to my husband, and his support and other people who have been supportive of me, I realize that my voice matters and that my perspective matters, and it can be used to change the system for the better. It can be used to help people feel less alone. That's a lot of what I hope my book accomplishes. But at the same time, one, I'm not fully acquitted. I was never definitively exonerated of all the charges that I was accused of. I was definitively convicted of the lesser charge, slander, and that conviction was upheld. And so I remain to this day wrongly convicted in Italy. And I'm fighting that charge. I've been fighting that charge for 18 years. Wow. And so it's a dark cloud and this is a really important thing that I realized over the course of living this life and even writing this book, was realizing that being free doesn't mean that you are over the trauma. It doesn't mean that you are out of prison and people are no longer hunting you or thinking the worst of you. Being free is recognizing your life for what it is and realizing how you can be your best self regardless of what is happening. And that, for me, has been a really important lesson.
You have turned this tragic situation into fuel for a purposeful life.
But we do want to hear, especially from the young people, everybody, but especially the young people. I hope you'll ask a question. I want to remind everyone that after the panel, there will be a book signing in signing area 1. If you do not already own a copy of any of the books here, or I think my book will also be available, you can pick it up from the Pages booth. You can buy a copy and then take it over and get it signed. So I hope at the end of this panel, you all will all run to the Pages booth and grab a copy of the books. So without further ado, I'm really excited for this panel, which I genuinely think presents some alternatives to apocalypse, which I think at this particular moment we could all use that kind of message. So I appreciate you all being here for that. So I'm going to start by having the authors introduce their books. So first we have Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, who is the author and editor, I think both, of What If We Get It Right? Visions of Climate Futures. And then next, we're going to hear from Rebecca Tehus Dubrow, I think I got that right, yes, who is the author of the new book, Atomic Dreams, The New Nuclear Evangelist and the Fight for the Future of Energy. And at the end there, we have Kyle Paoletta, who is the author of American Oasis, Finding the Future in the Cities of the Southwest, which doesn't include Los Angeles. Maybe Kyle will tell us why.
We can talk about it.
We can talk about it. All right, so I'm going to start by asking each of you to just tell us, tell us what your book is about, who it's aimed at, why you felt it was important to present the world with a book like yours now. So we'll start with Ayanna.
Thank you, Shonda. I'm impressed that so many people are in this room. There's a lot of competition at this book festival, so thank you for choosing anti-apocalypse vibes with us. I think I wrote this book for a few reasons. One is I felt like there weren't enough books imagining the future that I want to live in. There were a lot of books describing what's going wrong. There was not a lot of focus on solutions. And I felt like that was really holding us back. It was certainly holding me back. Like, we didn't have something to run towards, only something to sort of like meander away from. And I came up with this title, What If We Get It Right? Visions of Climate Futures, and then completely intimidated myself with the title question, because like, who the heck am I to answer such an enormous question? And so we were just chatting about this, Rebecca and I, we signed these book deals 5 years ago. It took me years to unlock the format of the book, which is essentially 20 interviews with people who are helping us to answer this question from the perspectives of farmers, foresters, finance people, technologists, environmental lawyers, community organizers, indigenous leaders, youth activists, and then weaving all of that together, all of their answers as pieces to this puzzle of what if we get it right. Not only, so I was editing the essays, I was interviews, writing my own essays, and I also became the art director for the book because I feel like so much of the climate movement has just been unattractive, bad graphic design. So you can be the judge of whether I have met my own standard there, but I really had a lot of fun thinking about how to present the information. And speaking of anti-apocalypse, I will just let you know that the last page inside the back cover is my anti-apocalypse mixtape. Because I'm forever a girl from 90s Brooklyn, and it was really important to me that I give you the right vibe to digest this material. So it's very much like an eavesdropping on friends, conversations, dinner parties sort of energy in the book, because these are some of my closest colleagues over the last decade or more. So I'm hoping that it's like a kick in the pants for each of us to find where we fit into building the future we want to live in.
Rebecca. Hi, thank you all for coming. So my book is about the debate over nuclear power and what role, if any, it should play in our energy system and in combating the climate crisis. And I came to it out of deep alarm about climate change. I had always kind of assumed that renewables would be the answer. But I started to notice sometime in the 2010s that more and more scientists I respected and experts were insisting that nuclear power had to be part of the solution. I had always had vaguely negative impressions of nuclear power, but hadn't really given it that much thought. So I just thought that was something that was worth looking into. And I came across some small groups of pro-nuclear activists and discovered this kind of world and subculture of sometimes very colorful characters, and ended up, my book follows the narrative arc of one particular nuclear power plant, Diablo Canyon, which is on the central coast of California. It was the last operational plant in the state. And when I started looking into it, it was scheduled to shut down in 2025, but these pro-nuclear activists were protesting that plan, and basically, spoiler alert, the state decided to reverse that decision and keep it open. But I was drawn to the issue just because it's so complex. I wanted to explore all the nuances of the debate, and it seemed like something that really mattered for the future. And my book is a story. It's not a polemic, and my own views kind of are continually evolving. But I hope that I wrote a story that is fun to read and that will help readers understand the issues at stake better.
My book is probably more of a polemic, thinking in those terms. So I grew up in Albuquerque, and I think anyone who's from the Southwest probably has, there's a way in which the rest of the country doesn't really get us or doesn't see us or sees us as a landscape, sees us as George O'Keeffe paintings or postcards of the Grand Canyon. And so I moved to the East Coast for college. I lived in Boston, New York for a long time before I actually recently moved to San Diego. And I think throughout my early career as a journalist and as a writer was constantly confronted with the how blind kind of the rest of the country was to the place I was from and where my family's from. And so American Oasis, I think, grew out of that desire to explain the Southwest to the rest of the country and to also like make a very forceful argument on behalf of the region as like a vital part of America. So it tells the story of the 5 big cities of the desert Southwest. So Albuquerque, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Tucson, and El Paso. And I have gotten some pushback both from California and Texas about like the idea of like, wait, why is that the Southwest? And my answer is always that it's like, these are the cities that are of the desert. They're of the Mojave, the Sonoran, and the Chihuahuan Desert, and that ecology has informed their culture going back to, you know, long before Europeans came to this continent. When you think about the ancestral Puebloan peoples, the ancestral Sonoran peoples that were settled where Albuquerque is, where Phoenix is, that these are actually civilizations that go back thousands of years. They're not these accidental cities that came out of nowhere. So I really wanted to tell the story of where they came from, how they became integrated into the rest of America after the Mexican-American War. And then as all of us are living in this world that's getting hotter and drier, like, what can the rest of the country and the rest of the world learn from these cities that we have always dealt with extreme heat, with dryness, and also always been these multicultural societies. So as we, you know, more people keep immigrating here, the climate gets worse. Like, the country is changing, but it is changing to look more like the Southwest. And so the book really explores not only that history, but like our shared future and kind of what lessons can be taken away from the region.
So I guess I'm going to start with you, Ayana. I debated whether to ask this question because I don't want it to discourage anyone from buying a physical copy of the book. But I'm interested to just pick up on what you said about design choices that you were making with the book. This book is very interesting in that the audiobook version is its own experience and the physical copy is its own experience. And really, you kind of have to go through both of them, I think, to get the full thing. So I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about the choices that you made, some of the features that the book has, some of the features the audiobook has, and what you were hoping, regardless of format, how the readers would come to the topic.
Thank you for this question. I haven't actually been asked this in this way. And I think a lot about how my father shaped the way I see the world. He was an architect and an artist, a potter. And so he would guide me through the physical world, telling me what was beautiful and what was not, decisively. And that very much informed the way, and there's weirdly like a lot of architects involved, interviewed in this book, et cetera. I think there's 3 of them featured. And so it is a design book in some sense. And so I had these debates with my editor, you know, do we do the whole thing as a 4-color print, then becomes like a $50 coffee table book, which is less accessible? How can I do like a color insert instead of, there's a whole, I commissioned a set of what is often called Afrofuturist art, but it's actually, the artist calls it retrofuturist salvage punk as his genre self-title, which is absolutely correct. So even if you don't buy the book, you can go to the website and see all the art. I'm really bad at selling things. But getitright.earth is the book website. You can find the playlist there and you can see the images depicting this, the way that he imagines New York City, Brooklyn of the 90s would be connected to farms upstate in this sort of overground railroad. And so I debated my way into one color throughout the book. And so I chose this like really bright blue to distinguish all the sections of the book. So each section has like 3 interviews, an essay by me, quotes. This one, Community Foremost, has a quote from Martin Luther King: "Where do we go from here, chaos or community?" which could not be a more poignant question, certainly for this moment. And then each section opens with 7 what-if questions. And this is not really a spoiler, but I will tell you my favorite 2 what-if questions are, what if climate solutions are beautiful? So back to this, like we are literally designing the future. Something like 50% of the infrastructure that will exist in 2050 hasn't been built yet. So we really have this incredible opportunity to build a beautiful world as we're integrating climate solutions resilience into it. And my other favorite question is, what if we act as if we love the future? Like, how would that change everything that we do and how we do it and who we do it with and collaborate? So there are like a million design decisions that go into the book, but one of them is in the opening pages, there's this beautiful image, but also a list of all of the words that are underlined throughout the book in this bright blue color, kind of like a treasure hunt of climate solutions terms. And the first word is love, and the last word is tenacious, which like pretty much sums up the whole vibe. And then as a person who's like, I'm trained as a scientist, I have a PhD in marine biology, so I think in this science way, but I can't actually read science in paragraph form, so each section also opens with a set of problems and possibilities, 10 minuses and 10 pluses, because it's my opinion that we should never talk about the problems without also talking about the solutions, because we have them, and to have those really be like kissing statistics was part of my idea for that. So many little things like that, and it is actually in the design choices and the choice of quotations in particular that this becomes like low-key, secretly the blackest climate book I could write. The follow the money section opens with a Lauryn Hill quote. It's funny how money changes situation. I was not allowed, unfortunately, to quote whole stanzas for copyright reasons, and her estate is very strict with licensing. I tried to get credit for the audiobook, but the audiobook has the voices of all 20 interviews, which Penguin Random House did not know I was recording all of these interviews. I paid out of my book advance to send audio engineers to each person to get high quality audio. And when I edited the interviews, with the permission of the interviewees, they no longer matched the audio, and so the audiobook is actually a different experience. And I'm teaching this book now at Bowdoin College, and one of my students was like, do you and Mustafa Suleyman like have some sort of beef? Like I can tell by the vibe of the audio that he's like super annoyed with your questions. And this is the guy who now runs AI for Microsoft, and I'm not like the biggest fan of AI, but he's an old friend of mine. So you can like hear the tension around like, what if we get it right? And you can't necessarily hear that energy on the page.
I didn't know that you paid out of your advance. So,
I mean, for this and my other book, I had to raise a lot of philanthropic money to do the project the way I wanted to do it, including like the book tour, which was a climate variety show that I co-hosted with Jason Sudeikis that involved like magicians and hula hoops and music and like trivia competitions, because I wanted to embody this like, you can take climate change seriously without taking yourself seriously, and I wanted to try to model that in some way. So stay tuned for the paperback book tour, September, October, which I think will be dance parties across the country where you can dress as your favorite climate solution in partnership with a group called DJs for Climate, which exists. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull this off, so like don't hold me to it, but that's my current plan.
So there are a lot of strong personalities in What If We Get It Right? And I think also, Rebecca, in your book, you're dealing with a lot of strong personalities because nuclear power, nuclear energy, atomic energy, however you want to frame it, is so controversial along so many different axes. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about how you struck a balance between telling the stories of these, I feel bad calling them characters, but they really are characters in the book, between telling their stories and also your reporting commitments as a journalistic thinker, and also kind of your own reactions so tell us about the characters and how you were balancing all of that.
Yeah, great question. Well, as I've said before, the hardest part for me, like I love every aspect of this work, but the hardest part by far is the kind of interpersonal aspect of spending a lot of time with people and then having to, so you talk to them and it's a quasi-friendship like relationship sometimes, but you always have to be clear that it's not actually a friendship, and then you have to go back to your computer and write about them in a more distant way, not as a friend. But so, yeah, the characters in the book, and I also feel bad calling them characters, but the subjects, I guess, but they, most of them are, the book focuses on the pro-nuclear movement because I think it's newer, it's less familiar, and it's the movement that's kind of gained traction in recent years, but it also gives the historical context of the anti-nuclear movement that arose in the late 60s and the 70s. And one of the characters is, she's still active. She was active back then and remains active. She's part of a group called Mothers for Peace that formed in San Luis Obispo, which is near this nuclear plant I mentioned, Diablo Canyon. So I guess it almost feels, I've been thinking lately about how, like, I used to write more just purely about ideas and not really develop characters in my writing. And I always thought character-driven narrative writing was more compelling, but I was hesitant to do it partly because of the awkwardness I was just describing, but also because there's almost something that feels like cheap or gossipy about it, and I don't mean to insult this, like, because there's so much brilliant work, and it's like my favorite kind of work to read, but it's almost like a Trojan horse, like you're making it more engaging for the reader, and you're kind of trying to sneak in the ideas and the science. So I kind of felt like that was what I was trying to do, and it was, I do think it makes for more compelling reading, but sometimes I also feel like a little weird about it, but especially, when it goes out into the world and the people I've been talking to then read it. But yeah, I guess I was just trying to balance the exploration of all of these ideas and the views that these different people held, and to try to tell it through their stories. And I don't know, maybe should I give a sense of a couple of the characters in the book, or?
Sure, if you would like to.
Well, maybe I'll stop there for now, and maybe I'll let Kyle go. Yeah.
So, Kyle, while I was reading your book, I was thinking about the challenges associated with choice making in your text, because you use a few different genres, really. You use personal essay / memoir as a staging ground for some of the storytelling. There's also some reporting. There's some interview. Like, oh my God, I was melting during the conversation with Jimmy Santiago Baca. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe he got to talk to him.
Jimmy's great. He ruled. If people don't know Jimmy Santiago Baca, the poet, he's one of the great poets of the modern America, in my opinion.
Yeah, and so, for example, you have this conversation with him where you're relaying these stories that he's telling you, and you're also telling some stories from your life about your family, and then you're making choices about how you're casting each of these geographies in the American Southwest. And I'm just wondering, like, how did you make those decisions about this is the angle that I'm going to come at this piece of the story from, or this is a story that I really have to tell in this book?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really personal book, right? Because it's about where I'm from, and it's in some ways about my family. And I think one thing that my editor, who's here, David Troyer, who is just the best, I kind of pushed me toward was a book that kind of covers so much geography and so many ideas that like putting myself in the middle of it would be a way to unite that and to make it more of kind of my journey, not so much like my career or anything, but more just sort of like me journeying through the region, through the Southwest. And so each chapter is connected with like a little kind of interstitial section that's basically just about driving between these cities. So driving between Phoenix and Tucson or Albuquerque and El Paso. And like that sense of all of these places being situated in this really seemingly unforgiving environment, but still an environment where life is very rich and palpable. And so like you can only do that if it's like I'm the one who's seeing this stuff and I'm the one who's talking to these people. So journalists have different ideas about objectivity. I do not conceive of myself as objective. Like I am a person with strong beliefs and committed beliefs who puts that in front of the reader because you need to know where I'm coming from. But to answer kind of the first part of your question of like molding it and making those decisions, Ayana, you mentioned architecture, and like I also love architecture.
As we know it, or
really
a sometimes
inspiring.
helpful research tool.
I think maybe a good example is like the chapter about Tucson.
Answers to some
I really
very-
wanted it to be about like, how do we build for heat? What are the actual shelters that we live in? And so when you're talking about shelter, you need an architect. So I talk about this architect, Judith Chafee, who grew up in Tucson in this very kind of like intellectual activist milieu, and then went to the East Coast. So she went to Bennington College and then Yale School of Architecture, worked with Eero Saarinen, worked with all of these kind of very famous New York architects. But found it ultimately like pretty unfulfilling and went back to Tucson and established this practice where she was very focused on kind of fusing the forms of modernism that she had learned in architecture school with these more indigenous and organic forms that she'd grown up with, and kind of was doing these things of like, now we talk about like passive house architecture, or we talk about, a lot of attention to where the sun's coming and where the heat gain is. And she was doing all of this stuff like in the 70s. And so like I was very inspired by her, but ultimately when you're talking about architects, you are often talking about houses built for very wealthy people. And the Southwest is a region that it certainly in the post-war era became like a magnet for snowbirds. And this is especially the case in Phoenix and Tucson, where there's a great number of people who only live in Tucson in the winter because they live in Chicago or Detroit or New York in the summer. And so I feel like I had to balance that with the stories of the people who don't get to pick and choose where they live. And so in that chapter, kind of, I won't say opposing, but sort of in conversation with Judith Chafee is Lydia Otero, who is a historian who had grown up in Tucson and actually lived in LA for a long time and was involved with a lot of like Latinx queer organizing here before they went back to Tucson to get their PhD. And they wrote this amazing book about urban renewal and basically the downtown part of Tucson that was where the Mexican American community had been congregating for literal centuries, was bulldozed in the 60s to build a convention center. And Lydia writes about coming from a barrio where they, like, all their furniture was up on concrete blocks. And it wasn't because they liked concrete as like a modernist choice. It was because after they expanded the Air Force Base, all of the stormwater would drain through their living room because they live by the river. And so I was like, trying to think about like, how do you tell the story about Tucson, this story about shelter, and like who are the people who, like you kind of need actual people and like how they live in a place to like tell a cohesive story, or one that kind of bridges this like really wide gap in terms of race, in terms of wealth, in terms of just the built environment of the city. Yeah.
So in its own way, each of your books deals with how we are going to exist in our ecosystem, how we're thinking about trying to exist in our ecosystems, plural, and questions of energy. So I guess the burning question that I had, particularly, Rebecca, we'll start with you coming out of your book, is nuclear power a good idea or not a good idea? What's the answer? So I'm interested in everybody's answer to this question, but Rebecca, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I came to think that it should be one of the solutions on the table, that I saw myself as ending up kind of in between the very passionate activists I spoke to, some of whom think that we should totally abandon nuclear plants and shut down all operating nuclear plants now, and others of whom think that we should derive almost all of our energy from nuclear. I think it has real challenges and problems, but what I learned in the course of writing the book is that all energy sources do, and they're very different. The downsides of solar are very different from the downsides of nuclear, but I did come to think that it could play a role, especially, I mean, I just think every community, you know, every country and has different needs, but also different resources. And the US actually has lots of great renewable resources, but there are some areas of the world that don't get as much sun, or don't have as much open land for wind turbines. Or, so it's not something, yeah, that I think we should just abandon. It's an incredibly powerful way to generate a lot of energy on a small land footprint. And so it's hard to just dismiss that and say that we shouldn't use it. Although I certainly understand the concerns, and I share concerns. Obviously, we need you know, strong regulations, and we need to sort of trust that those regulations are being enforced. And so my book was essentially completed before the election, and certainly before the inauguration. So I feel like
before we unleashed American energy dominance.
We will come back to that.
Okay.
We will come back to that.
So there are real challenges that need to be considered, and it's all very, very context dependent. But I definitely came to think that it was, you know, one viable energy source.
So since I'm sitting next to Ayana, I can see that she went right to the interview that I was thinking about.
This is like my cheat sheet for the rest of
thing that was going on was just like getting to a point of unsustainability. I was reaching a point where I couldn't continue to eat the way that I do. I'm very addicted to eating, you know, like I eat like on a level, you know, I'm known for eating like crazy amounts of food. And there's no trophy at the end of it, you know, like that's the way that I eat. And it was kind of like my identity in a way. Like I would show up to a Korean barbecue and it would be like, you know, they just wait for me to eat like 9 orders of barbecue. I'd go to go to Philly, and I'd have to have like 5 Philly cheesesteaks, not just one. And so it's just to a point where I wanted to change, but when you're in that kind of addiction of food, it's really hard to change because it's a part of you, you know what I mean? Like it's something you don't want to give up. But I was looking to change and I couldn't figure it out. And then at the truck, this guy ordered kogi tacos with no tortilla, and I couldn't figure out why. And I asked him, usually I don't ask you guys, if you come to the truck, usually I don't ask you your business, you know? And, but for some reason that day I asked, and then he's like, yo, I'm on keto, bro. Yeah, I was like, what's keto, bro? And then he because I don't know diets. And then he was like, yo, you could eat anything you want, just don't eat carbs, man. It's the greatest thing in the world. So I went down this rabbit hole for like a year trying to do keto, and it really helped me. And this book actually was pitched as a keto book, funny enough. And we sold it as a keto book. Hey, Brooke. What's up? Hey, good to
pro-nuclear activists would
reach
like
that place
you
in life
to think
try
that
to
it
figure out
is,
if you
but
got
with
something to say.
smaller
But I think this
reactors,
book
you can have
has
more
a
of
little bit
them
of something
around
to
the
say,
country in a different
and I hope
way.
if
The
you get it,
safety
that it helps you
measures
with
have
your
certainly
life
gotten a
and
lot
maybe,
better in the
either
last few
cooking more, or
decades.
if you're at a place
So
where
my
you wanna
opinion
eat
is that it's
better or
fine to
be
have it part of
healthier,
the mix,
without
but
losing
yeah, it's never going to be
your
like
ground or the
the
things that you love,
answer.
it'll help you with that.
And especially
But in
now
any
that
case,
we
let's get to cooking. So we're going to cook the kimchi steak tacos from the recipe from the book. And funny thing is, the kogi tacos throughout the years, everyone, especially journalists, they called them kimchi tacos. But they never had kimchi in them, ever. Ever. Not once, and not once did we ever put kimchi in them. But yet they were called kimchi tacos. But finally, I'm making a kimchi. So this is the first time I'm actually ever making a kimchi taco. So what we're going to do first is we're going to take some steak, and we're going to season it up. The thing about seasoning steak, I would have done it ahead of time, but we just did an event in San Francisco at Zuni Cafe, and a big part of Judy Rogers' philosophy was to salt ahead of time, and she learned that from France. But the thing about salting ahead of time, what it does is it changes the cell structure in the meat. And also another thing is salting generously, especially depending on the thickness of your meat. So we have a nice ribeye steak here. We're going to cook it in a cast iron griddle here. And while this is cooking, we can take some questions if you'd like. Otherwise, you can just watch me watching the steak. This is a extra virgin olive oil. Oh, this is another thing that we address in the book. Good thing that they chose this. There's a fallacy in cooking that you can't cook with delicate oils. Sesame oil, extra virgin first pressed oil. They always say cook with high temperature oils like grapeseed or vegetable oil. They always say that if you cook with first press or sesame oil that it's going to be burned or taste bitter. But throughout the years, I believed that in the beginning. It's like when they say carrots are good for your eyes, right? You believe all of these stories that you're told as a kid throughout life, and you think they're true, but they're not true. I don't know why we're told lies throughout our life. You know, it's probably just to make us shut up, right? But cook with fucking first press, you know? Cook with sesame oil. I've been cooking with sesame oil for 30 years, and then all throughout Kogi, we sear hard all our meats and all our vegetables with sesame oil, and it tastes pretty good. You know, it tastes pretty damn good. So whoever came up with that rule, I think it must have been a food scientist or something. But yeah, we're cooking with extra virgin olive oil. So, while that sears, I'm going to toss our slaw. So we have finely shredded romaine, thinly sliced onions, cilantro, and the before mentioned kimchi. We're going to squeeze lime in there. Have you all had kogi tacos? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's It's good to be home. Whenever I say that across the country, there's nobody. One person. Woo. All right, thank you, man. I appreciate that. We're gonna season this up.
I heard you're gonna be passing out tacos.
I'll throw a few of these out. Just why not?
First dibs.
Okay. So we just added lime juice and oh, I see what that's going on there. I'm supposed to make a sauce too for you guys. Hold on. I'm supposed to make a sauce. I was like, there's got to be something else going on in this spot. We're gonna make a sauce here. It's called the magic sauce. And this sauce was built on growing up with a mom like mine. She would cook constantly in our life. You know, if you ever grow up or been around an Asian household, as a kid, we don't really grow up with cereal and Pop-Tarts. We barely get a piece of toast. Toast was like a luxury. What we do grow up with is fermenting fish heads, fish guts, stews, gochujang, garlic. Eating garlic in the morning in high school is not the move. It's not the move, man. And then we have usually a lot of stink. And then it always turns out to where when you try to bring your friends home to your house, your mom is always cooking the stinkiest food in the world. And especially at 16, 17, when you're already nervous and trying to make friends, it's the worst. But in any case, this sauce, all her sauces she called magic sauce. And this is a version of that magic sauce. So we're going to start with gochujang. This is LA, so I don't have to explain what gochujang is, right? All right? Sometimes around the country, I got to explain. This is gochugaru. This is mirin. Some garlic. Onions. Sesame oil. Soy sauce. I don't know. And I don't know. I seriously don't know. Oh, beef broth. All right. Sure. Okay, we'll let that go. We'll let the steak rest. I have other things too. Oh, I have another sauce I gotta make. Shit. Okay, all right, so this is the magic sauce. A lot of the sauces that I make are very, very easy to make. Just throw them in a blender.
We have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite chef, or which chef has influenced you the most?
Who's influenced me the most? Well, I think a chef that I worked for in New York, Eric Ripert, is an incredible chef, obviously. But I would say, as far as influence goes, it's not really chefs that influence me. It's more street cooks, usually mothers on the street here, just right over here. Anywhere from Jefferson Exposition, up Vermont, up Hoover, up Normandy, up Western, all the way up to Melrose. Any cook you see on the street is what influences me usually. Just the tenacity is something I grew up around. Yeah. It's something that was very intimate to me that I grew up around, so I understand what they're going through. I understand their kids that are by their side. I was one of those kids where their mother's cooking all the food in the house, packing it up, and then taking it out. My mother used to do that with kimchi and pack it in our car, and we used to drive around. And we would just roll up to you on the fucking traffic light. We were like a drive-by, but with kimchi. You know what I'm saying? Like we roll up to you right over here on exposition at a traffic light and roll down the window. And instead of a what coming out, and it would be kimchi coming out. And then we make the exchange right there, So I understand that, and that's really the food that influences me. Speaking of street food, we're making a salsa roja right now. So this is cilantro. And then we have some dried chilies and tomatoes. And some charred onions and garlic. And we'll throw all this in there. And then we have, I think, water, lime juice. We have some chili flakes, cumin and gochugaru. And I don't think all this salt is for the recipe. So it's probably to taste. So add salt and pepper. Again, everything right in the blender. And then add some oil to that. Let's see how this comes out. It's going to have a little gochujang in it, too. All right. Look at that. Okay. So we have our two sauces here. Taste this one. Always taste your food. Delicious. Okay. So our slaw. And then we'll cook some tortillas. Man, I was too early with kogi. I see on TikTok now all the kids are bringing tortillas to the Korean barbecue. But we were too early. They don't even know that started with kogi. Let's see. I think these went off. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, I'm going to cook these tortillas. And then so we have our gochujang, we have our salsa roja, we have our slaw, we have our meat, and
we have a question.
Knives right here. Question?
How did you find that working in fine dining changed the way that you approach making street food?
There was always a duality in my life. Even when I was working in fine dining, all I was eating was street food when I got off of work. So it's something that I chose and had been around my whole life, and I was very intimate with it. I just never knew that I could blend my two lives together. So like, I used to have a job at one point, like a real job, and like, you know how it is when you have a job. You think like job is job life is job life, and then your real life is your real life. And I never knew that I could combine the two together. I grew up in a Korean restaurant. I grew up eating street food, but I thought that was just for me. And then I would go to work as a chef, and I thought I was cooking some other sort of food. But as my life changed and everything came to a crash, and I ended up out there on the streets cooking the tacos, I realized that, food is food. And I've just put all my heart and soul into it. And what happened is the street food became who I was and my soul, but the fine dining became my technique. And it became kind of like Jason Bourne. It just came out of me, and it just came out of me. And then what happened was it just fused together to create a superpower, which was kogi. So it's kind of like one doesn't have a beginning or an end. They just kind of form to create a bigger, a stronger being than separate of itself.
I've found that at Asian grocery stores, a lot of gochugaru and gochujang are kind of not all created equal.
Yes.
How do you choose which kind of like gochugaru and gochujang, especially like for gochugaru, like the coarseness? How do you choose what to use for each recipe?
Yes, so there are different grinds. That's a great question. There are different grinds, especially like, very similar to like salt. So you have like, if you think of like iodized salt versus kosher salt versus sea salt versus fleur de sel. So let's just take those 4 examples. Iodized salt is very fine, very heavy, extremely salty. Kosher salt has microscopic crystals around them. So even though it looks like the same weight as iodized salt, it's actually like 30-40% lighter because there's these microscopic spaces in between how the salt settles in. And then you have sea salt, which is almost like kosher salt, but as heavy as iodized salt. And then you have fleur de sel, which are flakes, just the flakes on top. There's different salinity in all of them. So where I'm getting with this is if you followed a recipe and it said 1 cup of salt, and you used iodized salt, but it actually required sea salt, the recipe would taste totally different. It's the same thing with gochugaru. Gochugaru has a fine grind, medium grind, a coarse grind. We use the coarse grind here, and then there's different qualities and levels to it. In all cases, you always want to try to find something that is from Korea. There's a lot of gochugaru being made in China, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like olive oil being made here versus Italy or Spain. You know, it's just slight differences. And then always try to look for the coarse grind. Sometimes if in your markets that don't have as much of a selection, you'll usually only find a fine grind. And that's because the buyer is not knowledgeable on what the recipe is being used for or what the gochugaru is being used for. In that case, if you can only find the fine grind, then just adjust, just like you would with iodized salt, just a little bit less than you would use. Yeah. Okay. Tortillas are coming out pretty nice. I like to toast my tortillas to get a little crunch on them. Not a huge fan, even though there are a lot of taquerias around town that still do it this way, and you know, God bless them. But I'm not a huge fan of like the steamed tortilla. I like it to have a little crunch on it. Yes.
Sorry. With a lot that's going on in the world, do you ever find the external affecting the food? Maybe you have traditions in your family, the way you guys, before you eat, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, everything about the food that I cook personally is affected by the environment. You know, I'm like a sourdough bread, you know, as a chef. I'm a walking sourdough starter. And everything, I mean, you saw today, all my recipes change minute by minute, day by day.
Thank you so much for coming out to this talk. We're really excited to talk with Hannah and Paige about their new book, How to Giggle. And we should just get right into it.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, first I have a question. Are you familiar with each other's laughs?
Laughs?
Yeah.
That's all we know about each other.
Like I can hear Hannah's laugh from a mile away.
Can you impersonate it?
She's more of like a full body laugh. I feel like it's like a whine. She's more she's more like
It has an aftertaste. No, I think the key is if we can get each other to silent laugh.
Yeah.
You know, a silent laugh, that's just energy. So when we're doing our podcast and you hear silence, it's because Paige is going like,
I can't breathe. Yeah.
So we like to silent laugh. That's funny. That was a hard one to start with.
Yeah, we'll start. Maybe we'll get it later on. I am curious. In the book, you guys write about all the things to do in life. Like, you talk about bowel movements, you talk about boyfriends, you talk about friendship, and you talk about how you got to where you are now. You've come a long way. So I wanted to first ask, what role did delusion play in your trajectory? I think we all know the famous TikTok, being Delulu is the Salulu. How do you use that to your advantage in your career?
I think like the part we wrote, I also said, I was delusional, but also stupid. And I feel like that was so true because when we first started,
and like even posting on Instagram. Like I was never nervous to post on Instagram because I was like, no one's watching it. So it was like very delusional of me. And even now, like when I post, I really think of like my first like 2,000 followers. Like I feel like I'm posting to them, and that's just like delusional. So
I feel like if you're not delusional, you're never gonna accomplish anything.
Yeah.
Because we all have to start not good at what we do. Like
Sure,
before you
right.
become a comedian, you're someone who wants to be a comedian who's delusional. So we want to normalize, like, you're not delusional, you're being brave.
yeah.
And especially stop waiting until you feel like you're over prepared for something, like just do it. So I think we want people to try things that they didn't think they could previously do.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Because that's the hardest part, is saying I want to do it. And 90% of people quit there.
Yeah, do you ever get nervous about social media now since there's so many more eyeballs on you?
I mean, of course, there's like certain things where we're like, we probably shouldn't post that. But truly, like, not really. Like when we are videoing something and we're like, that's really funny, like it's immediately going on the internet.
I think also why we've done well in this and maybe not some other things.
Like what? Well, because they can't fire us from this. We are the bosses.
Be your own boss. I think also at the end of the day, we enjoy making people laugh. So when it's something you enjoy, you keep doing it in spite of like some of the nerves. But if you don't actually like something, I feel like people quit a lot because they're like, I don't need this extra stress. But like making funny videos is all I wanted to do.
Sure.
And it's the joy of creating.
That is a good segue to my next question, which is the importance of committing to the bit. You write about how this is very important for your friendship.
Look at Paige's outfit today.
Yeah, can we get like a, do you want to do a spin?
Thank you so much. I thought you were literally never going to ask me. I felt it was only appropriate coming to a college campus if I wore no pants. So
the only speaker today with no pants.
Yes, it's a record. What were some early bits in your friendship, and what are some larger bits in your lives?
Okay, early bits in our friendship. Like we obviously met on Summer House, so like we had different bits there that like no one ever really saw. Like the first time we laughed together, we were laying in bed, obviously, and I said, Hannah, are you hungry? And she said, yeah, I'm actually starving. And I pulled out a turkey panini from like my nightside table, and it was in that moment where I think we fell in love. And so like that was a bit that ran throughout Summer House that like no one else knew.
We had some bits make it on where Paige had these like chicken cutlets she would stuff in her bra. TMI, sorry. I didn't mean to expose you just there.
It's okay.
But we have nothing to hide. And then I would like throw the chicken cutlet at her. I thought it was funny. And it ended up making the cut.
Yeah.
And there were so many funny things we do, though, that didn't make the cut. And we realized, like, oh, we love comedy and making each other laugh. And that's where something like this book was created.
Sure. You also write about how it's sort of helpful if you need to do something scary. You can just think of something as a bit. What's an example of that in your life?
Our Giggly Squad tour.
This whole thing right now.
This honestly, sitting up here, I'm like, this is a bit. Look at my glasses. Hello. But no, like I had such an interesting tour this fall because like I had to go on beta blockers, and so like hyping yourself up and just being like, this is not forever, and like it's easier to get through certain things, like if you're nervous.
Yeah, and I think people take themselves so seriously, and they think, if I'm more serious, I'll accomplish more. So the book is trying to frame, like, if you take yourself less seriously and make yourself laugh and consume life in a lighter way, you actually can be nicer to yourself and be more successful, not to, like, go full Mel Robbins on you guys. Let her be the #1 person of the week. It's fine.
But you're catching up on the New York Times bestseller list.
No, let them. But yeah, my life is easier when I make fun of myself and the people around me.
I love it. Another important tenet of your success is decentering men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a round
Can
of
all the
applause
men
for
leave
decentering
right now?
men.
No, every man here supports women in the arts, and we love that for you guys.
Yes. Paige, I know you have had recent experience in this category.
Sure.
What are some ways that you decenter men?
I just don't look at them directly in the eye. I think that's probably like the safest thing. No, decentering men, like we didn't think that was gonna be like our whole thing. Like we didn't go into Giggly Squad being like, we hate men. It just like they did that to themselves. But like a perfect example is like Hannah got married, very off-brand for us. I was like, are you sure? And when she posted her wedding pictures, where was her husband? We don't know. We never saw him. And it was just an example of like, well, I look good in the dress. Like it doesn't have to be focused around like a man's whole life. And I think like we are kind of the first generation that is like, oh, we don't need men for financial stability. We don't need them for this. We don't need them for that. And it's really like, if you want them, you can have them, but you don't need them. And
yeah, I also think that we were boy crazy. Like we're not here being like, we've never been distracted by a tall man before.
Right.
It's just, we used to make a lot of decisions based on the ultimate goal of like finding the perfect guy that will make you happy. And we realized once we started focusing on ourselves, we connected with better people.
Yep.
And like, I really feel like you will find a better partner when you've actually been focusing on yourself more.
Yeah.
But that's not what we were always taught with Disney. We're millennials.
Right.
We had to grow up with that stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
Those very good movies.
Yeah, they're fun. You are both self-professed fans of beta blockers. How do you manage anxiety, especially as maybe the stakes of your careers have gotten higher?
I think this like sounds so cliche, but truly like living in the moment and obviously taking drugs is really, really important for us. But like we talk about the podcast and like we meet the gigglers and we get so many stories from the gigglers of like, you helped me through, you know, studying for finals, or you helped me through getting fired from my job. And I think what the gigglers really don't realize is that you guys have actually helped us 10 times more than we could have ever helped you. Like Giggly Squad for us truly is our therapy every week. And so I forgot what the question originally was.
She goes, so I have anxiety.
So I had to handle anxiety.
And now I got nervous.
And world peace. And world peace.
It was April 25th.
When in doubt.
I do think, too, yeah, as we've had more and more people come and watch our stuff or consume our content, we do get more anxious, so it's important to show people like we're not superheroes. We have more anxiety, but when you overcome, like when we performed in a big venue, you just get stronger. So it's like facing the things that are scaring you and knowing it actually does make you stronger and more prepared. But yeah, we're very nervous and stressed out a lot.
Like there was a moment when we were on tour where I was like, I can either cancel the whole tour and never do this again and let this kind of like win, or I can be pushed out on stage after a panic attack by my best friend, and she'll say, the adrenaline will kick in, don't worry. It didn't.
We're glad to have you.
Paige had a panic attack before going on stage, and she's like, what should I say when I get on stage? And I was like, what if you just told them the truth?
Yeah.
And Paige was like, guys, I just had a panic attack. Has anyone else had one recently? The whole crowd's like, woo!
The whole crowd was like, we're having one right now.
We're all having one. So it was this kind of beautiful moment. And I think also having Paige with me on this journey has helped. And I think finding those friends that you could be honest with and be like, I have a stomach ache from stress, or like, I'm really in my head right now. And I think doing this alone would have been a lot harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a whole section about friendships in your book, and you kind of like lay out different types of friendships that come up in your 20s and your 30s. Do you have advice for people on how to find, you know, your Paige or your Hannah?
I think like society, like for women particularly, like when we were in high school and college, it was always like, you have to have this big friend group. And if you don't have like 10 girls in your friend group, do you even have any friends? And it truly is finding that like if you have one good friend, you're so rich. So it's really finding that one person that you don't have to show up and be anything other than yourself, and there's nothing expected of you. We like the phrase like low maintenance friends, and we feel like we are very low maintenance. Like if Hannah calls me and is like, I can't come over, or like whatever, not that I would ever invite her over, not that we make plans like that, but it's like, yeah, great, cancel. So I think it's just like finding the people that you can truly be yourself with, and it's a hard journey, but like it's so.
And that goes with relationships too. I think we realize it's not about like a guy on paper. It's finding a guy that lets you be you, and how friendships are as valuable, finding that person that you don't feel uncomfortable around. And also we met each other like in our later 20s.
Yeah.
Be open to like finding a new friend in life. Making adults is when you're older is hard.
Making
but
friends,
at least
yeah.
sorry, making adults.
That is also actually extremely hard.
That is hard too. Sorry.
Next question.
Next question. We've lost the plot.
So you came from the Bravo universe. And I think sometimes it can be hard when you're like coming from a big institution like that with a lot of big personalities to carve your own personality out. How did you do that? How did you follow like your own path after Bravo?
Honestly, I'd like to say that we were like so smart and we had some plan. We literally didn't. It was just us being ourselves. And I think like when we met, we realized that we were so close and we had so much in common and we were so similar, and we would like watch episodes back and we'd be like, oh, they didn't get us at all, or like they didn't add any of our jokes in. And so I think like we just realized that, and really we didn't plan on having a podcast. Like we really went live every night on Instagram Live during COVID because we were so bored and we were at our parents' house. Like
reality TV also really motivated me because I actually had a really fun time when it was fun. And then, but I did see that like they want to put you as a character, especially as a woman. Like you're either the like drunk one, or, you know, the annoying one, or the fun, easy one. And women are so much more multifaceted. And that's why after reality TV, I was like, wait, I can go on stage and show a woman that is human and has multiple sides to her. So it really motivated me to like want to take up more space.
Yeah, I love that. When they were sort of pushing those roles on you, did at any point you think, I am that one? Or were you just like, I'm out? Like,
we blacked it out.
You blacked it out. And you also don't know until you watch it. And you're like, oh, that's okay. They could have told me I was cast as that.
Right. How did you maintain your friendship on the set of a reality TV show? I mean, it's high pressure. You guys had just met. What was that like?
We trauma bonded. Yeah. And I think we realized that like our humor was way more highbrow than everyone else's, and that they weren't really going to get our jokes.
There were things called storylines that you're supposed to stick to, and we would just start riffing, and they would be like, we don't need any of this right now. We really don't. But I remember the first night we filmed, we get back into bed, and I was like, are you scared? And she was like, I'm scared. And we start whispering about everything going on. And then we realized there's microphones in the back of the headboard of the bed. And I was like, we're fucked. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, our season, we're done. They got everything.
Yeah.
And then we were able to kind of have each other's back. And I think overall we cared about our friendship at the end of the day.
Sure. Right.
Yeah.
How important is your relationship to your family and your parents? I don't know if everyone has listened to the audio version of this, but we get 2 cameos from both of your mothers. What role has that played in your life?
Our moms were obsessed with them. Like, we would die for them. We can't do anything without them. And it's just, they're so important to us because they were really the first people in our lives that were like, you can do whatever you want to do. Like and I think that is so important as a female, like having someone when you're younger being like, whatever your goals are, like you can absolutely reach them. And so like calling your family and being like, I'm going to go on a reality show is not like the most normal thing to do.
They were definitely nervous, but they were like, we support you expressing yourself however you want to.
Yeah.
I love the teenage angst happening over there. I love that.
Did you either of you have an emo phase by chance?
I did not.
Paige did not. No. Did I?
I love the color pink.
But yeah, my mom, was a middle school principal and just like a badass woman. And I always looked up to her, and I realized, like, why would I make a decision when I can ask my mom, who knows more than me?
Yeah.
So she really helped me through everything in my life, and I'm very lucky to have her.
It's amazing. Okay, we are going to a little game that I came up with. I know that you were recently on Fallon and played charades there.
We're the queen of charades.
I can't give you John Hamm and Patrick Schwarzenegger.
It's okay. We don't need them.
But I can ask you, I'm going to change the name of a game I think we all know very well. Kiss, Marry, Kill.
Love it.
And I'm just going to present to you a few different like trends from TikTok, wellness stuff, and you can tell me which one you like. Okay. Number 1, cold plunges.
Kill.
Once I found out that they're not as beneficial for women as they are for men, don't ever bring it up to me again.
Okay, so
if it looks cool on your Instagram story, I support women in the arts, but
no.
All right.
Don't give yourself pneumonia because someone on TikTok said it helps your anxiety. You know what gives me anxiety? Jumping into cold water.
Yeah.
Dry brushing.
Kiss. Because,
Kill.
Okay. I like it, but, who remembers to do that? No one.
My day's never gotten better. No one's ever been like, wait, you look amazing. And I'm like, yeah, I dry brush.
Hannah doesn't own a brush.
I don't know. I've never brushed anything.
Morpheus 8.
I don't know what that is.
I think it's like a facial, but it lasers your skin.
It's like a scary facial.
Oh, Mary. I don't even need to know what it is. I want it.
I'll kiss it because I support women in STEM.
Hannah, I'm going to say this. Hannah, does not have a skincare routine. She just washes her face. I've never seen her break out.
Moisturize.
Yeah, but you've never had a pimple.
Do you
I
use
have other problems.
face wash or?
I do use face wash. I'm not a man. But she has a 47-step skincare routine.
And I'm constantly breaking out.
Yeah.
The doctors haven't solved everything yet.
Cetaphil? There was never a problem. Why are we trying to fix it?
Yeah.
I feel that. Magnesium.
Love.
Do you actually use it though?
Yeah, I sometimes make those sleepy girl drinks. Sleepy
with the
time.
cranberry
You knock
juice?
yourself out
Yeah.
at night.
Yeah. I love drugging myself.
I want to support it, but I haven't done it consistently to be able to tell people to use it.
Hannah doesn't need help falling asleep.
I could fall asleep right now.
You're a good sleeper, right?
Yeah.
That was a nice breeze. I'm like, oh, that felt good.
She's a good sleeper.
The let them theory.
Well,
oh, we have current beef with her.
Yeah, we're probably the only people in America that aren't very happy with her. No, I love.
We love letting other people be number one in the New York Times bestseller.
Yeah, let her. Literally let her.
Yeah.
Sound baths.
Okay, every time on TikTok, when you scroll and someone's live on TikTok and it's like a psychic, or I stop at the sound bath people, and I listen for a while.
Yeah.
I don't click in because I'm not there yet, but I stop.
You're
and
not
listen.
commenting?
I'm
the date
not
of your
commenting.
birth and birth
No.
date? I love a sound bath. I wish there was more sound baths. When she was having a panic attack, I tried to put on a spa sound to make her feel better, and she's like, "Get your phone away from my face."
Tongue scraping.
Love tongue scraping. Everyone should be doing it.
What does it do?
It gets all the bacteria off of your tongue.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Apparently, but then I'm like, I forget to wash it. So then I'm like, am I getting my tongue dirtier from my tongue scraper?
Yeah, disgusting.
Sorry about that. Everyone's upset.
Beef tallow.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I love a TikTok trend and I love the TikTok shop, but there are some things where even I'm like, girls, we've gone too far.
All right. Well, that concludes our game. Stuart over here is going to take questions from the audience.
Amazing.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Let's do it. Oh, they're coming at me. So first of all, the rules about the questions. I have to hold the mic. You all know the thing. But here are some questions that were submitted, first of all, by fans via Threads. You all hip to Threads? If you're not hip to Threads, it's it's a text-based social media app that allows users to share text updates and engage in conversations and connect with Instagram followers. So I'm going to do some Threads questions, and then we'll see if we have time for all of you. Hold on.
Stuart, we're obsessed with you.
So here's one from @AlluringFiasco. They want to know, how do the two of you balance your friendship and your business relationship?
I feel like Stuart's like Andy Cohen. Like, you wrote that, Stuart.
It's just the meanest question we've ever gotten.
And I have to do a shot now if you say the right word, right?
Shot ski with Stuart. How do we manage our business and our... Honestly, I feel like we try to just be so overly communicative with everything, where it's like we text immediately, we let each other know how we feel.
Yep.
We deal with our business how we deal with our friendship,
And
I feel
it's
like.
talking all the time and then making fun of everyone.
Literally.
Yeah.
Like, we'll just also just look at each other. We know each other so well. I know when she's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
She knows when I'm uncomfortable. And we just try to, like, have fun.
Yeah. And we get glam sometimes for Zooms so that we can stare at each other.
I would. So here's one from @Emily Ashcraft. Emily says, you've both accomplished a lot in your professional goals. What are you still trying to do?
Ooh. I mean, I think like with Giggly Squad, obviously we want a theme park. We want movies, like we want to be president. So like that we get. But I think like individually we still have goals too. Like I love fashion. Hannah's a stand-up comedian. And I think that is also really beneficial because we don't get so in the weeds of like Giggly Squad because we know we have like separate things, and Giggly Squad will like always remain our like safe space. It's really our baby together. Like we have a baby together and it's Giggly Squad.
Wait, it's so true. We're mothers.
Yeah, we're mothers.
We're literal mothers. Also, I do want to say success does not equal happiness, but I think it's fun to keep challenging ourselves, and we want to just keep creating things that make us have fun.
Yeah. And I mean, we never thought we would write a book.
Yeah, we never thought we'd write a book.
Love it. Okay, this is from @Sir Chris Saint via Threads, everyone. Chris wants to know, what are your top 2 tips for laughing more and taking the stresses of life less seriously?
I think the first one is surrounding yourself with people that you feel most comfortable being yourself, because then you automatically just laugh all the time.
Also, find people who are good laughers.
Yeah.
Like, one good laugher changes the whole energy of the room.
That's true.
So, like, if you see someone who has a good laugh, be like, do you want to come to brunch tomorrow? I really need the help.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a couple questions only from the best laughers. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Perfect.
Also, girls, stop, like, little giggling. Like, let it out. Like, yell
Are
laugh.
those real glasses? Yeah. No. Okay.
Amazing.
I needed to know. No, I can't hear anything.
Can you hear anything?
Yours are real. Yeah, I can't see.
All right, I'm going to take your question then, because you're wearing fake glasses. And it's your question? Okay. Do your glasses work? Okay. Tell us your name and your question.
My name is Haley Herdman. I identify as Hannah coded. This is my page coded sister, Skylar.
I'm like very much half though.
Okay.
Grew up.
Yeah. Anyways. My question is for Hannah. I'm a therapist and former Division I athlete as well. And I am starting a podcast with my best friend about mental health in sports. And it's called Mental Training Room. Yes, little plug. But
Cute name.
Thanks. Yeah, like athletic
Subscribe.
training
Yeah,
room.
yep.
Yes,
No,
yes.
I got it.
Okay. My question, I guess it could be for the both of you, but what would your biggest piece of advice be for starting a podcast like that?
Ooh. Well, I think you're already on your way in terms of it's something you're clearly very passionate about and knowledgeable about. I always tell people it's fun to think of an idea, but could you talk about this for 10 years with someone? I think what you're doing is really, really important, and I can't wait to listen. And also my advice is you can't be a perfectionist when it comes to podcasts. And it is like sports where it's about repetition. You're going to get better. But you cannot go in being like, everything I say has to be perfect. It's about the vibes. It's about the flow. And having good chemistry with your co-host really goes a long way. You can have 2 great podcasters, but if they don't have good chemistry, no one wants to listen to you like fumble a sentence with each other.
Chemistry and consistency. There's so many like podcasts that we see like pop up, and I'm like, they're actually really good, but they don't work hard enough. Like they're like, well, I'll skip a week, and then it turns into skipping a month, and then it's like, we never see their podcast again. So it truly is like working harder than everyone, and then like the chemistry with your co-host.
We are actually kind of marketing nerds. I think nowadays it's not enough also just to have something on audio, and making sure that your posting the video, cutting up the best stuff, spreading it everywhere on Threads. Stuart loves Threads.
Stuart loves Threads.
Stuart is the biggest proponent of Threads. But literally posting it everywhere and not being too obsessed. Like sports, don't be too obsessed with the result. It's the process and getting better. Don't check the likes all the time. Focus on your creativity and creating good content.
Great.
Sicilian.
Threads.
My Italian stallions.
Hi.
Stuart, this blazer.
This
I'm
blazer,
like,
no one's talking about it.
Come on, no one's mentioned that yet.
Yes.
Come on. Hi, your name and your question.
My name's Luis Gonzalez, but my girlfriend's on the phone, Eliana. She's a huge fan, but she's in Berkeley. She wishes she could be here.
And she has the question?
She does have a question.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to say it into the mic?
Yeah.
Sure. Wait, try to talk.
Hello?
Yes. Hi, what's your question?
If you could ask your cats any question, what would you ask?
Phenomenal question.
Wait.
I already know mine.
What's yours?
Am I a good mom? Like, does she feel like I put her first, like that I'm attentive to her, or like does she feel like we're roommates and that would be my question.
I'm on this weird TikTok algorithm of animal communicators. Has anyone else on it? So it's just people telling them, why is the first thing that came to mind was Butter, can you make fun of my husband? Like, I know that she has thoughts about him, and I want to know her making fun of him.
Is she roasting you in her head?
I think Butter roasts everyone, but just can't explain it.
Like, I personally have only seen Butter 3 times.
And she wasn't happy about it.
No.
Great question.
All right, I have time for like 2 more. I'm going to do 1 and 2, okay? So I'm coming to you. Is the thing on? Okay.
Hi, Paige. Hi, Hannah.
Hi.
My name's Kira. Me and my best friend, Fiona, are truly so you guys coded. I'm the Hannah. She's the Paige. She's abroad in
The Paige is at home. She's like, I'm in bed.
Well,
Have the best time, though.
She's in Cape Town right now. I'm filming this for her. But so we both are really trying to decenter men in our lives, but they're so fun to talk about and scheme. Do you have any advice for us?
Absolutely continue talking about them and making fun of them to each other. But I think it's bigger where I noticed in myself that like when I had a boyfriend, I would like dress different, or I would get these like new hobbies, and I'd be like, oh my God, I literally love football. Like, how could I not love it? And I noticed that, and like making small changes of like, okay, well, I actually don't like it, and I can say to him like, I don't really like this. And so it's like little things like that then eventually you're decentering them.
And I think bonding with your girlfriends over men is great.
Yeah.
Because we're connected.
We need awareness.
But I do think also just being aware of when you're like, oh my God, we've just been venting about boys for too long.
Yeah.
Just that little knowing helps. And don't be so hard on yourself. You guys are doing great.
Fantastic. She said, we love you guys.
We love you.
We love you.
Hi, tell us your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Ileana. I'm a Gemini, and I listen to you girls every week.
I love that you gave us your sign. A true giggler.
My question is, what is your go-to pep talk or mindset shift when you're not feeling like your best self?
Okay, literally.
Great question.
I literally had to film the reunion yesterday, and I'm not kidding. I looked in the mirror before I went, and I was like, you're strong, you're capable, you're hilarious. And I think, like, now that I take beta blockers, like, I pep talk myself way more than I ever have.
Because you can breathe.
Yeah, and it's really just, like, knowing deep down that, like, it's not going to last. Even if you go out and you mess up and everyone hates you, which happens to me all the time, it's not going to last, and, like, keeping your confidence.
Yes, knowing that, like, yeah, nothing stays the same. Whatever feeling you're having cannot stay the same. The molecules are moving, and that's just science. That's women in STEM.
Yeah, and that's backed by science.
And back to our book, which is How to Take Life Less Seriously. This sounds negative, but what you were hinting at, nobody cares.
Yes.
Like I will be so in my head about something and just be like, literally no one cares. And it's sad for a second, and then you go, but I'm free.
Yeah.
You know? So, like, no one cares.
Like, a perfect example is, like, you know, when you go to the gym and you're, like, around other people and you're like, everyone's staring at me because I don't know how to do this exercise and I look so stupid. No one's looking at you because they're thinking about themselves. Yeah. Literally, no one cares about you.
And I've had so many conversations where I walk away and I'm like, wow, I was horrible in that interaction, and I ruined that person's day, and I was so awkward. And then I'll see them a month later, and they're like, I had so much fun with you.
Or they're like, I don't remember even meeting you.
So like you're making stuff up in your head and just know no one cares. The voice in your head is lying to you literally most of the time because we're creative, and you're gonna be great.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about myself. What were you saying?
And let them.
I'm Stuart K. I am a Virgo, and I'm tossing it back to
We can
Alyssa.
tell you're a Virgo, Stuart. You were on
You
it.
get Virgo energy.
Oh, thank you so much for coming to
Thank
this
you, guys.
amazing conversation. You guys will be signing books over at booth 8 of Roman's Bookstore. So if you want to get a book, head over there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for coming,
this was
guys.
so much fun.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
not just a book. Get over to Romans and purchase How to Giggle. Once more, a big hand for Hannah Berner, Paige DeSorbo, and Alyssa Pereznak.
I'm Joanna Jojo Levesque, and these are very important questions. What book did you obsess over as a kid? I did love the Harry Potter series, but there was also this book, Clan of the Cave Bear. I was obsessed with that book to a weird degree, and I never wanted it to end. And maybe I need to revisit it as an adult, because it did something to me. What's your favorite word and why? Somebody used a really cool word the other day. Is it obsequious? Is that a word? Right? Like, did I say that right? And I forget the context they used it in, but I'm just delighted by words that are new to me. What's your weirdest writing habit? My weirdest writing habit is that I'll go through periods of just not doing it at all. Like, I'm currently in like a resistance within myself where I'm just like, no, I'm just not writing right now. I'm just doing other things. I'm just not writing. But I'll go through periods of like, I look at my life in intervals, and like I'll go really hard for a period of time, and then really, really not do that same thing. AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or a sometimes helpful research tool? Both.
What's your final view on to what degree she believes all this stuff?
She lied. She tried to manufacture evidence.
I'm Christopher Goffard with a new series from LA Times Studios. Each week we'll be diving into a consequential case from Los Angeles and beyond.
It did mark the first time that there was a criminal trial which disclosed that the government had lied to its people under pardon.
Crimes of the Times. Subscribe to Crimes of the Times on your favorite listening app.
This is one of the most heartbreaking cases. The victim couldn't be more innocent.
I'm Will Wheaton, and these are my answers to some very important questions. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? It would start out smelling really fantastic, a field of lavender, and then garbage for like 8 hours, and then the most amazing field after the rain. Question number 2, AI. Oh, go to hell, AI. What book did you obsess over as a kid? Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing and Super Fudge gave me everything I ever needed when I was a little kid. Scholastic Book Fair, I love you. What's your favorite word and why? Motherfucker! I believe that's self-explanatory. What is your weirdest writing habit? When I was younger, I wouldn't start writing until like midnight, and then I would be up all night long, and my writing very much reflected that in the dark of night creative process. Part of growing up is learning that it's better to get the writing out of the way in the morning and then have the rest of the day to goof off. A big thing I gave myself was permission to sit down and write for a period of time rather than a particular number of words, which means some days I write 10,000 words and keep 100 of them. And also fuck AI.
A person's world is their experiences. But there is something really powerful in a person who can relate to an experience in a news article and write something to us that is their experience.
I read an article in the LA Times and I thought, I'm going to write a letter. More people should know about this.
So I wrote this letter to the LA Times because I live in the community.
Happy tech guys. When I see happy tech guys, then we're good to go. I'm Miwa Messer. I'm the producer and host of Poured Over, which is a little podcast out of New York. And if you haven't had a chance to check us out, well, we're kind of fun. And a friend of mine, Ann Binney, who's been producing this festival for 17 or so years, called me not long ago and said, hey, I have an idea for this year's festival. Would you be willing to interview Pico Iyer? And I said, I'm sorry, is that a real question? Wait, you're out. Of course I would do this. So, true story, I have been reading Pico Iyer since 1990. And in fact, my younger brother has still not returned my copy of Video Night in Kathmandu. And someday I will get that book back. And then I read the next book, Lady and the Monk. And suddenly, here's Pico Iyer presenting a Japan that I had never seen before. And I spent quite a lot of time in Japan over the summers when I was growing up. But not just a Japan based in Kyoto and Nara, which are cities that I don't have a great familiarity with, but a Japan with a landscape that I wanted to be part of and didn't involve my lovely cousins, who I adore, but suddenly this world opened up to me. And we were a Time magazine house, and so I would get these issues, and here's Pico at the back of the magazine writing about sort of whatever. And I think, a month ago, 2 months ago, the LA Times announces that Pico Iyer is going to receive the Robert Kirsch Award for Lifetime Achievement for writers working in the American West. And I'm so glad that you share my excitement about this, because the thing is, there's so many people who think of 15 books, 23 languages, based in Japan, and the rest of us know that Pico always comes home to California. Always comes home. And so to be a truly global writer, right, truly global writer in this day and age, you have to come home. And so we're going to bounce around between A Flame, which is the book that came out in January. We're going to talk about The Half-Known Life. I'm going to take you deep into the backlist, too, because that's part of the fun for me. But more importantly, I want to talk about the Kirsch Award for a second, because you said something really lovely last night. Ursula Le Guin and Lawrence Ferlinghetti, you wrote them both fan letters when you were very, very young. I need details of these letters, please. We don't need all of the details, but I would like some of the details, because they too have won the Kirsch Award for literary excellence. So can we start there?
Well, I love that question. It's needless to say the first time I've ever been asked it, since this is hot off the press. Mm-hmm. I was born also in 1989, so it's doubly impressive Miwa was reading me in 1990. And I'm also kind of shocked to see so many people in the room. I worry you've come in hope of seeing Salman Rushdie, but thank you for being here nonetheless. In terms of Ursula Le Guin and Ferlinghetti, I suppose the main thing to remember is I was in a 15th century internment camp in England known as a boarding school, where we had to gather for prayers in the oldest classroom in the world, dating from 1441, where every Sunday we would recite the Lord's Prayer in Latin. So you can imagine what a beat poet from North Beach, San Francisco meant to us. And every now and then we were asked to offer kind of scriptural reading of our own. And so I would read Ferlinghetti's poems, which seemed so wonderful because there are no capital letters, no really cause and effect, no rational reasoning, and it seemed pure liberation. I mean, every little English boy in school in 1970s had one dream in life, and that was to be in California. And I had strategically placed my parents in Santa Barbara, so I not only got to live the California dream, but I tried to import it into my aged boarding school. And as I said yesterday, Mr. Ferlinghetti very kindly sent me a postcard back saying, anytime you want to come to City Lights store, lots of poets and writers hanging out, please come by. And as many of you know, he lived to the age of 100, and City Lights remains one of the great national monuments in this land. And Ursula Le Guin, I'm sure many of you know the Earthsea trilogy. I was transported by it at 13 or 14. I'm more transported by it when I read it now. And wonderfully, it was the only book that my father taught political philosophy, so he taught Ursula Le Guin. My mother taught comparative religions, so she taught Ursula Le Guin. And my Japanese wife fell completely under the spell of the Earthsea trilogy in Japanese. So she's the only writer who's spoken to all 4 members of my family and always will.
I love that image. I really, really love it.
Oh, and I should say, well, sorry, not to interrupt you, the only time I ever got to see her in person was right at this festival. It's one of the indelible memories, just to see a living legend like that.
And you've been coming to the festival since the very first year, if I remember correctly.
Even longer than you.
Okay, I was a couple of years behind you, but I was catching up. I was learning how to walk. You know, these things happen. But I love the idea that we're all here together in Southern California doing the book thing. And despite the torrential rain this morning, which I'm still kind of laughing about, because if you've been coming to the festival as long as some of us have, it has never rained until this morning. Oh, there was rain one year. Okay, my bad.
Not much.
But, okay, but more importantly, this morning you should have seen us checking in authors. It was a little comedic. Just a tiny bit, tiny, tiny, tiny bit. But more importantly, we're here, and we get to talk about a flame.
And we're here despite the sunshine. That's the more amazing thing. There's so many outdoor seductions. Here we are talking about books.
Oh, there's that. But A Flame, Learning from Silence, is the new book. It published in January. It was an interesting moment for the book to come into the world. And I'm going to ask you to start with place. I need you to bring this room into the Hermitage near Big Sur. And just let's give them a sense of the birds and the landscape and the people before we start talking about the book itself.
Yes, so most of you know, if you drive 6 hours north, as you cross San Luis Obispo, Highway 1 goes narrower and emptier, and you're soon in this vast elemental landscape with golden meadows running down from the hills on one side and the great flat blue plate of the Pacific Ocean on the other. And just a few hundred yards south of the town of Lucia, 20 minutes south of the Esalen Institute, you can turn right onto an even narrower road that snakes and twists for 2 miles up to the top of a hill where sits, of all things, a Catholic monastery. And when you get out of your car there, the silence is pulsing. Isn't just the absence of noise, it's the presence of something, maybe everything you would sleepwalk past in your daily life. And then if you're me, but if you're anyone really, you walk into a small room with a large desk, a private walled garden, the Pacific Ocean in the distance, a rabbit on the splintered fence in your garden, bells tolling beside you, and you're surrounded by nothing but light and emptiness and this wide-awake, pulsing silence. So whoever you are and whatever reason you're going to, and I'm not a Christian, it's very different from driving down the 405 in rush hour traffic. And I think most of us, when we're driving down the 405 in rush hour traffic, feel this can't be the whole of life. This can't be the end of the story. There must be some deeper self or some wider reality that we're losing. I mean, as you know, 70 years ago, T.S. Eliot wrote, "Where is the life we have lost in living?" And I find when I'm driving from the bank to the supermarket to the grocery store, I feel that there's something essential I've lost, and I don't know how to reclaim it. And so in the wake of a forest fire, when I was sleeping on a friend's floor, another friend urged me to go to a Catholic retreat house, which is exactly what I would never wanted to do, having spent my Sunday nights in boyhood reciting the Lord's Prayer in Latin. And I went, and instantly I felt liberated, not just from the noises of the world, but from the chatter in my head. And actually, I felt liberated from myself. The miracle, I've been there more than 100 times over 34 years, and the abiding miracle is that every time I step into that small motel-like room, it's as if little Pico and all his hopes and ambitions and plans and worries is left down on the highway, and I'm just open up to the beauty of the light on the ocean, more stars than I can count, and the pulsing, ringing bells.
But you're a secular writer.
I am secular. And, you know, going to a monastery mostly involves cutting through all the stereotypes or preconceptions one might have about monks. And in my case, the first one was that these devoutly Catholic monks are so tolerant and so wise. They open their hearts and their homes to everybody. So I'd say maybe as many as 50% of the people staying there are not Catholic or maybe not even Christian, but the monks know that whoever you are and however you choose to describe it, you will find in a living silence the deepest part of you, or some aspect of reality that you've misplaced when you're going through your busy life. And so they don't care if you call it God or reality or just my better self. They just say, please come here, we will feed you, we will make these rooms available to you, and this is what will restore you so you can return to your real life with more clarity and direction than you would ever have otherwise.
I'm going to quote you for a second. And this is a great line early in A Flame where you say, the world isn't erased here, only returned to its proper proportions. That sounds very Buddhist to me.
Well, Buddhism, Christianity, I think all the great traditions have the same sense. You know, I was just listening to Joni Mitchell, and anyone who remembers her album Blue recalls how she says, I love you when I forget about me. And I was thinking that sort of applies to the world. Forget about yourself and you fall in love with the world, whether you're a Buddhist or a Christian or nothing at all, because the world resumes its proper proportions. And again, all of you in this room, being in California, know that as soon as you go to Big Sur, the calendar falls away, the outside world recedes, and you're in the presence of something much larger than yourself, those mighty redwoods, the tall cliffs, the great expanse of the Pacific Ocean. So Big Sur already is putting things in proportion. And then when you're in this particular kind of silence, even more so, that suddenly sometimes my friends will say, why do you go and hang out with these Christian monks? And I would say, to remember what I love. And that's exactly what gets lost when I'm racing about my much too busy and distracted life. I lose a sense of what matters. And there are 1,000 things coming in on me every second, as with all of us. And it's really hard to sift the trifling from the important. And as soon as I go there, it's like leaving a glass of water in a sink. Suddenly everything solid and important rises to the top. And to speak to that lovely sentence you just shared, I'm always tickled that the monks call this process recollection. In other words, it's not a revelation, it's not a sudden realization, it's remembering something you basically knew, but somehow lost in the fury of your days. And the other thing I love about recollection is that I find I'm very scattered. I'm multitasking, I'm in 100 places at once, and as soon as I go there, I'm brought to a point. I'm absolutely present. And therefore, suddenly I see the beauty of the ocean, or suddenly I hear the bees buzzing in the lavender, or the wind whistling through the pampas grass. So it's always present. The problem is I am not most of the time, but there, suddenly it's as if I wake up to the beauty that's all around us in California, but I tend to neglect.
Part of what I love about this new book, too, is this idea that for 30-something years you've been going back to this spot. It's very unassuming. That for a moment the food was not great. This matters. But here you are. I mean, you've covered North Korea, you've covered Iran, you have covered parts of India that some of us would not maybe be able to do. You have been in Kashmir, you have traveled with the Dalai Lama. I mean, you are peripatetic, is one way to describe it, just endlessly curious. But the idea of you coming back to this very specific place to recharge, to reset, to recalibrate, all of these things that you can't actually do when you're rushing from a flight to a train to a maybe I'm going to be here for 3 days, maybe I'm going to be here for 6, I have no idea kind of life.
And you can't do, I think, most of us when we're at home.
Right.
The phone is ringing, the emails are coming in, the kids are screaming, whatever. It's as frenzied as when you're traveling.
But interdependence, I want to come back to interdependence for a second, because the monks are part of the world, even though they're not.
Yes.
Silence, the way you describe silence in A Flame, silence has weight and presence, and I mean, you change the way I think about silence, and I quite enjoy silence. Please, yes, I make a living talking, but I also need to stare at a wall every now and again. And I do love staring at a wall or a tree or just sitting under a tree. But this interdependence, right? Beauty and pain, silence and noise. We live in a very noisy world. And I'm not talking about I mean, I live in New York is not the most quiet place you've ever been. But the idea that silence can be restorative, it's really kind of exciting. It's counterintuitive. It's the idea that you need that in order to work with words.
Exactly. I mean, I think any writer knows that your prose is only as rich and deep as the silence that lies within it. One of the people who features in my book is the longtime Zen monk Leonard Cohen. And I don't mention in the book, but when I would go and visit him in his extremely unfancy house, duplex that he shared with his daughter in a really rough part of LA, his greatest gift would be to take 2 chairs out, sit by my side, and not say a word. And he was the greatest wizard of words I ever met, and yet he had the courage and the wisdom to give up his words. And his monastic name, given by his wise Japanese teacher, was Jikan, which means the silence between 2 thoughts. And I mean, one reason I brought this book out now, I don't need to tell anyone in this room, is our nation and our world seem more divided than ever before. And one reason I love silence is that it lies on the far side of our beliefs and our assumptions and our ideologies. My sense is if some of us began to talk for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we'd soon find ourselves at odds. But if all of us in this room were joined in a minute of silence, we would be united in our deepest parts. And I think silence lies far deeper than most of our words and most of our ideas. So I think that's one way it restores us. When you were talking about travel, I was thinking, you're right, I'm lucky, I've traveled quite a lot. And my criterion for a trip is, how much does the person who returns from the trip differ from the one who left? How much does it transform me? And I've been lucky to go to Tibet and Antarctica and Alaska and Ethiopia, very moving places, partly because they're sanctuaries of quiet, but nowhere so reliably transforms me and sends me home both calm and joyful as this hermitage. And to be calm and joyful at the same time is a strange thing, and an unexpected thing maybe. And as you say, there's a lot of death in this book, and there's a lot of joy, I would say, and hope. And again, I feel my friends have never been so despairing and anxious as they seem right now. And so as a writer, I think my job is to shine a light on wherever I can find inspiration, or just medicine. And this is a kind of medicine I'm describing. But you know Japan very well. When I first went to Japan, I heard them say, and this may be a Buddhist idea, life is about joyful participation in a world of sorrows. Everyone in this room is going to know loss. Most of us, if we're lucky, will know old age. I'm there already. All of us will know death and probably will know sickness, but none of that is incompatible with wonder and beauty and hope. And so the thought in this book, probably most of my books, is to look at the world as it is and bring in plenty of reality and impermanence, but nonetheless see how the inner flames can keep blazing even as the external flames are remaking or upending the world around us. And I'm sorry if that triggers associations in Los Angeles, because many of you I know have been through terrible times. But the question that every forest fire asks us is, how can we keep the flames of hope alive?
And we are going to come back to hope and wonder, because they're a much bigger part of this conversation. But I want to go back to something you just said, which is this idea of impermanence. And impermanence and interconnectedness, to me, are siblings.
Lovely.
And they sit sort of, I guess I would say they sit on a similar path, and they exist because of each other. You're much more aware of impermanence because you're connected to something that is bigger than you. And I love this idea that silence makes a lot of people uncomfortable. If you've ever been in a room where someone starts talking to fill the noise, Sometimes that person might be an adolescent girl in Boston who finally got out of the habit of doing that, but to just fill the space. And sometimes those thoughts are interesting, and sometimes they do not need to be shared. But to learn to sit with silence is really powerful and really, as you said, calming.
Intimate. It's the ultimate sign of trust and friendship. And you're right, I'm usually the one disturbing the silence. Genuinely, I'm uncomfortable with silence, so I do fill in the gap. But I've never regretted the time when, if you're with somebody you love, you know the words are the least relevant part of what you share. And I love what you said about impermanence and interdependence being almost the same thing. I mean, you sound very much like a Buddhist, and I'm not surprised that you absorb those ideas. But when I was hearing you say that, I was remembering how when I was in Japan many years ago, suddenly I got a phone call. My father had been rushed into the hospital. So I flew over and I was by his side with my mother for 14 days and nights. And then one night or one morning, the zigzagging line on the screen beside his bed flattened out and the men in black came to carry him away. And I'm my parents' only child, so it was a really difficult time. I had to console my mother and notify friends, alert the banks, organize a memorial service, take care of the obituary, everything. And I thought, what am I going to do? This is such a busy time. And I realized the only thing I could do was one morning when I knew that my mother was well taken care of, I drove all those 4 hours to that monastery. I didn't enter the monastery, I just sat on a bench overlooking the sea. And precisely as Miwa was saying, just to see this ocean that's going to be around, I think, thousands of years, we hope, after I am, just to be reminded of everything that doesn't change, made the fact of death and loss and impermanence less scary and less unsettling, and reminded me that maybe most of us are part of something that keeps on going, even though you and I come and go. This thing is going on. And Japan has been a great way of teaching me that, because as most of you know, people often define themselves in terms of community, and part of the solace of that is that they are very mortal, but the community, the whole, just keeps rolling on and on and on. So interdependence is almost an answer to impermanence, because if we're part of something bigger, that is not going to change as quickly as we do.
But it was also your time at the Hermitage that allowed you to even think about being married.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
And okay, I will say, I mean, whatever it takes to find your bliss. I love the idea, though, that you had to learn to sit with yourself. And I'm not saying that in the sense of Buddhist meditation. I'm saying in terms of silence and and getting beyond yourself, right? This is a tradition that goes beyond any particular religion. But the idea that that's how you finally said, oh, well, wait, Hiroko, who you've met in Lady and the Monk, and you've certainly met in latter books, that's how you finally decided. And then at one point she said to you, well, I feel like I'm sort of competing for your attention with the Hermitage.
Worse, yes.
Okay, well, I mean...
No, you said it absolutely perfectly, the way you just expressed it. I hadn't thought of that before, but exactly so. Just sitting in that place, by getting beyond myself, I realized that solitude is the portal to a richer sense of community or compassion. Or, it's a gateway to actually thinking more about people, which I don't always, sadly, have the time to do when I'm racing from place to place and from CVS to Trader Joe's. I'm not thinking about my wife-to-be as I should be. And yes, I mean, I'm so happy you mentioned that moment. You know, I'm an only child, as you heard. I'm a writer, which means I've committed myself to spending hours every day by myself. I love being alone. So when I arrived in this radiant setting in Big Sur, not a care in the world, by myself, pure heaven. But as you suggest, as the years went on, having that time and space to myself reminded me of what was important, and what was important was other people. And I think it opened my heart in ways that might never have been opened otherwise. And indeed, as Miwa was saying, I think my first year there, I was staying for 3 weeks in the spring, this season. And I was still working for Time magazine, so every week I had to go down to check in with my messages. And I went to the payphone at the bottom of the hill, and I checked my messages, and I called my then girlfriend in Japan. And she could hear the light in my voice, and she could tell that I was standing over the Pacific Ocean amidst slopes full of golden poppies and lupins. And she did say, if you met somebody else, I could be more excellent, but how can I compete with a temple? And that so shook me up. It really moved me towards a a deeper commitment. And now the beauty of it is, these 30 years later, we go together to the Hermitage, and what was before, what she looked to her like a rival, has been her greatest friend. And the monks, you can be sure, are much happier to see her than they are to see me. I mean, they're so welcoming.
You also have another great line, though, where your wife turns to you and said, well, I thought you were an only child, and yet you have all of these brothers. And I love that image, to see you grounded in a space that really is home. But I want to talk about Paradise for a second, because The Half-Known World, which is the book that came right before this one, so it opens in Tehran, and Pico is going through, and he goes to Pyong and Kashmir and Varanasi and Sri Lanka, and he's investigating ideas of paradise, right? And paradise is a word that has, I think, in some ways been usurped. And language should evolve, it should change, but I feel like it's a word that has become either very flimsy or a little too weighted. So if you haven't had a chance yet to read The Half-Known World, it is a delight. It is, of course, very thoughtful, but I do feel like paradise is a place that you've been able to interrogate more clearly and cleanly for your own way of thinking by being at the Hermitage rather than being in, say, Varanasi or even Sri Lanka, where the jungle comes into the house. I mean...
Perfectly said. I mean, I think of them as brother and sister books. They're essentially the same book in different disguise.
Yeah.
And as you say, a monk, by definition, is living in his or her version of paradise. That's what a cloister is meant to be about. And I was traveling to places around the world to cut through our various projections on paradise, because we assume paradise may be a golden, empty beach in a tropical place where we're on holiday, but then night falls and it's suddenly not paradise, least of all for the people who are working so hard to take care of us in the hotel. So they do go very much together, and I think the book on Paradise, A Half-Known Life, was the same thing about looking at the world as it really is, mostly in war zones or places of great conflict, and still not giving up hope, because a life without hope is no life at all. And I didn't include this scene in the book, but the heart of it was variation on what you just said. I was once in Varanasi, so I'm of Hindu origin, I'm Indian by ancestry. There I was in the holy city of India, and it was terrifying. You know, the flames burning on the one side, burning bodies into ash, flames on the other, burning bodies to ash, people racing down the narrow lanes, taking corpses to deposit into the holy river Ganges. It's absolute cacophony and chaos, and really unsettling. And I was standing there in the middle of this pandemonium, and suddenly 2 Tibetan monks arrived, one Tibetan and one from New York City. And the guy from New York City looked at this absolute mayhem, and he said, "Isn't this paradise? This is life and death and everything in between. This is the whole human pageant right here." In other words, he found his paradise in the realest place around, which is where all of humanity was gathered, and probably because he was a monk. So you're right, both books are investigations of paradise and ways of thinking, how can we find a clear, calm life in the middle of the frenzy?
I think you also have the best definition of paradise that I've ever read, which is, in short, paradise is regained by finding the wonder in the moment. That's really hard to do. It's really, really hard to do, to find the wonder in any, I mean, even if it's something that is absolutely the most joyful thing you can think of, or your favorite thing to eat, or your favorite person to be around, wonder can be hard. It can be complicated.
I wonder. I'd forgotten about that line, but I do like it. And of course, what I'm describing in the Hermitage is being wide awake to wonder at every moment. You know, where this festival always celebrates the great British writer Christopher Isherwood, and in his diaries he has this wonderful line about how he says the ego is like the very big man who insists on standing in front of you as you're watching a horse race.
Yeah.
In other words, ourself is what comes between us and the world, and insofar as you can leave yourself behind, if you fall in love, or if you're in a place of great beauty, or if you go into a place of great silence, as soon as you leave yourself behind, the wonder comes right in, as does the moment. It's just we who block it.
Isherwood's novel, A Single Man, is possibly one of my personal, if I made a top 10 list, because it's one of these epic American novels where you get the entire landscape of mid-century America, and it literally happens in the span of a day. And it's really hard to do, to take that interiority and ratchet it up with a time constraint that not every writer can deliver on. It's not a stunt, right? I think we've all encountered pieces where you're like, this is a great idea, I'm completely in love, and oh, no, I'm not. And Isherwood, and listening to you give that quote from the diaries, I'm like, oh, that explains A Single Man in a whole new way for me. It really does.
It begins with somebody waking up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And
it
so
does.
that's not just a literal fact, it's a metaphor for what the book is about.
Speaking of literary influences, Henry David Thoreau,
Yeah.
Emily Dickinson,
Yep.
Herman Melville.
Yep. Guilty as charged. Yes.
And I'm delighting in all of it. But again, this is you as a global writer. This is you pulling your influences from where they have connected most deeply with you. But I'd like to bring people in the room into that conversation as well, because they're not necessarily the first three writers anyone would think of for you.
So Henry Thoreau is a perfect example of, I think, what I've been describing, because many of us think of him as the patron saint of hermits, the guy sitting in his cabin, and we forget he was sitting in his cabin to mourn the brother who had just died in his arms. His first lecture in Concord was not on solitude, it was on society, and he was known as a great man around town. He looked after Emerson's wife and kids for 10 months while Emerson was touring. He held melon parties every year. He fixed people's plumbing and ovens. And he deliberately built his cabin right next to the railroad, along which the trains would thunder 20 times a day. So I'd always, when I was a kid reading him, I was thinking, oh, he's my hero, he's always by himself. Right. And I hadn't realized, as you were sort of saying, he was in the middle of the community, and again, he only stepped out so he could know how he could be a better and more useful member of the community. And I won't go on except to say, also when I was a kid, I thought, as most of us do perhaps, the great unknowable force of nature in literature is Shakespeare. Now, all these years later, I would nominate Emily Dickinson. And the more time I spend with Emily Dickinson, the more it's almost as if she's living in another galaxy. She's so unknowable, so deep, so mysterious. And I think partly because, unlike Thoreau, she did live like a monastic, basically 26 years without leaving her room. That's more monastic than any nun or monk. And that's why she was sitting in her little room in Amherst. All she was entertaining was light and death and Jesus and terror and doubt and the whole thing. I've really never known of a writer who will sit in the middle of immensities the way she does. So she has become my heroine, and Miwa has cleverly sensed every book I write, I try to take the epigraph either from Emily Dickinson or Thoreau. I think Thoreau's had 7 so far, but Emily's
catching up. She's catching
up quickly.
She's catching up.
Yeah.
I do think that she was underestimated so deeply for so long, though, because of the simplicity. And I think that simplicity is so... I get really frustrated sometimes. And this may also come out of you being a journalist. I mean, the way you approach language, you are not fussy. There's a clarity to your prose and an elegance to the prose that we don't always get. And I really do think part of it is because you're writing on the fly. You were writing on the fly for a number of years. You were hitting that whole Calvin Trillin thing, deadline poet. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, you've really just got to turn out the thing and get people's attention in 2 sentences. And I think you still carry that around, and it's been a really long time since you were technically a working journalist. And I think that's where Dickinson comes in, and I think that's where Thoreau, and even Melville, even though he was a little, wordier.
So, I've got to confess, Miwa, my editor, your friend, is in the room. She knows that once upon a time, this book was 4,000 pages. It was too much journalism, me writing everything that happens.
Okay.
And then to compress it into something as simple and direct as a haiku took me years. That was the hard work, to cut through all the clutter and to actually go against my journalistic impulses, to try to make something as simple as possible. As I said, I live in Japan, and you know that the aesthetic of Japan is that of the empty room. You step into a classic Japanese tatami room, you know this very well, and there's nothing there but a vase and a scroll And because there are only two things there, you bring all your attention to it and you see the whole universe therein. If you go into a room like my room where there are 2,000 things, you can't attend to anything and you're not taken anywhere. So to cut back, I did have 4,000 pages of notes after 34 years.
Right.
And to cut it down to a minimum is really hard. And to be honest, I think of writing a book and journalism almost as opposite things, because I think a journalist's obligation is to tell the reader what happened and to tie it all up into a nice box with a bow on it. This is what happened in Beirut yesterday, this is what it means, and this is what will likely happen next week. And I think a writer's job is to journey into the unknowable and to leave resolutions behind and to go further into what you can't reduce and can't explain. So it's hard for me because you're right, I've been a journalist a long time and I'm trying to do two almost opposite things at the same time.
Wait, so Autumn Light, the book,
yes,
the book about fall and loss in Japan, that Autumn Light is followed by Beginner's Guide to Japan.
Yes.
And then we get A Flame.
Half Known Life.
No, Half Known Life,
yes.
excuse me. Sorry, I'm doing this from memory. Half Known Life and then A Flame. And I'm just thinking about the trajectory of the prose, too, because Autumn Light is sort of a very sort of traditional, fun memoir. There's a lot of ping pong. I love the ping pong. I really do. But there's more of you in a way. The prose is... It's a little different from A Flame. It feels different. It's almost like you're more, I don't know, how do I describe this? You're more of an observer in Autumn Light, even though you're writing about your own life. And as we come through, you say about Beginner's Guide to Japan, you know less about Japan now than you did when you moved there 30 years ago. That's right. And that's reflected, it's sort of reflected in these vignettes. And then we're back to the half-known world where you're really interrogating everything, including your mother's memories of Kashmir. And then we get sort of what I feel like is the culmination of all of the books that came before in A Flame. Just stylistically, in terms of the work you're doing, in terms of the way you sit with yourself on the page.
But then one final opportunity comes her way, and it's too good to pass up. And she gets caught up in this wild roller coaster ride that gets way out of control.
When did you decide that this was the kind of book you wanted to write? Because right now, like, grifters are very in the zeitgeist. Yeah. So when did you decide after Bonfire, like, this is the story that I want to tell?
So a couple of things, which you may get these references. After Bonfire, I knew I wanted to stay in this playground. Yeah. And years and years ago, I was on a retreat with a girlfriend of mine. It was after my sitcom got canceled, so I was like going to go and write.
It's a good time to go on a retreat.
Totally. And see what I wanted to do next and have ideas. And I was just kind of like having one of those writing trips.
Yeah.
And at the time, there were a lot of like crazy things going on in the headlines. And years before, Jorgen van der Sloot had with the girl in Aruba.
Yes,
and
that was Natalie Holloway.
Natalie Holloway. That was going big in the headlines.
Yes.
There was also a Hollywood producer who put his wife in a water tower in Mexico. Like a lot of things were in the ether.
Not right.
Not right either. So I was on this trip doing my searching, and I'm out front of the hotel, and a guy comes by and he says that he can't find his girlfriend. And he didn't seem that upset about it.
He was like, I can't find my girlfriend.
He was like, she rented a bike here earlier. Has anybody seen her? And my crazy mind was like, he's planning an alibi. I'm on this solo retreat. I'm going to get caught up in this crazy thing. And it was just like, oh, well, that's really interesting. And so I had the hook of the idea, the title. I loved that it had a double meaning. Yeah. And so that was like just something I picked up and kept with me in my notes file. And then a couple of years after that, I read about this hipster grifter in Brooklyn in Vice magazine, which you probably would know.
I do.
And I really liked that as a character idea. So that was like another thing. And then I just kind of kept gathering ideas as it started to snowball. And then kind of hunkered down and wanted to do something really twisty and that I could reverse engineer for screen. And it just kind of was a many, many years process.
For people who don't work in film and television. When you say reverse engineer for screen, what do you mean by that?
So many years ago, there was a big shift in the business where all of a sudden you couldn't just go in and pitch original ideas anymore. Everything has to be proven, existing IP.
IP driven.
Yeah, whether it's a book or a title or like a product.
Right. Or a tree, as my friend likes to say.
Literally anything. Exactly. And so I had an idea for Bonfire, my first book, and it was an idea that I wanted to go out and sell as a TV show. And my agent was like, "Oh, let's like focus on your other ideas. Bonfire is probably going to be hard to sell. It would be better if it was existing IP." Yeah. And I just had this like scrappy, ridiculous, psychotic idea. Like, well, what if it was existing IP? And then I launched into the process of writing Bonfire. Loved it. That came out in 2017. And then, obviously, here we are 7 years later.
And how has the experience been so far, just since the book came out, in terms of your idea to do this, reverse engineer?
Well, Retreat has been exciting because, like, we were just talking about how it's just kind of like the launch went really well. It's well received. People like it. And there's a lot of interest already for television. Yeah. So it's just kind of been, like, wild. And I'm so proud of it. And I worked so hard on it. And people like it. And it's just one of those things that's been really exciting. It just came out on the 25th of March. I went on a book tour.
It's a very, very good read, so I cannot stress enough, for those of you who haven't read it yet, pick it up and read it after this interview.
It'll probably, a lot of people have been telling me they are reading it in a weekend or in a day, and I'm like, oh my God.
Listen to it in a day. I should say I listened to it, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that.
Yeah.
But before I ask, so Liz is a character who's very interesting. It is not common that an actress gets to write a book that she can envision herself playing as she's writing the book.
Well, it was like create great roles that I know actresses would like, whether I'm in it or not, because you never know when something's going to happen.
That's very true.
It's just like, what do I like about character development? Like, what did I enjoy about like playing Jessica Jones? And like just like, kind of getting an opportunity to do the thing that I actually love to do.
And so it must be fun to kind of write that character thinking about, maybe I'll play this person.
Yeah, or it kind of, it feels like I already am playing that person. It's the same kind of work and backstory and finding character windows and like, oh, what's a scene idea? And I always talk about it in terms of scenes instead of chapters. What's a scene idea where we can see like, what is the nature versus the nurture? Why did she become such a great cunning con woman? Let's see, like, let's go back. Let's see what happened with her mom.
Which is something you do with characters.
Which is what you do exactly for acting roles.
Well, that was, before I ask you about the audiobook, which I thought was incredibly captivating, I woke up this morning and I was like, what do I actually want to ask Kristen Ritter? And my biggest question for you is, what is the difference between writing a novel and playing a part in a show or a movie for you?
The difference is there aren't cameras pointing at you. And creatively, it feels very similar.
Right.
And that is reductive, but it really does feel very similar. The nuances are different, but it's very collaborative. Obviously, I have a co-writer here. The same way I would have like a great brain to bounce off of with TV. And there's not cameras. I get to also be home.
Huge difference.
Huge difference, not working 90 hours a week and get to see my son and still get to do the thing that I love to do. So it's a nice way to like have my cake and eat it too, and still be very challenged and very fulfilled.
Do you find the process of writing to be more, well, I guess you have a co-writer, so it's not as solitary for you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I have written by myself, and it takes longer. And I find like when I write with somebody else, it's faster, it's better. Ideas beget better ideas.
Yes.
And if you get the right chemistry, it's on fire.
Yeah.
So like there are things in the book that I know would have never gotten to where they were if there weren't two of us. And I always say 2 heads are better than one, but really like 3, 4, 5, 6 heads sometimes are better than one.
How do you find the person that you collaborate with?
Well, I knew I was I was working on Retreat by myself for a long time, and I was getting pretty stuck, honestly. And I was shooting nonstop, but I had my child, and I just like knew it wasn't quite. And my agent suggested Lindsay from something else that she had done, and it just worked.
Yeah.
I just really liked her. I read a sample of hers, and I sent her what I had, and we just started like getting.
How does that work? You just are back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, and then if the two of us get together, it's it's like two brains on fire.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's out of control. But yeah, we do a pass, send it back, maybe read something, give notes, get in conversation, and just like pass back and forth. And it gets really fun when the font color changes.
Oh, yeah.
So many times in one sentence that you're like, what did we even start with?
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of how it works.
I like that you put her name on the front cover. I think that's cool to know that there's
Absolutely. That was
collaboration there.
never. It was never a question of not. Yeah.
So you're an actress, which means that performing your book is something that probably comes a little bit naturally to you more than maybe, say, a Joyce Carol Oates or a...
It's so hard. The audiobook.
Oh, really? It's a very hard thing for you to do.
It is so hard. And I did not do the audio for my first book, and the actress who did it was fabulous.
Was there a reason you just...
It's a lot of work, and I
lot of
felt
work.
like it's a different skill set.
Yeah.
It's not actually the same thing because you are setting everything. You're playing every part.
Right.
And when I had gone around like pitching the idea for a retreat, all the publishers had wanted me to, that was part of it. They wanted me to do it. I was like, oh, well, maybe once we get to it, they won't care if I do it or not. But then they did, and I had to really wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
And I loved doing it because it helped me have an intimacy with the book and get a different feeling on it, and learned a lot. Like, I'll never write sentences with a lot of words that start with S ever again, things like that, and maybe less Spanish. And it was great, but it's really hard. It's really just a titanic amount of work, and
How long does it take?
It takes like all day, every day for multiple days. I mean, it's a big undertaking, but not as long as like a show, but it's a couple weeks.
But I think people take it for granted because you just listen to it and you think, oh, this person sat down in a day and read this.
I think that it is a huge talent to be able to perform an audiobook, and the actresses and actors who do it are wildly talented.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not easy.
I can
I was
imagine
exhausted.
it's not easy at all. Speaking of Spanish, which you have to say a lot of in the book.
Yeah.
How did you decide where to set the majority of this?
Well, I went to Punta Mita, and like that's how I stayed at the Four Seasons, and
which is very
nice.
nice.
A lot of these places are real in the book. So that's how we chose that.
And
I also want to go there again.
So there's a reason.
You know,
behind it.
you can take a direct flight from Los Angeles.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful. It's hot. The water's warm.
Is there... One of my big questions when I was reading it, are there books that you have read in the like there is a Ripley-esque element to
For
this
sure.
character? Like,
Yeah.
were there books that you read that were really interesting to you in terms of like building the twists or building the characters?
Yeah, I mean, this is the genre that I read. But yeah, I mean, Talented Mr. Ripley, of course, it was like a big inspiration, even just with the characters like being kind of doppelgangers. Like this year I read Frida McFadden and Lisa Jewell and those kind of twisty books where you don't know what's coming. Like, that's what I like, especially now. I feel like all of our attention spans, it's not as good, and I kind of need that. Like, oh, what's gonna happen next? I can't put the hook. That like, even with shows now, you need like that bingey press play moment.
Well, I talk about this all the time in terms of second screening. Do you know what this like concept is of like the second screen?
Oh no, tell me about it.
I'm
Is it gonna
sorry to
depress
upset
me?
you, but it might. Well, it's interesting in terms of books. Second screen is this idea of like developing television that knows that someone's going to be looking at their phone when they're watching the show.
Brutal.
I
I've
know.
heard that. I've heard of it happening, like some actors on shows, and we're like, oh, we find that we have to like do more exposition than
Yes.
we've had to in other
Yes.
seasons because like the executives are saying like people aren't really watching.
Optimizing television for a second screen audience.
It's brutal.
It
It's
is.
brutal. It's brutal, especially because like in television, we rode this wave of it being like very expositional, and then TV getting very filmic and very like getting rid of a lot of exposition, getting to play more subtext.
Yes.
And now to go back to that like
And
more
I think
TV
a lot
feel
of
is a
it
bummer.
is. I think a lot of it is competing with what is inevitably in our hand, which is our
yeah,
phone.
unfortunately, we're all like that's the new TV.
Which
We're
is
all
why
watching
I'm a
Instagram
big
reels.
proponent of audiobook, actually, because
Yeah.
you can't really, you can do like laundry or
I love it too.
Right?
I absolutely love it because you can be doing laundry, you could be cleaning, you could be like, I'm like sweeping up and listening to stuff all the time.
But it is the one reason I also love reading, because you can't really do anything else while you're reading.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be on your phone and read at the same time. So
No.
there's no second screening with books.
I think if it means like not reading the book because you don't have time, like get the audio.
Right,
you know?
right.
And that's a way, like, you know, to check both boxes. Because sometimes it's hard to find that time
It's
where you
very
really
hard
get
to find the
immersed.
time. But I think with this book, because it's so twisty, and one of the things that I really love about this character is you have someone who's on the run who then becomes the detective.
Yeah.
Which I think is not something you usually see someone who's on the run. You don't see someone who's on the run who then becomes implicit in finding out what's going on.
Yeah, or when predator becomes prey.
When predator
Yeah.
becomes prey,
Which
exactly.
isn't giving too much away, but you guys have to read it.
You
Get
guys
in
really
there.
do have to read it. I was wondering, just because I think there's people who are really fans of Kristen as an actress, right? I mean, we can get some claps for that. Yeah.
Okay, hi, guys. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
look, we
thank
have someone
you,
holding
thank
up the
you.
retreat there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just there you go. Were there any specific characters that you pulled from who you've played for Liz?
Well, I think like throughout my career, I have often been playing roles that are considered unlikable.
Yes.
Always.
Anti-heroines.
Anti-heroines, bitches, you know. Yeah. And
do people like bitches here? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Okay.
the bitch
Very
department's
nice.
pretty
Very
people like
nice.
it. And I think that trajectory had happened naturally, but then there was also always like a deeper dive into like what's going on that like allows, because some of these characters that I've played have been like not greenlit at certain networks and then picked up later and not greenlit until I was doing it. Hard to get made characters.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, that's
For
interesting.
sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the bitch in Apartment 23 was hard to get made because
we have fans.
You know, it's about a sociopath,
right?
With
It
you
has
know,
literal
a party
bitch in the
girl.
title.
Yeah,
Right.
She was described as like a party girl with the morals of a pirate.
Okay.
And so that kind of led me to a deeper dive into like why and what that is and how do you get away with it? How do you justify it? And it was like if you're on board with who they are before they're doing the thing.
Right.
And that's what has always interested me the most. And so this was my way to like really double down on that.
Yeah. I think it works because I think the character of Liz to me is someone who, I mean, anti-heroine is confusing because I still liked her more than all the, I guess that's always
Yeah.
the point. It's like I still liked her more than all of the other characters.
Well, don't
in
you
the-
feel like with the show, like a show like Dexter or,
Yes.
or Breaking Bad?
Yes.
Those guys are doing bad stuff.
Terrible. They're difficult men, as we
But
like to call them.
Is it a result of spending time with them?
Yes.
That you love them and you get to know them.
That's exactly right.
And there isn't really a direct reference for like a female-led exact version.
No.
There's not.
No, there is not.
And so that's what I have been very interested in digging into. And so
Yes.
that's what I
I
tried
guess
to
with
play
the
with
exception
here.
of some now with Killing Eve, but it's
Yeah,
a
for
very
sure.
different. It's a very different.
Well,
landscape for
also
men.
in Killing Eve, Villanelle would not be the protagonist.
No, she would not. No, she would not.
But Dexter,
There you
like
go.
he's obviously the protagonist.
the protagonist. Breaking Bad. You have, right,
Mhm.
very similar. So Liz, I guess talked a little bit more about why you want. I mean, it's obvious why you want to write an anti-heroine. That's a
Because it's
silly
more
question.
fun.
'Cause
It's
more-
delicious.
right.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's interesting to do backstory.
Yeah.
And again, understanding why someone is the way they is, like how can you find like those vulnerability windows?
Yeah.
And it's just delicious and fun.
It's much more fun than someone who's trying to do good.
I just have never played in that world.
So one of the things that really struck me about the book is how absolutely on point the grifts are, like the specificity of even Chicago
Yeah.
as a place. As a writer, do you just, you said you went to Punta Mita.
Yeah.
I was actually lucky enough to be in Punta Mita kind of recently.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and you just nailed it. How do you, is it just research that
Yeah,
you
it's
get
just-
so specific?
It's just like, an idea can come anywhere. It could be
Yeah.
like not even that big of a deal. Like, oh, instead of doing New York, let's do Chicago. Instead
Right.
of, it can be like that simple, or it could be like really deliberate, like Punta Mita. I've been there and I get to go again, and we'll maybe like film a TV
Film a
show
TV
there.
show there,
Like
yeah,
all
exactly.
that's very deliberate. And
Yeah.
there's like the wish fulfillment of going somewhere beautiful that people will love to go and, be there for a couple of months.
Yeah.
So it just kind of, and then I'm working on another book and the setting is somewhere else that
Can
I've
you
been
say
that
something a little bit about?
It'll
this
be another mystery psychological thriller, but very different.
Okay.
And, but yeah, very different. But I've been playing with my levels of bad.
Yes.
So maybe that's a little spoiler I could give.
Meaning it's going to be even worse.
We shall see. I don't want to, yeah, I think so.
Is it possible? I don't know. I don't think this character is irredemptive, though.
No. I think that the feedback that I am getting and what I think, having spent so much time with her and played it, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that you root for her, even though she's doing some things that you want to smack her for, or you love to hate her, or there's just an intrigue, I think.
And there's this, I don't know. I had a lot of empathy for her, I think, which is something that you do very well. I mean,
Thank you.
Which I don't know if that says something about me, that I still have empathy for her. But
I have empathy for her, too. So, yeah, we're in good company.
Okay, there you go. I wanted to ask you, just because I have you here, it's a very seductive cover.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about cover selection and how that works?
Yes, and I'm curious to hear what you think about this as well. So, authors don't have a lot of involvement.
This is what I've heard.
In cover selection.
Yeah.
And with Bonfire, I had no option. There were other options that they sent me after because they just sent me this cover. They're like, how's this?
This
And I'm
is your cover.
Okay, I love it. Could we see other options to see? And they were like, a week would go by. Here it is again. They're like, okay. And now I love the cover. It's the perfect cover.
Yeah.
And a similar thing with this one. We got different versions, but this was what the publisher really liked. And they have their whole algorithms and systems they go through.
Yeah.
And then I grew to be obsessed with it as well. And you kind of do little tests where they put it next to new titles that are coming. And this one, it's kind of everything lining up. I was saying before, the cover lined up. The publisher did a good job. And it really captures the feeling and the vibe and is within my wheelhouse.
I also like that there's can someone hold up the book again? Someone had it.
There it
Look
is.
at this beautiful cover here.
And
I
it's
also
got
like
the dark sunglasses. So there's all these double meanings in there.
and the Punta Mita in the sunglasses, which I think is really great. She's really doing we have
Thank
a
you. I
Vanna
appreciate
White
that.
over here.
Thank you
very
thank
much.
you.
No, but I think there is, the thing of judging a book by its cover.
Yeah.
I
judge a book by its cover.
I was going to say, I think it's a very important thing, especially when you're amongst other titles in a bookstore. It's very important.
Totally. I love going to a bookstore. Either I love to go to Barnes & Noble or Skylight, or I love to buy books at the airport.
Oh,
that is my favorite.
Well, especially now that Book Soup is at LAX, which is very exciting.
I don't know about that.
It's very good. It's very good.
It's also you're going to get a good book if it's at the airport.
That's right. An airport. This is a great book to get at the airport.
Yeah, I think it's at the airport. I've been getting some messages.
I would get it at the airport if you're going to be at the airport. Okay, I have one final question and then we're going to go to Q&A if people have questions. And I hope people have questions about the book.
Yeah.
But if you can ask about whatever you want. I, having listened to the book, have another question about the audiobook, which is, how do you get into character as an audiobook actor versus someone who's going to set to play, say, Jessica Jones? Is there, because you have a persona playing Liz.
Yeah. And then a different persona.
And then a different
playing
persona. Yeah.
The other.
Whomever.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you just kind of the same way if I am playing a role, whatever thing sticks out first. That's where you start and that's where you dig in.
It's this sort of
instinct.
seductive, but curious and a little bit afraid. Mischievous version of Kristen that I'm talking to.
Yeah. It's a delicious, fun version that I enjoyed doing.
Yeah.
It's just you find that one thing that jumps out as a feeling or a characteristic or some attribute, and then you just kind of go with it. And then just by the nature of doing so many pages per day, you're doing you're in it.
Yeah.
And whatever comes, you kind of go with it.
Well, I thought it was an excellent, excellent reading. And
Thank you.
I really have to say, I'm a huge proponent of reading novels. I'm also a huge proponent of listening to novels, and this is one that is an incredible listen as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I want to go to a Q&A because people have questions. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank
this
you
was
so much.
awesome. So how are we doing this?
Oh, I'll take care of it.
Also, thank you. Yes, everybody, before she answers some questions, thank you so much for talking about the retreat.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely. So we have time for a few questions. A lot of you have been here before. You know the rules. Who gets to hold the mic? Me only. So we'll take as many questions as we have. Who wants to start off? I'll start here and then I'll come here. So I'll just ask for your name and your question. Hi.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm a huge fan of the Jessica Jones series. I didn't even know you read books before I came here. My mom did the research, and I highly plan on reading all of your books.
Thank you.
As soon as I can.
Thanks.
But my main question was, how do you get past, like, say, writer's block, or like in the acting version, like, what are your strategies to get past, like, being stuck?
Yeah.
I want to go into writing and acting, and I get stuck a lot. So what would you recommend for like getting past that? What are your strategies?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of placeholders and bad pitches. And sometimes those things end up being great later. But to not get bogged down, just do something. Don't think about it too much. Just make a decision. Even if it ultimately isn't the right decision, make a decision, keep going. One foot in front of the other. Just like, you got to keep moving like a shark. So that's kind of it. But sometimes the bad pitch versions like do end up being like very useful. So,
That's great. Thank
that was
you
a great
for your
question. Thank you.
Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Heather.
Hi, Heather.
But
You look
also,
amazing.
As you can tell,
Yeah.
big fan. I try to cosplay as Jessica every year for WonderCon.
I love it.
I just like, you're the queen, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I just want to ask, like, so at one point, when did you realize you just wanted to start writing these books?
Well, I first wrote my first screenplay when I was 23. I wrote a play when I was in 6th grade, but I have no recollection of it. But that's the rumor. And then I wrote a screenplay at 23 when I was reading pilots as an actress and going out for auditions and auditioning for sitcoms. And I was like, I want to write a pilot, so I just did it. And then I went through a phase where I just got really into reading all the thriller books. And I was like, let's just try that. So it started with scripts and then kind of went off to books. A long process, many, many years.
Great. I'll
Thank
go to
you.
this side. You never dug out that 6th grade play?
I'm dying to know about it, but I
gonna
love
say.
that there's this is oh wait, Kristen, yeah, she was always doing something. She wrote a play in the 6th grade.
That's great. Hi, your name and your question.
My name is Carolina, and I absolutely love all your movies.
Thank you,
Jessica
sweetheart. Thank
Jones,
you.
all your characters are amazing.
Thank you.
I was wondering, what's your favorite book and why?
What's my favorite book? I have so many favorite books. The first one that comes to mind, I loved The Goldfinch. I loved Please Kill Me, which is a rock and roll anthology of rock music in New York City in the 70s and 80s. I loved that book. You know this one. Hi, nice to see you. Hi. This year, I really loved Lisa Jewell's book, None of This Is True. I thought that format was so fresh and modern and twisty, and I loved the characters. Yeah, that's all I got at the top of my head.
That's great. I'll have time for a couple more. I'll go here in the middle. I haven't been in the middle yet. Tell us your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Randy.
Hi, Randy.
And I was wondering if there's any particular authors that inspire you to write, or have you taken any writing classes, or any authors that inspire you to write?
You know, I really loved all of Gillian Flynn's books. I think the way that she does the thrillers and the complicated females, and so personal and so rooted in her history and backstory. So she's probably, Sharp Objects was the first book it was also bite-sized and...
That's a complicated anti-hero.
Yeah,
for
very,
you.
very
Yeah.
complicated. I really loved her. So yeah, that's who
Great. I'll take a question back here. Sure. There you are. Can you come to me? Thank you. Your name and your question.
My name is Hayden. So you were saying that when you write it, you have plans to it going eventually into movie or a TV show. Do you have a dream cast yet for the book?
I mean, I have a dream cast, but who knows how that will all work out. But knock on wood and fingers crossed that we'll get to make a TV adaptation. So
I'm going to take 2 more. You'll start with you. Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm a screenwriting major, but I'd love to write novels in the future.
is there anything you took from reading and writing like screenplays that you use when writing like a novel?
Yeah, I mean, all of it. I think, you know, the fun thing about both, you know, screenplays are shorter, so that's good. But when you're writing a book, you can all of the ideas that you have can all go in there because you have tons and tons of real estate. And that's a good thing and a bad thing because sometimes you don't have enough. But the sort of formulas that you have in a script or a screenplay, you don't have that in a book. A certain thing doesn't have to happen on page 30 like it does in your screenplay. So there's a lot of freedom. You can go off on tangents. You can do anything you want. And I think that there's a lot of fun in molding that and being very creative and free.
Great. I passed by some people up in here. If you can come to the center aisle, I'll take your question. Tell us your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Ella, and I love Breaking Bad, so I just wanted to ask, what was your favorite, like, TV or movie project?
Oh, okay. That one was very good, obviously. I got really lucky to be a part of that television show, one of the best shows ever made. That one was really good. I loved The Bee in Apartment 23 because it was so funny. I loved Jessica Jones because it was just the deepest character work I ever had the privilege of doing, and the fans from that show have totally changed my life. I just finished Dexter. I had a lot of fun doing that. Honestly, I feel like I'm so lucky I get to play all these fun parts. I also loved The Witch and Night Books. If you guys haven't seen that, it's like a kid's movie that's actually really great and one of my favorite ones as well. So, yeah.
Thank you for those
Thank you.
answers.
Thank
so
you.
give up a big round of applause
Thank you so much,
for
Kristen.
Kara
That was
Priest
amazing.
and Kristen Ritter. Don't forget, head over to Vroman's, pick up a copy of that book, and Kristen will be signing right over in signing area 8. And we'll be right back here with another author very, very soon. Thanks for coming out.
Wait, are you with anyone else?
I'm with 2 people.
2 more people? Okay. Yes! Won the lottery. There he goes. Okay, we have chocolate and the little bit of peanut butter is there. And we're using peanut butter as the fat and not butter or oil or coconut oil in this case because the flavor story is chocolate peanut butter. So every time you add an ingredient to a recipe, ideally there's a reason for it. Maybe it's textural, maybe it's technique, but I always think about what am I adding and is this enhancing the flavor story or is it going to detract a little bit from it? So I know I don't want my chocolate to be super hard when I go to eat it, which means I want to add a little bit of fat to it to soften it. It also makes it really pretty when you go like this. And it's about chocolate and peanut butter. So, instead of using oil or butter, I can use a little bit of peanut butter and that will do that and also just make it taste more like chocolate and peanut butter. You know when you get something on the menu and they say, oh, it's gonna be brown butter and chocolate and lavender and you take a bite and you're like, wait, what did I order? What was this supposed to be? We eat with our eyes first or we read, right? And when you write something on a menu, it's a promise that it's a promise that we're making as chefs to you that what you get is going to be what we wrote down and what you're expecting. And flavor is really important to me, right? Like when you have a bite, you want it to knock you out. You want it to feel electrifying. And so every ingredient that you put into a recipe, why am I doing it? Is it going to make it better? Is it going to detract? Is it going to take things away from it? And the final piece of it for me is it must pass what we call at Milk Bar, the obsession test. So that is very, very, very simply, if we are not obsessed with it, we can't expect you to be obsessed with it. And so really we're making the promise that when we designed this recipe, it was so delicious we couldn't put it down and we can't wait to share it with you. That's the premise of anything we put on the menu. It's the premise of anything that I make on Bake Club. That's in the Bake Club cookbook, that's in any of our cookbooks. So that's a really, really important piece of it. I am just taking the chocolate and the peanut butter and literally just putting it on top of this pie. I'm letting that really nice fluid chocolate peanut butter mixture do what it's meant to do, which is just sort of drape down. It's not fussy. You don't need any fancy tools. You can use that same spatula, bring it around, let it hug the edges and the corners. And then if you have a fridge or a freezer, pop it in there. It will set everything just a little bit more quickly, or you can play the waiting game, which is no big deal. If you are super duper into like a salty, flaky sea salt, you can put that over the top. We do a little crushed peanuts on the menu at Milk Bar to just gild the lily, because why not? Texture, we're here for texture. We're here for peanuts and peanut butter. If you were doing almonds and almond butter in that way, maybe you're garnishing it with crushed almonds. Maybe you're using granola in place of the cereal or Rice Krispies and used a bunch of different seeded nut butters. You could garnish it with a little bit of granola. I also think it's nice because the top, we eat with our eyes, right? The top tells you what it is you're about to cannonball into, and that's a nice way to sort of connect the story. All right, Peggy, what do we got?
Can you talk a little more about the book club, the bake club that inspired the book?
Great
is it
question.
Like an online community that you created that anybody can join, or what's
Bake Club is, I started it online with Shannon, who's somewhere in the crowd. No, she's hanging out over here with the cool glasses. We started it, honestly, during the pandemic because we were missing that sense of community. And there were all of these feelings and emotions. And when I feel anything, I'm like, I know what the answer is. I'm just going to go hide in the kitchen and bake. And I'll work the problem and figure it out. Even if the problem isn't a recipe, it just makes me, it's where I go for my own like therapy. And we just didn't realize what a thing it would be. And it's become this incredible club. It lives online. It lives in person. But every week online, we release a brand new recipe. You can sign up at bakeclub.com. You get your own card. You also get your own card in the back of the book. But we'll tell you, we're in your inbox once a week to tell you, hey, these are the 5 simple ingredients if you want to bake with us this week. And then when we release the recipe, it goes in that same email so that you have this incredible collection of recipes. You have access to everything. And more than anything, you have like this incredible sense of belonging. You might also not even be a baker and be like, I just love to watch dessert. I love to just imagine these things. I like to learn a little bit. It's not about having time or making time to bake, but rather just being in this thing, being a part of something, and a sense of belonging. And anyone can join. You can also follow us online. I think it's probably at my Instagram handle at Christina Tosi. And it's the same thing when we're R&Ding something, but every week it's a new recipe. It's a come in, all are welcome. Open up your cupboards, open up your imagination, or just cheer someone else on that's taking a risk. Great question. Oh, wait. Are you a chocolate peanut butter person or a chocolate pretzel person? She's won it. Are you crushed peanuts or no crushed peanuts on top? Okay. I'm going to give you a big old piece.
Love it. Thank you.
There you go, Mama. Thanks. Okay, we got questions.
What's the best birthday cake you've ever had?
The best birthday cake I ever had for me, my mom, every year on my birthday, when I was living at home, I think she still does it for me now, but she sends it in the mail. Funfetti box cake mix, tub of Funfetti frosting, freshly made. She would race home from work, turn on the oven, open up the box of cake, 2 eggs, oil, water in a 9x13 pan. She would frost the cake while it was still a little warm so the frosting melts down into it so it's nice and gooey. And then Funfetti sprinkles on top. Like so much so it's my favorite cake that we created a whole from scratch version of it at Milk Bar. It's the birthday cake. Taylor Swift gets it for her birthday. A bunch of other people do, and it is my love letter to my favorite birthday cake. Just that. It's a great question. Wait, will you tell me what your favorite birthday cake is?
Probably me and my grandma found this recipe one year online. It was a 1-layer chocolate cake with chocolate ganache on top, and we decided to put some strawberries on it. It was really, really good.
Thank you for making yours. Are you a chocolate peanut butter person or a chocolate pretzel person?
Chocolate peanut butter.
Come on up. Okay, are you a with nuts or not with nuts? With or without? Oh, great nails. Oh, she's got really good nails. What do you think? Which slice do you think is yours? What's calling for you? Okay, you take it, and there's your napkin. Oh my gosh, do you have more than one person you're with? Yeah, I'm with my mom. Oh my gosh, your mom needs one. Grab one for her. Mother-daughter day? Please. Thanks for sharing your story. Okay, what do we got? Questions?
I have your cookbook.
You do? Which one? Bake Club?
I don't know.
Kids only? Have you baked from it?
I baked a cookie.
Which cookie?
I don't know the name.
You don't know the name. What did it taste like?
Chocolate.
So wait, are you a chocolate guy, a chocolate peanut butter guy, or a chocolate pretzel guy?
Chocolate peanut butter.
Go on up.
Oh my gosh, you baked a chocolate cookie from the cookbook. Come on up. Are you a with or without nuts? Without nuts. Do you want to choose one of these slices? Which one's calling to you? Yeah, the big one, 100%. Okay, you get to grab it. Are you with anyone else? Who's here with you, or did you come alone? Your mom, your dad, and your brother. Do you want to take some of this back for them? What do you think? Maybe I'll send you with 2 cookies, and then you can grab one more slice of pie, just in case they're chocolate pretzel people. Good. The other big one, 100%. Okay, you got it all? Okay, here we go. Okay. How about you hold out both your hands? There you go. Boom. 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 Do you need help down? Okay, here we go. Ready? I'm gonna hoist you down. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's got it. Okay. Y'all, I have a few more slices of pie. I have 2 whole pies. They all need homes. What do we got?
In the show Bake Squad, how did you pick the bakers?
Oh my gosh, in the show Bake Squad, so we have a show on Netflix called Bake Squad where we have 4 incredible bakers. Someone comes in every episode and nominates someone that is in need of people to show up for them, really big and bold with dessert. We just met random people that had incredible stories, and we said, we want to show up for your baby shower, or for your friend's party, or for this incredible event that you're throwing to your community. They're just people that reached out and said, I need help. And when someone reaches out and says, I need help, you'd help them. It's really cool. Are you a chocolate guy or a peanut butter, or chocolate peanut butter or chocolate pretzel? Okay, are you with nuts or without nuts? Okay, you choose. Who are you here with?
I'm with my dad and my sister.
You want to grab some for them? Okay, yeah. Amazing. All right, have fun. Okay, hi.
Hi. So I have a question about the pie and a substitution.
Tell me.
Okay, so you said coconut oil, but what if we did a brown butter and then instead of creamy peanut butter, we did the crunchy peanut butter? Follow-up question, would the ratios be the same then?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Yes and yes. I would say that as you add your Rice Krispies and your confectioner's sugar, so brown butter, when you take butter and you cook it down to make it brown, you're caramelizing the milk solids, because butter is water, fat, and milk solids. So a little bit of that water evaporates, because that's what's happening in order for the milk solids. So you might need a little bit more butter, but you'll know, or you can add a little bit more peanut butter so that you get to the same nice fluid state. You could also just skip up a tablespoon of Rice Krispies so you get that same. But the best part about this recipe is there's no baking powder, there's no baking soda, you're not putting it in the oven, you're not going, ooh, please rise, please rise, please rise. So you can sort of riff, taste, and tweak from there. I would use unsalted butter in your brown butter because you're adding salt, right, with the confectioner's sugar. Are you a chocolate peanut butter or a chocolate pretzel? Okay, I think that you need one of these pies, because one of the whole ones, because you have to go toe-to-toe with your peanut butter, chunky peanut butter, brown butter. Also, you have a great hat. The ripped bodice. The ripped bodice, shout out. What are they?
Okay, they are a romance bookstore here in LA.
A romance bookstore on Indie Book Day.
Ran by 2 sisters. They're incredible. They just opened up in New York.
Oh.
Follow their page.
Their ripped bodice. It's my follow. It'll be my follow when I get off stage. It's all yours, Mama.
Thank you. Oh my
You can eat it however you want. You could eat it with a spoon right now. It'd be really good. And also, it's a little chilly out. So once the chocolate, the gloss sets a little bit, come back. We'll slice it up for you or bring it to your party. The party you're going to throw tonight because you have a whole pie. You yourself the pie, the book. Okay, what do we got?
What was the most ambitious or complicated dessert you've ever tried to make? And at any point did you say, oh, this is too much, I give up?
Oh, I never give up. Sometimes I have great ideas and, sorry, I just saw, tent just went upside down there. I would say the recipe that still eludes me, that's what we'll call it. It was less about like the fancifulness of a plated dessert, and I have this idea for an American cheesecake that I've had since we opened Milk Bar. Ritz cracker crust. Go with me. It's a Ritz cracker crust, so it's not a traditional pie crust. It's Ritz crackers, it's melted butter, it's sugar, it's salt, it's a little bit of milk powder. It's pressed into a pie crust, not pulverized. There's still some like nice, chunky, sweet, salty, buttery moments. American cheesecake. It's the American cheese color. We've got fans. Maybe it has some like green tomato jam. Maybe it's a little green tomato sorbet on top, something like that. It needs some context in there, but it's one that I always go, is now the moment for it. I probably have spent hours and hours and hours on it, and I used to try and convince the people on my team at Milk Bar that it should go on the menu, and this is where you have to like really, there's a vulnerability, there's an honesty always at Milk Bar. If we're not all obsessed with it, we can't expect you to be obsessed with it. Also, technically the boss. But others were like, it's not for me. And I'd go, but come on, try and lobby. So it still eludes me. And maybe it's not American cheese. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's in a layer cake. Maybe the white cake. Maybe it's a layer cake and the white cake is white sandwich bread that's like a from scratch one. I don't know what it is yet, but it's the one that is very lowbrow, highbrow. I'm working on the highbrow part of lowbrow of it. And I don't know where it's gonna lead, but my whole premise is when the ideas that you're passionate about, you bring them to the bench, you work on them, and when they don't work out, it's okay. You just never know. We worked on a cake called the pancake cake for years. We could never figure it out. Put it away. Somebody else would pick it up, work on it. Couldn't get it right, put it away. We finally got it right and put it on the menu 3 years ago, and it sold out immediately. But it's that, like, you have to know, right? Like, when something's done. We never give up on something, but sometimes you just have to literally put it on the back burner and just say, I don't know yet what I don't know, and I'll come back to it. Are you a chocolate peanut butter guy or a chocolate pretzel guy? Come on up. Nuts, no nuts? Nuts. You take a slice, my friend. You got it.
I think we have time for one more question.
One more question. Oh, you're about to win the lottery, my friend.
What is your favorite thing to bake?
My favorite thing to bake right now, it's a very funny thing to be my favorite thing to bake. But right now I'm obsessed with baking muffins. I just think muffins are a format. We eat them for breakfast. You can hold them in your hands. You can bring them wherever you want. And I think muffins can be and should be a lot better than they are. So I am currently obsessed with figuring out how to make muffins more awesome, more fun, more delicious, because they're in our lives and we kind of are like, it's a muffin, it'll do. And I think they could be better. So that's why I'm obsessed with them. Come on up, you get to choose your dessert. Also, for those of you waiting in line that didn't get a dessert, come on up. And I missed some at the beginning that asked a question that didn't get a dessert. Come on up, okay. What do you think?
If you have more questions, she'll be signing copies of her book over at the Book Soup tent just to your right. So don't worry.
Hi, guys.
But while she's feeding all these kids,
okay,
a big round of applause
this
for Christina
is chocolate
Tosi,
peanut
everybody.
Butter, chocolate pretzel. What do you think? Choose your slice. Go for it.
Don't forget to stick around at 3:30. We've got from YouTube and TikTok.
Hi, I'm Hannah Berner.
And I'm Paige DeSorbo.
And we're the authors of How to Giggle.
And this is
Very Important Questions. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be?
Hannah's vagina. In a very Gwyneth Paltrow goop way.
In a very
like a very nuanced Yes.
Yeah. And aren't vaginas nuanced? What's your weirdest writing habit?
Oh.
I'm not going to give Paige away. We know hers.
My weirdest writing habit is I need to be horizontal.
Yeah.
Like we're laying down. We're laying down authors.
Mine also, I won't write for a week and then I'll write the whole book in 2 days.
Hannah wrote the whole book in 1 weekend. And I added on.
You can't force creativity.
That's
I
so
wait
true.
for it to come.
It's so true, Hannah.
What's your favorite word and why? We don't like words. We're more about vibes.
Yeah. Our book is more of like an experience emotionally.
Yeah.
It's a religious experience.
People don't remember what you say, they remember how you made them feel. So let's not get involved in the details here.
Yeah.
AI. The end of humanity as we know it, or sometimes helpful research tool. Well, that's Paige's best friend you're talking about. I've been replaced. Folding pages as a bookmark. Good move or pure evil? I like it. I want to doodle on it. I want highlighters. I want to make it my own.
I was just gonna say, make it your own.
This isn't a textbook that I'm like handing down to like an 8th grader.
I'm not giving it back.
No, make it your own. Rip out a page.
Eyes on your own paper, also.
Whatever you do, just don't burn them. With my vagina scented candle.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Yaros, and these are my very important questions. AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or sometimes helpful research tool? Probably the end of humanity as we know it. I've never touched AI. I'm always just really careful about what research tools I use. Folding pages as a bookmark, good move or pure evil? If you own it, who cares, as long as you're reading. What's your favorite word and why? Obsequious, just because it sounds like it's a lot of fun to say. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? Probably smoke and lightning and very dark, dismal things. What book did you obsess over as a kid? Probably the Chronicles of Narnia. I think I read the whole thing straight through when I was in about 5th grade.
Roy Choi. He is a trailblazing chef, an entrepreneur, and an author. Best known for revolutionizing the LA food scene with his Kogi barbecue food truck. His cooking blends the flavors of his culture and the diverse culinary landscape of LA. And now, his new book, The Choi of Cooking, provides a flavorful journey through his life with many personal stories and recipes. And Roy will be at the LA Times Festival of Books this weekend, but first, he joined us here. Roy, it is an honor to have you here. We're such big fans.
Oh, thank you. What up, LA? I'm here.
All right, I need to know about this book because, and by the way, I love the joy of cooking, like the joy of cooking. Yeah. It is so speaking our language. I mean, the flavors, the freshness. Why did you want to write this and include your personal history?
I feel like I've lived enough life to where I have some sort of dime store philosophy of life. And it took me this long to have the confidence.
To say the book. We have James Davison Hunter. He wrote this book, Democracy and Solidarity, on the cultural roots of America's political crisis, which I'm going to introduce a little bit. But the jacket says James Davison Hunter is LaBrosse or LaBruce?
LaBrosse.
LaBrosse. LaBrosse Levinson, Distinguished Professor of Religion, Culture, and Social Theory and Executive Director of the Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture at the University of Virginia. His books include Culture Wars. Like, yeah, this is a gentleman who introduced the idea of culture wars into the American discussion, or however you want to call it, and Science and the Good. So a round of applause for James. And right next to me, Sarah Schulman, whose book just came out this week. I have the galley, but if you could hold up the hardcover, because hardcovers are always cool. Just came out. Incredible. So Sarah Schulman, so her book, The Fantasy and Necessity of Solidarity. So solidarity is going to be the key today. Sarah Schulman is a novelist, playwright, screenwriter, nonfiction writer, and AIDS historian. Her books include The Gentrification of the Mind, Conflict is Not Abuse, and Let the Record Show, A Political History of ACT UP, New York, 1987 through 1993. Round of applause. And the novels The Cosmopolitans and Maggie Terry. I have had a friend, actually I had a student named Maggie Terry. She was
maybe I stole her name.
Awesome student. Schulman's honors include a Fulbright in Judaic Studies, a Guggenheim in Playwriting, and honors from Lambda Literary, the Publishing Triangle, NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ+ Journalists, the American Library Association, and others. Her writings have appeared in The New Yorker, New York, Harper's Magazine, The Atlantic, The Nation, The New Republic, The New York Times, and The Guardian. Schulman holds an endowed chair in creative writing at Northwestern University and is on the advisory board of Jewish Voice for Peace. So round of applause for Sarah. Sarah. So the conversation's gonna go like this. I'm gonna ask them some general questions, then individual questions about their book, then back to general questions. Then we'll have 15 minutes of questions from you folks. And please, questions, not statements, not comments or anything like that. Questions, let's have a good conversation. But I'm actually gonna start with a question for the audience. How many of you have participated in a protest in 2025? Raise your hand. Most of you. How many of you consider yourself to be in solidarity with a group that is not, quote unquote, yours? Almost the entire room. So to the both of you, to Sarah and James, seeing this very, very unscientific census, What does it tell you right now about the activist spirit happening in the United States in 2025 in April?
Well, people are realizing that we have to have Big Tent politics because basically every community is under attack from this fascist regime. And Big Tent politics means that you have to find a way to work with people without having to agree with them on everything. It doesn't make sense to ask a Salvadoran person who doesn't want to get kidnapped and a Harvard professor who doesn't want to lose their research money to see the world exactly the same way, but they're both facing the same obstacle.
I'm a historical and cultural sociologist, and activism for me, it professionally is something that I study. It's not something that I'm promoting in my scholarship. So we're coming from very different perspectives, but as someone who, I didn't invent the concept of culture wars. That came from Bismarck in the 1870s. I just saw its relevance for what was going on in the US in the last third of the 20th century. And a lot of our activism has been organized around the polarities of the culture war itself. And these polarities have just gotten deeper and deeper. They are generally rooted in narratives of injury, rituals of negation, and ultimately ethics of revenge. And so the solidarity that we see is not a solidarity that is national in context. It is solidarity within different factions of the citizenry organized against each other. But it is living just an hour and a half, 2 hours outside of DC. It is incredibly mean-spirited at this point, especially, obviously, from the ones who are currently in power. I see the activism as being animated less by coherent, substantive views of what justice and beauty and equality could look like in the late modern world. It is now, and especially, obviously, especially on the right, it is organized around a kind of competing will to power. It's Nietzschean in character.
Both of you use the word solidarity in your books, which we'll get to in a little bit. Especially in activism circles, you always have different types of terms to use when we want to get a group of disparate individuals and communities involved. Allyship, alliances, coalitions. What does solidarity mean to each of you in respect to your book? So James, if you could go and then.
So sure, I'll start. So there's this central puzzle of American public and political life, and it's the puzzle of e pluribus unum. Diversity, plurality is a given, and it is only intensified over the last 250 years. So the pluralism has expanded, but the question is, what about the unum? What is it that generates, that causes, or that animates some kind of unity in the nation? And I will be brief, though it sounds like I'm winding up for a long lecture.
You're good, man.
So, so the basic argument I make is that the great democratic revolutions of Western Europe and North America in the 18th and to the 19th century were the offspring of the Enlightenment. But the Enlightenment in France, which is usually taken as the model, was very different from the Enlightenment in England and in Scotland, very different still from the Enlightenment in Germany. And in the United States, it was very, very different. It was a moderate Enlightenment. And it was fed by these tributaries that certainly included Lockean individualism, classical republicanism, but also Calvinism. Calvinism was a powerful source of the, and I call it a hybrid enlightenment. Part of the secret, so the hybrid enlightenment provided the cultural foundations for solidarity in the United States. And the problem with the hybrid enlightenment is that it had contradictions built in it from the get-go. We were promised equality, but then denied equality to large swaths of the population. We were promised freedom, but denied freedom to large swaths of the population. So the issue of these contradictions was how to work through them. It's a German term, Durcharbeiten. Working through these contradictions in ways that retained sort of its groundedness within the hybrid enlightenment, and yet allowing it to evolve, looking different from generation to generation. So the struggle to understand the tensions between the pluribus and the unum is one that is rooted in conflict, also unity, but also a lot of hard work. And the story that I tell is a story of what has happened to the cultural foundations of unity and or of solidarity. And it's not a pretty story.
So it's a solidarity, for you, solidarity is the ideal that has fueled everything that has been the American experiment.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
That created unity in ways that transcended our differences.
Yeah.
But what is really important here, and I'll end it here, is that every institution, from a family, a marriage, all the way up to a corporation, a nation state, a civilization, every institution has to have some basis of solidarity. And if it can't be generated organically, it will be imposed coercively. And that's what we're seeing now.
Sarah, for you, the fantasy and necessity of solidarity, what does solidarity mean to you in this book?
So, the old-fashioned concept is that solidarity is horizontal. So you have the workers in the shop and you have the boss, and if the workers organize, they can win better pay and better working conditions from the boss. But today, the boss is a globalized conglomerate. So it's harder to win something based on horizontal solidarity alone. So for that reason, people need to connect with other groups of people. And the two that I've identified are bystanders, that is to say people who are not implicated but they know that there's an injustice, and conflicted perpetrators. I would put myself in that category and my fellow members of Jewish Voice for Peace, Jews who are standing up against the Israeli oppression of Palestinians. We are conflicted perpetrators. So in order to have solidarity in this global context, you need to have groups coming together that have unequal power. And because solidarity is by definition now unequal, it's a fraught relationship. So the purpose of my book is to make solidarity more doable. And the way I'm trying to do that is to take away a lot of the things that I think keep us from it, which are the idea of heroism, perfectionism, pure motive. These are all false, and getting rid of them will make it all a lot easier, because actually solidarity is a series of mistakes, self-criticisms, and building some kind of infrastructure for the future. The idea that you're going to swoop in and fix it, and that the people you're standing by are going to love you for it, that is all a fantasy. That is not the way it is.
Why do people, or do you think in this day and age people still believe in that fantasy? Because that's very much how, especially in the civil rights movement, people thought, oh, we're gonna, the classic example I think here in California is the UFW grape strike, where you think if I'm not gonna buy grapes, that means I'm marching in Delano along with everyone else. Do you still see that happening right now, especially with the younger generation of activists?
Well, I've been in the Palestine Solidarity movement for about 16 years. And that is a movement that has very slow but steady building of infrastructure. So for example, organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace or Students for Justice in Palestine, these organizations are 30 years old. You know, people have been writing books, people have been creating concepts, people have been developing strategies like boycott, divestment, sanctions, and slowly now we're at a moment where the student movement, and the students are the milieu that have taken responsibility for opposing US money to Israel. They have something to stand on. But to answer your question, there are of course people who are coming into this movement every day, and they're so horrified by the butchery and the starvation that they want to fix it right away. And so they do things like become ultra-left, or they factionalize, or they start taking down other people because they're not good enough, and that's because they have this fantasy, this rescue fantasy.
Yeah.
James.
Well, Puritanism has survived its secularization.
Huh.
And again, that's definitely true on the right, but it's also true on the left. And while I don't use the word fantasy, I do believe that solidarity depends upon opacity. This is why I use the word solidarity rather than consensus. Consensus is a rationalist term, and there's never been consensus. What unites people, again, I come out of a background of historical and cultural
coherent story as much. And I was thinking a lot about one of the books I liked as a kid that was just about the PBS series Ramona that was adapting the Ramona Quimby books, and it was just like all these behind the scenes thing, like how did they do this scene where she imagined having scrambled eggs in her hair is a thing I remember, and what was the audition process like, and all these sorts of things. So I was realizing that I could give a lot more of that kind of stuff that as an adult I might have found a little boring, but I knew kids might like.
You know, that PBS Ramona show was so underrated. Like, also a huge fan of it. You know, one of the things that I really loved about the book is that in every chapter, you talked about what you were going through, and I feel like you really found a way to relate to, like, what the young reader might be going through. Like, was that something that kind of came up naturally as you were going through it, or is, like, were you reflecting more, like, as you went through it, like, how you were feeling at the time as when you were that age?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was fairly natural. I mean, I know, I think that it was about, like, again, just putting myself back in, you know, what not only did what I liked to read as a kid, but also, you know, what are the things that the stories that weren't available to me as a kid that I wish had been, you know. I mean, certainly a lot of that being around my trans identity, that certainly wasn't a thing that existed when I was a kid. You know, like, there was no such thing as trans people as far as I was aware or anyone was aware. And so what sort of stories might have made a difference to me when I was that age was definitely something that was very much on my mind.
Well, I think that, not only that, but you also talked about being diagnosed with ADHD. And I feel like, you know, one of the things that really struck me is that you really went out there, like you just said, to, like, so kids can see themselves in your book.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as far as that goes, I mean, because in a similar way, it's not that, you know, ADD as it was at the time didn't exist, but there was certainly a lot of skepticism about it. Like, you know, but as far as a lot of people, like, felt, you know, ADD was just another word for, like, disobedient, basically. And so, you know, it wasn't something that I would have been diagnosed with or would have been happy being diagnosed with at the time. And, you know, as an adult coming to think of it differently and to realize that it's just a brain that works in a different way, and obviously has not held me back from success in life or anything like that. So that was, again, a message that I would have loved to have as a kid. And so just, you know, and it's such an amazing feeling that this opportunity has come to me in my life to be able to put that out in the world. I never thought that, you know, I'd be in a position to write a book at all and you know, have an audience for it.
You know, you mentioned the Ramona Quimby book. What book were you absolutely obsessed with when you were a kid?
You know, the number one answer is The Pushcart War. by Jean Merrill, I believe. And it is about a theoretical thing that happened in New York where the truck drivers all conspired to like push out the push carts and drive them out of the city, and there's like a corrupt mayor that is working with them, and the push cart drivers all have to get together and unify and figure out a way to fight back. And it's such a like, I don't know, it's such a like, in retrospect, very like leftist like solidarity, you know, action sort of thing, but it was just like an exciting adventure with all different characters and, you know, kind of silliness to it. And I also, as a kid, like, it's written as a documentary of a historical event, and for a time as a kid I thought it was. And I remember going to New York to visit, we had an aunt and uncle there, and I wanted to go to see the sights in the book and see the statue of General Anna that was supposedly in Tompkins Square Park, which was not there, and I was disappointed by that. But yeah, I can't tell you how many times I read that book as a kid.
What is one thing about your book that nobody else knows?
I don't know what do people know? I think I mean, I guess what I would say is that what maybe people don't necessarily know is that I can't imagine ever having finished it had I not been given an advance and eventually told that if I didn't finish the book, they would take the advance back. Because it was, you know, it was hard. It was like enjoyable and wonderful and so hard to just push myself over the finish line.
You know, you talk about in this version of the book, like having so many young fans who reached out to you. You know, kids look up to you, obviously more are going to be looking up to you as they read the book. You know, now that it's out, can you talk a little bit about who are the trans people who are older than you who helped pave the way and helped give you hope when you were coming out?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like the first answer to that is, you know, just all the trans people from, you know, like, you know, Stonewall days and things like that. And I mean, just going back for forever, like, you know, I cannot imagine having come out, you know, facing the things that they were facing then. But more directly in my life, there's one I've talked about before, a comedian in San Francisco named Natasha Muse, who was kind of the first trans person that I ever knew personally. And seeing her, I mean, first of all, just an incredibly smart, funny person that was just fun to be around. And also just seeing her and realizing that there wasn't anything weird about being trans. She was just a normal person with a wife and kids living her life and just happened to be, you know, a woman. And so that was really important to me. And then I think, you know, like, I think for a lot of people, Laverne Cox on Orange is the New Black, I mean, it was the first, you know, the first trans person I'd ever seen on TV that was just, I mean, that was first trans character played by a trans person basically ever. And also, like, you know, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of like drama around it, but also that wasn't everything about her. It wasn't just a trans person. And, you know, she also wasn't a serial killer making skin suits out of kidnapped women, which was a nice change.
And kind of on the flip side of that too, are there, like, who are younger people who are inspiring you right now and you're following?
I mean, you know, I don't know, like, I mean, anyone that is, you know, young and trans is just, it is amazing to me. It's something that, you know, I could not imagine. I mean, obviously, like I say, when I was a kid, it wasn't a thing that existed. And to see the confidence that, you know, young trans people have is amazing. You know, it's not, I never thought that it could happen. I mean, even, you know, when I came out, you know, as an adult, and I knew other, like, trans people, all of us had come out as an adults, and all of us had suffered through our childhoods. And to know that there are trans people out there that don't have to do that, not that it isn't still a hard road in many ways and has gotten harder in the last few years, but that, you know, that are still able to go out there and live their lives is just a wonderful development in society.
Bringing it back to Jeopardy, one of the really like poignant passages I found in the book where you talked about, like you've been a Jeopardy fan, as you said, for 40 years.
Yeah.
And you've been taking the test and like you were destined for Jeopardy. But there was a time when you stopped taking the test. And then can you kind of talk about that and like when you became comfortable and now we all know you because you were the champion.
Yeah, so I had been taking the test for, years and years. Like basically since they started doing it online, I'd been taking it. But then when I came out as trans, that was maybe 6 or 7 years that I'd been taking the test. And I stopped because I was so uncomfortable with myself. And so, it was such a, it was a hard coming out. And for a while, like, all I could see in myself and all I could imagine other people seeing in me was this weird, awkward trans person that was like, do they even see me as trans? Do I just look like a man in a dress to them? And everything else about that. I mean, it's just like, I could barely manage being seen in real life, like let alone being on TV and broadcast around the country. And then, I got a little more comfortable with myself. And I also, I think not even just getting comfortable with myself, I think I got to the point where I realized for sure that I wasn't going back, that I was just going to keep being trans and keep being openly trans, and that this had been a dream my whole life, and that I was just not going to give up on it. And, however uncomfortable it made me, it was less uncomfortable than the idea of giving up on something I'd wanted my whole life just because of what other people would think. And I think actually, going back to the previous question, the fact that I had seen other trans people on Jeopardy, and that, they had inspired me. Like representation can sound like sort of a buzzword and it like doesn't really mean anything, but having experienced it, as much as I could know intellectually that trans people were allowed on Jeopardy or whatever, seeing other trans people on there made an incalculable difference. Like I could believe it because I had seen it happen. And so representation, like really, it makes a powerful difference that, I didn't know until I felt it happen to me.
Okay, we have to talk about your incredible run. My burning question is, how hard was it to keep the secret about it? Because I mean...
Yeah. It was hard, and I definitely, I told more people than I was supposed to. But nonetheless, I mean, yeah, there were, a lot of people I didn't tell. I mean, I think, it was hard in the maybe 2 or 3 weeks between when I finished taping episodes and when it started. But what was really hard is once it started, not telling people how long it was going to go. Because I remember, my first episode aired, and I was getting texts from friends from high school and just people from my life, just being like, congratulations. And then the next episode airs, and they're saying congratulations again. And I'm like, if you're committing to texting me after every episode, that is a bigger commitment than you realize. So I mean that. And then the other thing that was hard was. In the week or so before my last episode aired, I was like, oh, people are going to be so sad, and I felt bad about it, but despite the fact that it was it already happened, and, I had certainly, the moment of losing was awful, but, it was immediately followed by, I can't complain. I obviously, it was a success by any measure I could have imagined. But, yeah, I didn't. I knew that people, that I would have a certain amount of fans and that people would be following my run and everything like that. But I didn't expect how much people would get invested in it, and so I felt so sad about disappointing them.
Did anybody actually text you? Did you have anyone who texted you after every game?
I don't think so. I don't think on everyone. No, I think people started, checking in a little less often. Yeah.
They tapped out at some point. After you got to game 20.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Jeopardy clue of all time? It could be on a show you were on or one that you just watch as a super fan.
I mean, I don't know that There's so many of them. Like one that I kind of go to a lot though is one. It was a Final Jeopardy one once that I watched, and it was something along the lines of like this Tony-winning musical is named for shares a title with painting by Marc Chagall, and what I like about it is like the path that you go there with it, because Chagall like is one thing that you know from watching the show is that Chagall is one of those clues where like anytime the clue says like Jewish painter, the answer is always Marc Chagall. And so knowing that, then you're thinking, okay, Tony-winning musical, you know, Jewish related probably, and then you're like, oh, Fiddler on the Roof, and then you think Chagall painting Fiddler on the Roof, that sounds like a painting of his, and so that's the answer. And so it's one that you can get to a few different ways, but it's also something, what I love about Jeopardy 2 is so often the clues will teach you something even if you know, as you get to the answer. So I didn't know that that's how the Fiddler on the Roof got its name, or it was named after that painting. But so I could not only know the answer, but also learn something just from reading the clue.
That's so true. I've learned so many, things exactly the way you're saying. Like that path, you learn so many other factoids that make you even more of a force in future Trivial Pursuit competitions. Not that it's a full contact sport in my house or anything. But what was the best splurge that you spent your prize money on?
I got courtside tickets to a Warriors game. That was,
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Did they put you on were you on the Jumbotron for it too?
Actually, I don't think I was for that. They invited me to a game kind of like, I think during my run or just after. Not put me courtside, but they did put me on the Jumbotron. So that was also a really cool experience. But yeah, like being down there, like it's crazy. And also like, and this is something I learned before when I'd gotten tickets that were like not that close, but kind of close. Like we all know intellectually that NBA players are very tall, but then you get there and you're like, they are so tall. It is shocking.
I absolutely love that. Have you ever had a Jeopardy stress dream? And if so, what is it?
You know, I mean, I'd say yes. I can't think like, you know, anything like specific about it. Just like, you know, it's just about, I think, just being, you know, in the green room, or actually when we were there, wasn't the green room, was the Wheel of Fortune studio, because it was COVID and we needed to spread out. But like, yeah, I do that. And also I think that like, and this is a stress dream that I've just had for as long as I can remember, about like, I would have them like the night before, dreaming that I had overslept, and then like kind of half waking up and being like, wait, did I? And then like, oh no, I didn't. And then trying to get back to sleep and that sort of thing. And yeah, and I did actually. And then one time I did actually oversleep, and that did not help with that dream.
So wait a minute, in that COVID green room, did you actually get to spin the wheel, or was there like an alarm if you touched it?
It was covered with a tarp, and there was a sign saying "Do not touch under any circumstances." But just between us, on the first season of Jeopardy Masters, they did actually let us each spin the wheel one time. So they weren't supposed to, but they did.
I love it. Okay, I was so excited because I just saw you on Top Chef.
Yes.
What was that like as a Top Chef fan and a Jeopardy fan? Like, please tell me.
It was incredible. It was because I had, in the last tournament of Jeopardy that I was on, like I mentioned on one of my anecdotes that I'd always wanted to do it, specifically in the hopes that like they would hear about it and invite me on, and it actually worked. So I got to be a guest judge on a quick fire on Top Chef. And it was like, you know, it was just like I imagined it, which is, you know, like, knowing, if you knew how much I imagined it, that's high praise. You know, everybody there was wonderful. And it was also just, you know, having been on a few different TV shows and video shoots, things like that, incredibly smooth operation, so well run. You know, like I saw they give us the call sheet and they're like, okay, your call is at this point, and then you'll be done about like 3.5 hours later. And I was like, there is no way you can get everything you need in that time. And by golly, they did. It's just like clockwork. And so that part of it was amazing too. And also like, you know, watching Top Chef all these years, the one thing is you never actually get to taste the food, right? And so, you know, you think you know what looks good and what doesn't. and I got to taste the food. And I will say, like, you know, yeah, we had to put some of the dishes on the bottom. They were there for a reason, but it was all so good. Like, they really are top chefs. They're not kidding around about that.
Could you beat Ken Jennings in a quickfire? Do you think you would beat him?
I enjoy eating food. I am not good at cooking it, nor do I think that I'm that qualified to judge it. I had a fun time, but I'm not, look, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can cook Kraft macaroni and cheese better than anyone. I will go up against anyone on that, but beyond that, I don't know.
What has been the most surreal experience you've had since your run on Jeopardy?
So many of them, but going to the White House, definitely. And like standing at the
so many thousands of people would message me and say, because you're showing your messes and your mistakes, I feel like I'm more inspired to cook and get in the kitchen because there's not as much pressure. And that is what it's all about. I think cooking is such a fun hobby. It's a creative outlet. And sometimes we just feel too much pressure or there's too many rules. And Scratch That is all about like letting that go, having fun, letting the mistakes guide the way, and learning to become a better cook through that process. So I'm gonna take these off because usually I'm not in glasses. All right, what are we doing here? Does anybody know? No, I'm the one who should know. We're making a triple pickle fried chicken sandwich today. Do you guys like pickles? Woo! Me too! And that's why I did triple pickle. Actually, a lot of the times when I'm like developing recipes, and at least when I was at Tasty and developing recipes, I would think of like a recipe title that I really liked first. So one day, while I'm writing recipes for this cookbook, I thought, triple pickle, I like the sound of that. It's like kind of rolls off the tongue. And that's when this sandwich was born. It has all the best things because actually, Zoya, wherever you are, oh, she's in the back there, my partner Zoya, my fiance. She loves pickles. She's always like, more pickles. Does anyone else feel the same? Like, there's never enough pickles. So we overkilled it here. We did a lot of pickles. So right now, I'm whipping up an aioli. Sorry, I should tell you what I'm doing. Just mayonnaise. I mean, obviously, you can make your own mayonnaise if you want, but a lot of the message of Scratch That is if you don't want to, you don't have to. Store-bought is totally fine in some cases. We're not totally cooking from scratch. We're doing like semi-scratch. But you know what? It's good enough. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. So we just made a quick little aioli. I did mayonnaise, a little bit of Dijon mustard. We got that pickle brine and some chopped up pickles in there. Again, maybe this is more than triple pickles. Maybe this is like quadruple. What's more, like sextuple pickles? No, that was kind of weird. But a little kosher salt, pepper, season that up. The pickle brine is going to be pretty salty, though, of course. Now, over here, we have some flour, beautiful flour. More pickle brine, of course, because we're hitting it hard with the pickles over here. I really want to make sure you, like, let those pickles shine. Oh, wait, I'm also supposed to be asking you guys questions. Or do you have questions? Asking you questions. How you doing? Or do you have any questions for me? All right, I could keep going. I could ask you, do you like the Festival of Books? I also, guys, if you haven't gotten Scratch That yet, you're really missing out, and you got to go get it. But I also left some copies around the festival that you can go find for free. Like, I left them in little hiding places. Who knows if they're still there? I signed them. Okay, we're doing seasonings. We got some paprika. We've got some garlic powder. We got some salt and pepper, cayenne. And we are making a little wet brine over here. I think they're really trying to tee me up to make a mess and spill this because these bowls are very shallow. But I will take it slow. Oh, see, there we go. It happened. But you guys, if you know me, if you know my cooking videos, you know oh, God. It's okay, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it through. I have been sabotaged here. No, oh my God. If you know me, you know that I'm no stranger to making a mess. Oftentimes people ask me, Jesus, this is so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. Oftentimes people like ask me if I'm faking my spills, and I guess you could be the judge of that. I'm just very clumsy. I just happen to be very clumsy, and I always knew for that reason I wouldn't be a great candidate to cook in a restaurant. Not really my vibe. But I've always loved to cook. It's always been my number one passion. Actually, I was just with my aunt, who's a chef, and because, you know, with the cookbook being out, she was like, you know, I really always remember when we would be cooking in the kitchen and you said, I want to be a cooker when I grow up. It's like, well, great. Glad I learned some grammar as well to write a book. But I always loved to cook and didn't really know where my place was. And luckily for me, it really evolved in timing. And I write a lot about that journey in the book. I do 3 essays. So even if you don't like to cook or you don't cook or I don't know. I guess I shouldn't be saying this as someone who made a cookbook, but you can just read it. You don't have to make any of the recipes, although the recipes are delicious. There's over 100. But it's about that journey of really like finding yourself and letting your purpose evolve and finding your perfect career, and how that journey kind of went for me, getting to Tasty. You were curious actually of how I became a food stylist in Sweden. Well, when I was studying college, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And I knew that I only have one. Oh, there's 2 pair of tongs. Awesome. Do you guys want to know a little bit what I'm doing, or should I keep talking about this journey? Keep talking? Okay, I'm like, oh God, I have a one-track mind. Okay, so when I was in say I always loved to cook, and I started a food blog. I wasn't very good at it. But ooh. See, I'm really distracted here. I've already messed up. Scratch that. All right, we got one piece of chicken. Guys, it's supposed to go in the flour first. But you know what? It's all going to the same place anyways. Shake that off. We don't want a really gummy coating. That's all right. I promise I can cook though, you know. So I was actually like food blogging and loved cooking, but didn't think it could be an actual career. I was like, okay, maybe I'll go into nursing. I was studying science. It's just so funny. You're like, look at me. Like, who the hell you think you are? You're going to be a nurse? Are you going to be a nurse? Thank God I'm spilling chicken. Imagine if I'm spilling bodily fluids in the hospital. But yeah, had dreams of becoming a nurse. And after I started, 1 second, guys. You know me. I need to do one thing at a time. After I was like food blogging, I was like, okay, you know, maybe this could be a career. So I decided to give myself a gap year. And I've always loved to travel. Oh, we're a little hot. Let's turn this down. We're gonna do $3.50 for the fry. It's at $4.50. It's a little hot. So I was like, I'm gonna give myself a gap year. I'm gonna give myself a chance, give myself some time. Maybe the food blog will take off in this year. Because there wasn't digital food media that exists as it does right now. It was like blogging was the thing. And again, I wasn't very good at it. And so I moved to Sweden as an au pair. I went on aupairworld.com, found a family, and I started living there. And I was cooking for the family, and that was really cool. The boys I took care of, I would bring them to school in the morning. I would make them breakfast, bring them to school, and then I'd have the whole day to blog. And so it was a really amazing way to kind of like open the door to something. Again, I wasn't very good at the blogging, so instead I looked for, well, actually, I was a part of the International Association for Culinary Professionals, which is something you just join when you're networking after college and you don't know what you're doing. And I looked it up because it's kind of a directory, like a phone book almost, and I found one person in Sweden. I called her up, And I said, hello, I would like to cook for you. She was a food stylist. And she was like, my assistant just quit. Great, you can start. Which was amazing. Of course, it was very lucky. But there's something that kind of happens that I talk about in the book that it's like if you kind of follow that guide of your intuition and believe in yourself and follow the path, even if it doesn't really make sense, but you have a belief in yourself, things kind of evolve in this amazing way, in this magical way. And so I started working as an assistant food stylist in Sweden for Mia. I also talk about this in the book. And while I was there, I was like, oh my gosh, this could really be a career. I hadn't seen that before of like, oh, I don't have to be in a restaurant. I can be here. Like we were cooking all day, taking photos. It was so cool. And again, I was a little bit, I really was a failed food blogger. I was not good at it. I wasn't consistent, and I was just like, I found kind of this niche in that food styling, and then almost a year to the date, this little thing called Tasty sprung up, and the second I saw my first Tasty video, I was like, that is my job. I know it. So I applied for the internship, and I held all my interviews via Skype and at weird hours because, again, I was in Sweden. And I told them, listen, I've never made a cooking video, but I'm very tech savvy and I love to cook. And if you give me a camera and tell me what button to push, I will push it. And they said, okay, this girl is balls, so let's give her a chance. And that's what they did. They gave me a chance. I flew back to LA that next week, and I started my job at Tasty. And it was an internship. I had to learn a lot. I really put my head down and tried to learn as much as possible. I became one of their top producers. I got the job, and then, like the full-time job, because again, I was an intern. And that's where my path kind of took me, and now we're here. I, left Tasty, as some of you guys know, a few years back, and while it was my dream job then, things really shifted, and I had learned so much on my own that I was like, okay, I'm going to give myself a shot and really try to make this career my own. And so since then, I've been about really differentiating myself and trying to grow on my own and find my voice and my footing. And I have been so blessed to do that through various social media platforms, from YouTube to Instagram and TikTok and a little bit of Substack, and just really getting to share that journey with you. And if you guys know any of my cooking videos, you'll see that I like to share a lot more than just the recipes. I like to share my life. I like to share what I've learned or my journey. And so that's really what I want the cookbook to be as well, like so much more than just the recipes, which is why I say if you don't cook, you can read it, you can look at the beautiful pictures. It's so bright and bold and colorful and messy. And yeah, I didn't want to write a cookbook unless I could really capture my essence, and I think we really managed to do that, so that's what's so exciting. Okay, now enough of that. We are here frying this chicken, and look at that. I messed up before, and we still got a beautiful fried chicken here. Yeah. Because you know what? You mess up a little bit, it's okay. You keep going, and you'll learn. Okay, now, really, any questions? Does anyone have a question? We got a microphone for you, too.
Thank you. I was trying to use my outside voice for a second. Do you have any recipes that didn't make the book?
Oh my God, so many recipes. Oh, let me think if I can come up with any on the top of my head. I mean, so many don't make the book. I will say, maybe some of you are Persian here, because I have started to make a lot of Persian food, and my fiance is Persian, Zoya. We love making Persian food now, and part of me was like, okay, I want to add some Persian recipes in the cookbook, because I have, a lot of people who follow me now for that. However, this cookbook is really like a love letter to my Tasty days. And so I was like, I'm going to add a couple just to have that be there, but it's not the Persian cookbook. In fact, I would love for book number 2 to be in tandem with Zoya and her mom and make a Persian recipe-focused cookbook, which will be delicious. But yeah, so a lot of recipes like that. But in developing recipes, it's super common to like I will like sit down and come up with. We're gonna do this again. Safety first. I would like really write down all the recipe titles that I think were like fun and sounded really good. And then you kind of like edit from there and be like, maybe there's too many banana flavored recipes, which actually did happen. They were like, can you scale that back? I was like, oh, really? If you know me, I love like a banana flavored thing. And do I need another pan for the buns? Well, we were gonna toast them up, I think, right? Okay, thank you. But yeah, did that answer your question? Good, because I don't even remember some of the, I just move on. I have the worst memory. And I'm like, I can't even believe we're here right now, that the book is finally out. Because, okay, damn. I feel like I'm just like 80 years old when I'm up here doing this. I told you that I was so tech savvy. But when it comes to, okay, there we go. An induction cooktop. There we go. All right, we've got our beautiful pickle brined fried chicken over here. Here we go, another question.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and also I'm Iranian.
Oh my
so
God.
I think I have to ask, what is your favorite Persian dish that you've made or that you've had?
Oh, well, I love it all. Really, I love it all. I love tachin tadig. I actually love pheasant and my favorite, though, is when we have, like, kebab night and the, like, Zoya's uncle comes out from Iran, sets up the charcoal grill. We all sit around it. He skewers up the kebab kubide, and you eat them hot off the grill. They're, like, dripping and juicy. Oh, there's nothing better. Nothing better than that. Yeah. We love Persian food. And if you don't want to cook Persian food, go to Rafi's in Glendale. We love Rafi's. Any other questions? Don't be shy. Yeah.
Will you give us a hint about where you hid those books?
Oh my God. Where? I don't even remember. I told you I had a memory of a goldfish. They were like, they're all over. But I think the other one over there was gone. And then I had one over here, but I think it's gone. And then mostly at the festival over there. Well, it's super bright. You can't miss it. And maybe I can give you one. What? Oh, there's a statue with a bald head. That's all I know about that.
What? Oh, hello.
Hi.
What actually inspired you to start writing a cookbook versus, I guess, waiting a little while? Or?
I know, yeah. I always wanted to write a cookbook. I always knew I would. I think, again, there's like a lot of fear that comes with it of like, oh, that's really daunting. It takes a long time. And so I actually had some offers when I left Tasty, but I just wasn't ready because I was really in video mode. I was still building, and I was like, I'm not ready to switch that brain yet. And I knew I wanted to do it myself. I wanted to write the book. I wanted to like really have ownership over it. And so I just kind of like was in building mode, and lucky for me, I got connected with my amazing agent, Nicole, somewhere in the audience, and she said, because I had already started writing, but I didn't know how to write a book proposal. There were some pieces missing. I was like, I don't know how to do that. And when Nicole met me, she read my writing and was like, girl, we could have a book proposal in 1 week and an auction the next week. I was like, oh my God. So sometimes it's kind of like about like those missing pieces. But I talk about this in the book as well, of like sometimes I have this regret of like, I wish I had done this 5 years ago when I left Tasty, when I had like so much momentum and stuff, but I wasn't ready. Like I wouldn't have the perspective and the wisdom that I have. I say wisdom, you're like, oh, this girl's wise? I promise I'm wise. But I didn't have it in me at the time, so I'm really glad I waited. And I think that's just a testament to like sometimes the timing of your life is a little bit different than other people want for it. But I'm so proud of what we created, and again, it's such a representation of me. I have a lot of years now under my belt, and it's really given me it's really just given me a lot to write about and talk about, and so I'm glad that we did wait. But hope that helps. All right, now I have toasted my buns, and I put my pickle aioli, and we got a question.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
You're one of the reasons I really love cooking, and I found you on Tasty. So what was your favorite recipe on Tasty that you created?
Oh my God, there were so many. I would make a lot of people don't know this because they know me from doing Behind Tasty or I Draw You Cook on YouTube. But I was doing those hands videos, in, the classic Facebook Tasty videos. Are you saying, did I do something? Oh no, I thought it was oh, and I was did I spill something? What happened? No, okay, good. We're all good. I was doing the classic hands videos, and I would make 2 to 3 a week. Also, I was saying I was pretty fast, and I really loved the job. It was my whole life. So 2 to 3 a week, and not only would I set up the camera on the station, test the recipe and cook the recipe, I would operate both cameras at once, and I would then take the footage, break down the set, and then go edit the video. And we would do that 2 to 3 recipes per week. Yeah, can you even believe someone like me? Clearly, I lost my touch in doing more things at once, at a time. But I'm out of practice. But yeah, it was a grind, but it was so fun. So one of my favorite, some of the ones that did so well, oh my gosh, my banana bread bottom cheesecake, my cinnamon roll apple pie was a big one, chicken parm lasagna. And that's why it was really fun to do that TikTok series where I was talking over my old Tasty videos. Have you seen any of those? Because it was fun to kind of reclaim them and get to tell the actual story. And yeah, because they just live on that page forever. But yeah, people don't know that inside Secrets of Tasty. Okay, now we're just assembling the sandwich. Easy as pie. Easy as triple pickle. Bottom bun, lettuce, tomato. We got another question.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm a huge fan of you and Zoya. I love you both. Couple goals.
Who do you like better?
It's so hard to choose. I can't. You're tied. I was
you
just
can
wondering.
Choose. You can choose.
I'm not going to. I was just wondering, how was the experience going from working for a brand like Tasty to then going out on your own and creating a brand yourself? Any challenges or things that were fun to learn along the way? Because you're a huge inspiration.
Oh, thank you so much. So many challenges. It's a different beast. There's so many pros and cons with it. I love that I have the freedom and I get to create exactly what I want and I get to schedule my days, but at the same time, it's really hard to be your own boss. It's hard to schedule your own days. It's hard to find that discipline within you. It's hard when you're in a comparison game, especially with social media these days. It's looking at this person and looking at that person. And I think a lot of it is staying focused in what you're creating and your purpose. That's really helped me, give me putting the blinders on and being what value are we bringing and who are we serving? Because I could look over here and be okay, there's recipe creators who really stick to just sharing a recipe and they grow super fast because it's they're niched down. But for me, it doesn't light me up. I really, really want to share more and not being blinded by what those numbers are, but staying in what lights me up. Because at the end of the day, we have people coming up to us saying exactly that, you've changed my life and watching you brings me so much joy. So just staying in that and it really helps. But totally different beasts, but they're both great. Yeah.
Okay. Hi,
Hi.
Alex. I'm a fellow BuzzFeeder. You're one of the reasons why I wanted to work at BuzzFeed in the first place. So I'm really happy to be here supporting you. What advice could you give about separating your identity from your past employer, creating your own brand, and just going forward?
Wow. A lot with that. Again, kind of keeping your eyes on the purpose and what lights you up. And really what's been cool is seeing my own identity shift and change and evolve as I've created content, because none of us are stagnant. And I think one thing that I've been able to do or managed to do is let myself evolve and share that journey no matter what happens. Like, even in my journey of coming out, you know, the day after I did that online, I lost 11,000 followers, which is crazy. But since then, I have far surpassed any of those people who left. And in fact, good riddance, goodbye and good riddance. And you kind of change, like, you change who you are, but you can't not share who you are because you have fear of that. But on the other side of that, life is so much more beautiful, and the people you create, or the people that follow you because of what you create, love you for you. And yeah, so just really staying true to yourself and remembering at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Sharing your joy and sharing your love, and like, I don't know, it's so fun. Like, I think some people might look at Scratch That and be like, how am I gonna learn from a cookbook that's about mistakes? But it's really not about that. It's about letting the mistakes be okay, part of the process, because as you learn to let the small stuff roll off your back, say scratch that when you mess up, and you get back in there, you're gonna develop those tools in the kitchen, but then you're gonna apply them to your life, and you're gonna be able to do that in life. And it's so important to be able to fail and get back up again. So that's a lot of the messaging as well. Yay! Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, well, tonight we are making Persian feast. Zoya is as well. Actually, no, we're making like kind of Mediterranean, like, what we're making actually is the, well, little plug there. We are making the sheep pan chicken shawarma from the book. Oh gosh, just take my word for it. We're making the sheep pan chicken shawarma, extra delicious. We're gonna be making some homemade 2-ingredient flatbread, and we're gonna make our friends get into it, and they don't cook. But we're like, come on, it's a little fun, it's just easy. And then we made salad charzi, so we're making like a really fun Mediterranean feast tonight, Middle Eastern Mediterranean. And then we make a lot of like lasagna, a lot of pastas, like to keep it like easy when we're cooking for friends, and like they're kind of, our friends are very simple. They don't cook. They like the classics. But yeah, it's so fun, and especially like we were talking about it in the car over. It's like it's really fun to get them, to encourage them to get in the kitchen. Like that's why we're gonna. They don't know that we're telling them they have to cook tonight, but like, you know, it's in the spirit of being like, it's okay. Like we'll teach you, and it's just fun. Like throw the pita. Easy. Wow, look at that. Did I make this? We have a delicious triple pickle fried chicken sandwich. We got a pickle brined battered fried chicken. You're like telling me to eat, you want me to bite it? Okay. We've got a pickle brined chicken. Oh, you want to eat it? Are you allowed? Am I allowed? Don't sue me. Oh, we are allowed? Okay. We are allowed. Just let me, I was a little distracted, so just let me make sure it's cooked through.
Should I just go?
Oh, we're good.
Hi, Alex. Wait, I'm here in the middle. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi, sorry.
Is that you? Okay, do you want to? I mean, they said, they asked for it. Yes.
So I've been watching you since I was like 12.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
And like, my first impression of you was making chocolate croissants.
Yes.
So can I ask you like what your favorite memory was when you were at Tasty?
That was a good memory. And you know, there's a story with those chocolate croissants. This is not my favorite memory at Tasty, but it is a funny one. And I write a little blurb in the book about this. If you catch it, it's in like the front matter. But okay, when I was making those chocolate croissants, and obviously those videos were pretty hard. I was making something I'd never made before. Chocolate croissants are really hard to make. And we were filming this for like 2 weeks straight. And actually the bosses at Tasty were like, girl, you gotta wrap this up. Like, time is money, you know? Like, usually my shoots take 1 day, and instead they were taking 2 weeks because we were doing this crazy thing. There you go. And enjoy. And if you don't like it, don't tell me. Okay, so I finally got this recipe down. I was like, guys, it is working. I'm not gonna get fired. Here we go. We're gonna finish up this video today. And lo and behold, I placed out. That's good, yeah! I promise I did not pay them. I finished up the croissants and it's working. Like they're rising in the oven, or they're rising. They're in the proofing process before baking. So I put them in this tiny little oven that no one ever used. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep them safe in here while they proof. And then we're gonna come back. I was like editing. I come back to the kitchen. We're like, okay, we're gonna bake them. Then the video's gonna be over. I open up this little mini oven and I see to my horror that someone has turned on the oven and they were baking inside. They were burning inside. And I was like, oh my God. Like I screamed like, oh my God. And then this poor girl was an intern and was like, oh, and I was like, oh, it's okay. Like, oh my God, I don't know if this is okay. But yeah, actually, so those croissants burned and I didn't have time to make another one. The recipe really did work, I promise you. It wasn't something we did like fake this at Tasty, but I had to go to Trader Joe's and we had to finish the shot. So in the final behind Tasty chocolate croissants, the final shot is Trader Joe's croissants. And you can see it. You can see it because there's 2 pieces of chocolate in there. And you'll be like, actually, I only put 1 in there. But people didn't really notice in the comments, which is surprising because people notice everything and they didn't notice that. Until I told them. Okay. Yeah.
Hi. I'm wondering where you were in Sweden and if you have any favorite Swedish recipes.
Yeah, I was in Stockholm. And I love like Swedish cinnamon buns, and I made a video at Tasty actually of making the lussebula, which was fun, and obviously the meatballs, love Swedish meatballs, and IKEA is great. All right, is it time? Did we do it? One more question? Come on. How many recipes did you use from BuzzFeed? And do you still talk to Rie? Yeah, Rie. Did I use from BuzzFeed in the book? Or did I use from BuzzFeed? For the book. I don't know how many. Most of them are new recipes. Everything is like new. Except for there's a couple that I kind of redid because I just liked them and they were like fun. Like potato chip onion rings is in there. It's a little snacky food. I did that at Tasty. I also, the week I left Tasty, although I did not put it on Tasty, I made the funfetti lemon bars, and that's in the book. Although again, that wasn't on Tasty, but most of the recipes are new. And yes, I still talk to Rie, and I'm gonna be in Los Angeles for my cookbook tour finale stop. You can get the tickets at the link that's on my bio, but I hope Rie will be there. I gotta call her up and make sure she's gonna be there. But that's gonna be really fun if you wanna come hang out. It's gonna be at Secco in Silver Lake, and you get a book, we get to sign it, gonna be drinks, maybe a few surprises, some other fun cooking creators. But yeah, guys, this was so much fun. I wish I could hug you all.
Alex Traeger, everybody.
Thank you.
She will be signing copies of her book. You can purchase it just to your right.
Wait, do one more time while I record you. I don't know if that works, but...
You can purchase your copy of her book from Book Soup, and she'll be signing just at the tent adjacent to your right. Thank you guys all for coming out today. I hope you can... wait,
you liked
more?
it?
No.
Oh, good.
Save me that plate.
Yeah, okay.
For all of you Top Chef fans, at 4:30 over at Bovard Auditorium, we have Tom Colicchio and Kristen Kish from Top Chef will be doing a panel. And then come on back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. We've got another...
Hi, I am Kristen Ritter, and these are very important questions. The first one, how do you procrastinate when you're supposed to be writing? I do laps in my house, or I'll find things to clean that maybe I've already cleaned, and I find busy work, laps in the house cleaning. Okay, next one. Top to bottom, how many cups of coffee did it take for you to write your book? Well, so many I could never even count. 2 a day over the course of several years. Thousands of cups of coffee. Next one. What's your favorite word and why? I think that changes all the time. Lately, I like the word elegant because I think it can be many things. It could be mischievous, it could be sexy, it could be sophisticated, and that's what came to mind. Next one. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? Ocean breeze, something like that. Next one. What book did you obsess over as a kid? I remember the first book I really loved was maybe in like 3rd grade or something, and it was called The Westing Game. Does anyone remember that one? Some people? No, just me. Okay.
Hi, you're watching the 2025 LA Times Festival of Books live stream. It'll be bookended by books, 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 and more books. Also panels, cooking tutorials, and author interviews about books.
What's your final view on to what degree she believes all this stuff?
She lied. She tried to manufacture evidence.
I'm Christopher Goffard with a new series from LA Times Studios. Each week we'll be diving into a consequential case from Los Angeles and beyond.
It did mark the first time that there was a criminal trial which disclosed that the government had lied to its people under pardon.
Crimes of the Times. Subscribe to Crimes of the Times on your favorite listening app.
This is one of the most heartbreaking cases. The victim couldn't be more innocent.
If you see this truck, when you see the word Kogi, it's like in LA if you saw a truck that just had big old letters that said meat, M-E-A-T. That's what Kogi means.
Roy Choi. He is a trailblazing chef, an entrepreneur, and an author. Best known for revolutionizing the LA food scene with his Kogi barbecue food truck. His cooking blends the flavors of his culture and the diverse culinary landscape of LA. And now, his new book, The Choi of Cooking, provides a flavorful journey through his life with many personal stories and recipes. And Roy will be at the LA Times Festival of Books this weekend, but first, he joined us here. Roy, it is an honor to have you here. We're such big fans.
Oh, thank you. What up, LA? I'm here.
All right, I need to know about this book because, and by the way, I love The Choi of Cooking, like the joy of cooking. It is so speaking our language. I mean, the flavors, the freshness. Why did you want to write this and include your personal history?
I feel like I've lived enough life to where I have some sort of dime store philosophy of life. And it took me this long to have the confidence and the courage to put it all on paper. I felt like the recipes that I have tinkered with all through these years were strong enough. And I felt like my life had evolved enough to where I reached a place where the cooking, the eating, and the health of my life was something that I felt I could share with others.
You have an evolution in your relationship with food, right? From the time you were a kid, it's really changed.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all over the place. It hasn't been just one path. It's been kind of a multiverse. On one level, I used to eat no processed food because I grew up in an immigrant home where mom was cooking all the time and aunties would come over and cook all the time. But then I went through my own, struggles and trials and tribulations of just being an American kid growing up here in LA. And so I just would kind of like go down rabbit holes of doom scroll eating, basically, and then eat a lot of fast food, junk food. I was addicted to candy and chips and snacks and milkshakes. I used to pound like 4 milkshakes at a time. You know, I would eat the whole cake, whole cheesecake. You know, we were talking about lasagna earlier. I used to eat the whole tray of Stouffer's lasagna, not a corner of it. You know, like that would be a normal eating day.
But you started to evolve when you started working in kitchens. How?
Well, the kitchen, for any cook out there, they'll know this. We live a dual life because all day what we're doing is we're cooking the most healthiest food possible. And we're eating that food as we're cooking it. So we're eating tons of nutrients and vegetables all day. But then as soon as we're off the clock, the first thing we do is we eat the worst food. It's almost like we go the opposite end of the spectrum to ourselves. And that's what I was doing for so many years, even up until like I started writing this book. Just like living a life that was facing forward the right way, but then behind closed doors, I was living the wrong way, and it was unsustainable.
And you talk openly about your relationship with alcohol, drugs, gambling, all of those things. And now I want to talk about being here on the other side of this, because it finally all clicked and fell into place for you. And one of the things I love about this book is that you and I love flavor bombs.
Yes.
Having the inventory in your refrigerator of the pureed herbs with olive oil, or give us some examples of what you want to see and what our audience should see when they open their fridge that'll make eating healthy easier.
Well, that's one of the core philosophies of this book, is that cooking itself is hard enough to begin with, right? Because you have to do all the prep, all the cleaning, you have to take everything out, and then maybe if you don't have the muscle memory to do it every day, that becomes a chore. You don't want cooking to be a chore. Like we as cooks, we wake up every day like an F1 racer, ready to go cook, you know? And so you have to be able to put yourself in that position, and that's what's called mise en place. That's what's called having your prep ready. And if you open your refrigerator or your cupboard and everything, if you spend a day or a half a day preparing that, then the rest of your week is all set up. Because then you open your door and you're inspired, right? Because then you know you have 5, 6, 7, 8 flavor bombs in jars that you could just take a little bit out, like magic potions, and put them in. It takes half the cooking out because you've done the cooking ahead of time. So what it really does is when you're ready to eat, you can make food in 5 minutes.
You had a really hard time, as did all of our restaurateurs during COVID. It's not over yet.
Still going. You know, it's, I mean, COVID was very difficult for restaurants, but that's not the past, it's the present. Just recently, we're losing legendary restaurants. You know, Papa Cristo's is the most recent. We don't know as restaurateurs what lies ahead for us because we're still month to month. You know, there is no reserve in running a restaurant. So as the costs continue to go up and the rents go up and the cost of goods go up and labor and everything, the prices can't go up, you know? So it's an unbalanced equation. And we have to figure it out, you know, because you don't want a world where it's only corporate restaurants, you know? There's a place for that, but you need individual expression and individual art and identity, and you need that balance within life, and right now things are so unbalanced.
But success in Vegas, that's helping you survive here.
Vegas allows me to write books, you know. You know, Vegas has figured out, but on a serious level, Vegas has figured out a balance, you know, because the economy that flows into Vegas, it's a hospitality town. Beyond the gambling and everything, at the core of Vegas, it's a hospitality town, and they care. And I think that's the thing about LA is we have to care about our street food, about our tacos, about our mom and pop shops, about our individual restaurants, and reinvest in those. Vegas is a town that cares about restaurants. So what happens is the economy is built so that the balance is there.
You're going to be at the Festival of Books on the demonstration stage, and you are going to cook us
kimchi steak tacos.
Roy Choi, you are a joy. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Chef Roy Choi will be at the Festival of Books cooking stage at 12:30 on Saturday, April 26th. Visit latimes.com/Festival of Books for more information. We'll see you there.
A person's world is their experiences. But there is something really powerful in a person who can relate to an experience in a news article and write something to us that is their experience.
I read an article in the LA Times and I thought, I'm going to write a letter. More people should know about this.
So I wrote this letter to the LA Times because I live in the community that they were writing about.
We all decided, well, let's write a letter to the editor. Maybe something can happen.
If you write a letter to the Los Angeles Times, it's a pretty good bet that someone who has some power will actually read that letter. A series like this, based on the letters that people write to the LA Times, can very well supplement our journalism.
We're here for the real star, Janez. But a bit of housekeeping first about
My
who
name
we
is
are.
TJ Kloon, and
How
these
many
are
of y'all have
very
ever listened to Vibe Check
important
before?
questions.
Oh. We love to hear it. Vibe Check is a weekly news and culture chat show. We call it your favorite group chat come to life. Zach and I host it together with our dear friend Saeed Jones. And for you locals, if you listen to KSRW, you hear me there too sometimes.
And for this special episode of Vibe Check in Los Angeles, we Angelinos are here, of course. Saeed refused to come because Saeed does not love Los Angeles very much. But it's okay because Dinez Smith is with us. And Dinez is our resident poet for the day. So we're really excited. We're going to get a few poems out of Dinez and get some tea about other things as well.
Yes.
So yeah, we're really excited.
So welcome, Dinez. We're so happy to have you. We start every episode of Vibe Check by just checking in and checking our own vibes. So to start, what's your vibe today?
Whew, complicated question. Am I being honest and oversharing?
Yes, you
or
are.
am I like doing like
Yes,
TV
you
ready
are.
answer?
Yeah.
I'm like 8 different people right now.
Okay.
If I'm being real. I am thinking about my grandmother today.
Yeah.
We got some bad news about her health
I'm sorry to
yesterday.
hear that.
So sorry.
And so I'm coming in carrying that. On the upside, Delta upgraded my flight this morning to first class, so that's great.
All these Delta girls. You're a Delta girl too, Zach.
Who do you fly?
The ghetto. That's what it's like.
American Airlines.
Girl!
It's where my points are.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you like, did you like live in D.C.?
I did. I
did?
covered
Okay.
politics
Wait,
in
that
D.C.
was a
That's
read.
why- wow.
No,
For
it's just
Phil.
about who takes care of your airport.
That's when
and
I
I'm so
start-
sorry for you.
I was a
that-
DCA Reagan Airport girly for years.
So you're
the
Republican?
trauma exists. No, I got out.
I mean, American, Reagan, sounds very Republican to me.
I call it national. I don't call it Reagan.
Okay.
But anywho, your vibe. Continue.
Yeah,
Continue,
so my
friend.
vibe is like mixed, right? I think a lot of this year, even given the tumultuous like presidency that we're living through, right? Like, and how that's affected my like household where I have a very immigrant Venezuelan husband, and all this stuff, right? There are like these flashes of things where I am called into attention and the need to support the people I love. And luckily, those also come with a lot of blessed togetherness and just a lot of good times as well. But it's hard, right? So like I'm like sad for my grandmother, but I'm also just like, oh, I get to take her to the doctor a lot now. And like I get to have those rides and I get to love on her and show her the love that or put back into her the love that she has for so long put into me.
Yeah.
Right? Now it's her caretaker. Or like my husband, right? Like I get to like show up for him. So it's like beautiful, right? So my vibe right now is like very sturdy,
I like
very
that.
useful. But also like if I see the wrong like Cheerios commercial or like, you know, those little Google commercials where
Yeah.
like a father has been like
Yes.
cataloging his child's
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
life for 18 years,
Yeah.
I might
Girl,
disintegrate.
can I tell you, I cry at diapers commercials.
They're so good.
They're very good.
How do you watch diapers commercials?
They're just on TV. I've been watching old folks TV. I've been watching. I log on to regular TV sometimes.
I love that. I've not seen a diapers
And I do
commercial
the free
in so long.
Hulu, so I get everything.
Okay. You do
Cheap.
free Hulu?
I do free Hulu.
American
Hulu.
Airlines,
American
free
Airlines.
Hulu. Sam
I
Sanders.
thought
Y'all
we
ain't
were
making no money from this podcast. Lord.
I ain't got no coin up in here.
Join the Patreon. Help me out.
That is a good moment.
I don't want to see ads no more. All right.
That's really good.
I love that vibe. My vibe is just happy to be here with y'all, and happy it's not raining right now.
Yeah.
Very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm a similar vibe. You know, I'm also tired. You're talking about a flight. You just landed this morning. I landed last night from New York City. Also upgraded on Delta. The ancestors love us.
Let me just go backstage. They got this. The rich girls got it.
Listen, it wasn't rich. I got status, and they just bumped me from economy up to premium across the country, which was very cute. But I'm feeling good. And
I
I'm
bet
really
you are.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. That was great. But no, I'm excited to be here at USC, which I don't think we've ever done a book festival before.
We haven't. I've been here to support friends, and I see a bunch of book friends out here, but this is my first time doing a talk. So we are esteemed to have such an amazing author here, and I think we want to maybe start with a poem,
We would
if
love
we
that.
may.
Yes.
I feel like it's such a hard transition from like the View style chit chat to like a poem about capitalism.
I mean, they do it.
We contain multitudes on this stage.
I love it. No, I love y'all's spot. This is like being inside of my phone right now. So I'm very,
we're honored.
Like,
So
exactly.
we're honored.
I listen to you. I love this.
Speaking of, I was playing your audiobook all day, and I texted Zach, and I was like, of course I love it, but like, I think his voice is sexy.
It is.
Yes.
Sexy. It is. Not like right now while I'm talking, but when I get in that little studio and I be
It
doing
was
the poems,
very soothing, but
Yeah.
also like,
I could talk you through it, you know, for sure.
I'm obsessed.
Honestly, if the poetry is not given, I'm going into romanticy.
Wait,
so.
could I? Wait. Dinesh, do you know? Wait, my funny story about this, like, horny poetry. Do you know my experience with Saeed Jones in this?
Whoa, no.
Saeed Jones, our co-host.
Vibe check uncut.
Yeah,
Wow.
uncut, yeah, today. Outside, too. Ooh. I used to read Saeed's poems on dates.
Oh, okay. That was far tamer than I
Far
imagined.
tamer. Far
Okay,
tamer,
yes. I too have read a Saeed Jones, especially remember that one about the gnats from the first book.
Oh, yes.
You read that in the negligee.
The
That was
negligee
it.
and prelude. Yes.
Saeed has gotten me a piece before.
Well,
This
and
poem is about none of that.
Yes.
it's really not about any of
Not about any of that. We're about to talk about Afro-pessimism, hard left. So I wrote this poem for those that are like, maybe like, who the hell is this person on this podcast right now? The rise of my career as a career, and I think careers are weird things for a lot of artists, right? I think especially poets. None of us become a poet to become professional at it. You do it because you love poetry, because you think it does something in the world, right? And eventually, maybe you stumble into like making some money from it. So my career really rose with the prominence of the Black Lives Matter movement. In media, right? And so my poems are getting a lot more used. I start getting more bookings, right? And so for a long time, there was this dissonance for me because I am writing poems that are like demanding liberation for Black folks in this country, and the country is going, cool, here, money. And like not changing at all, right? And I think about this in the poems in the work of our ancestors as well, right? The fact that June Jordan, Audre Lorde, James Baldwin, Langston Hughes, that their work is still relevant to this day, right? That we have not actually shifted the needle too much. And so I think this poem is really, I don't know, pessimistic about poetry, about this whole thing, but also looking for some inspiration to get out of that cycle. Less hope. Apologies. I was part of the joy industrial complex. Told them their bodies were miracles and they ate it up. Sold someday. Made money off soon and now. Snuck an ode into the elegy. Forced the dead to smile and juke. Implied America. Said destroy but offered nary step nor tool. Paid taxes knowing where the funds go. In April, offerings to my mother's slow murder. By May, my sister filled with the bullets I bought. June, in my father's life locked in a box I built. My brother's end plotted as I spend. IDKY, I told you it would be okay. Not, won't. When they aren't killing you, they're killing someone else. Sometimes their hands at the end of your wrist. You, meaning you and me, are agent and enemy. There I was, writing anthems in a nation whose victory was my blood made visible. Mama too sugar to weep without melting. My rage fed their comfort, foaming at my racial mouth, singing gospel for a God they beat me into loving. Lord, your tomorrow holds no sway. Your heaven too late. I abandon you as you did me, c'est la vie. But, sweet Satan, OG Dark kicked out the sky, first fallen and niggered thing. What's good? Who owns it? Where it come from? Satan, first segregation, mother of exile, what you promise in your fire. For a real freedom, I offer over their souls, theirs. Mine's is mine's. I refuse any hell again. I've known near devils, the audience and the mirror. They make you look weak. They clapped at my eulogies. They said, encore, encore. We wanted to stop being killed, and they thanked me for beauty. And pitifully, I loved them. I thanked them. I took the awards and cashed the checks. I did the one about the boy when requested, traded their names for followers. In lieu of action, I wrote a book, edited my war cries down to prayers. Oh, devil, they gave me God and gave me clout. They took my poems and took my blades, Satan, like you did for God. I sang. I sang for my enemy, who was my God. I gave it my best. I bowed, and worse, smiled. Teach me to never bend again.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So when I first read this poem, it hit me like a bag of bricks in the best ways. When we first met, I was a journalist working in crime. I was editor-in-chief.
That's funny.
Working in crime. I was working in crime. I was making crime and writing about it. Now, I was covering crime, and I was the person, when I worked at The Guardian, that I got the phone call that told me that another black person was killed. And I was the one that then called the family to say, hey, this is Zach Stafford with The Guardian. I believe your loved one was just shot by the police. Do you have a second to talk? And through that process of living through those traumas, I, similar to what your poem said, traded their names for followers in lieu of action. And I felt really burdened by this, just writing about black pain and then being celebrated because they called it beauty when I wrote about it, but they didn't call it beauty when that black person survived violence ever. So why did you decide as a writer to start working through this on the page when you did? Because I think after your book, Homie, you were like, I need a break from writing about all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think after Homie, I think maybe about the subject matter, but I think I just needed a break from writing. I had my first 3 books were all published in 5 years. And that's a lot of work.
That's how you get that Delta money.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Miss Delta, formerly Miss Northwest. But I just think I needed a break from words. I do think as writers or as people that work in language, silence can be such a scary thing to encounter. But I actually think I just needed to fill the tank back up for a little bit. It was good to be quiet. It was good not to create for a little bit. But I maybe also need a break from the work. I think where it really started to break down was when George Floyd was murdered in my hometown of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here's the rain again. Y'all go ahead and move. Y'all ain't got to get wet.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah,
so
sugar melts. You can move back.
Exactly.
We're on it. That there is a constitutional crisis. In the first 100 days of the Trump administration, we've seen something unprecedented in American history. Think of the executive orders that have been issued. Executive orders to put people in a maximum security prison in El Salvador with a claim that no court can grant review. Executive orders to eliminate federal agencies created by Congress, even though the president has no power to do so. Executive orders to cut federal spending that's appropriated by statute. Claims by the president to fire anyone in the executive branch, even those protected by civil service, when there's laws that limit removal. I can go on and on with examples of this. Executive orders against law firms solely for the purposes of retribution. Punishing universities in ways that violate federal law and without any semblance of due process. I wrote in the book that there was a crisis of democracy because American government had lost the faith of the people. I wrote that we're in a crisis because our society is more deeply divided than it's been at any time since Reconstruction. But if you look at what's happened since January 20th, even more our government has lost the faith of the people. We've become even more divided. And as I say, no democracy lasts forever. We all know of democracies that were there and no longer are. And what we have to do is make sure that we don't go down those paths, that we, as the people, make sure that the guardrails of democracy hold.
Thank you. Jonathan Alter, in your book, American Reckoning, in which you recount your time in the courtroom covering the Stormy Daniels trial, you write, quote, "I have lost my claim to be, as JFK described himself, an idealist without illusions. I'm still idealistic, but it turns out I had more illusions about this country than I thought I did." Can you describe how the trial brought you to this point and what it says about where America is today under President Trump?
First, thanks for having me. I'm in such distinguished company. I agree with everything that Professor Chemerinsky just said, except the title gives me a little bit of pause because I'm worried now about defeatism, and they want us to give up and think that democracy's on the way out. So it wasn't the trial that got me thinking that JFK got it wrong. It was the experience of the last, what historians will call the Trump era. And I did have more faith in the common sense of the American people. And I was covering all of these campaigns and presidents. And I tell the story in the book, which is about a lot more than the trial itself, about being with President Clinton on arguably before Trump, the single most embarrassing day of in the history of the American presidency, when his testimony about his intimate sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky were all over TV because they televised the deposition. And I got a chance to spend a little time with the president late that day when he was in New York City for the opening of the UN General Assembly. And in the event, Miss Hillary was like, "What are you doing here?" Kind of. That was the look she gave me. And President Clinton was like all smiles. "Come on over here," And he says, "I was at the UN today. And, they said, 'You're lucky, Mr. President. In our country, when they stage a coup d'etat, they use real bullets.' And like, we're doing fine. And you know what, John? The American people, they always get it right. In the end, if you give them enough time and information, they always get it right." And even then, my Newsweek column was like, they don't always get it right. But I felt like there was this native common sense. And you could even understand why people voted for Ronald Reagan. The economy was so bad in 1980. So you could kind of explain a lot of this until Trump. And I think one of the explanations is in 1999, when Carter sang, 98, he said, with enough time and information. But we don't have a common set of facts anymore to rely on. We've had this retreat from the sovereignty of facts that a democratic society needs. And this is one of the reasons we're in such trouble now, and we're undergoing not just a constitutional crisis, but an assault on the constitutional order. Crisis depicts something that's kind of temporary in nature. This is going to go on for at least another 3.5 years.
Thank you. Catherine, in your book, your latest book, Money, Lies, and Politics, you argue that the big story of our time is the rise of the anti-democratic political movement in the United States. This movement, described in the book, you write, isn't looking for a seat at the noisy table of American democracy. It wants to burn down the House. And you argue that this all began long before Trump entered the scene as a presidential candidate in 2016. Can you recount what the strands are that led to this moment and what Trump's role has been over the years in either tapping into this energy or accelerating it?
Thank you for the question, and I want to thank my fellow panelists, and I want to thank all of you here today for what at times is going to be an uncomfortable conversation. But the movement the anti-democratic movement long preceded Donald Trump, but he gave it rocket fuel. He is described sometimes in sort of religious terms as a Caesar or a David, an imperfect ruler through whom God chose to enact his will. And here's the thing, often people ask, how could a movement that claims to stand for values, the religious right, which is one, I would say, one feature of the larger anti-democratic movement, how could they put their faith behind somebody as transparently amoral and, as Donald Trump? And part of it is transactional. He gave the movement everything they wanted, the religious right everything they wanted, or the Christian nationalist movement everything they wanted, unprecedented power, political access, access to public money, which is a huge goal, policies that privilege certain religious and political viewpoints. This is a movement that has been exploiting religion for politics and power. And judges, of course, because movement leaders know that most of America does not support a lot of their aims, but the way you can impose unpopular positions on the public is through the Supreme Court or capturing the courts. But there's more to it than that. This is a movement that has been reactionary and frankly undemocratic at its core for a very long time. Its anti-democratic aims were sort of hidden for some time. They often tried to represent themselves as just wanting a seat at the noisy table of American democracy, but their aims were really they opposed the principles of a pluralism and equality and justice that represent the best of the American promise, and they really wanted to trade in our democracy for a much more sort of theocratic and dictatorial order. And Trump is a lawbreaker. He shifts the goalposts and he shifts them again and he shifts them again until they're nowhere near the playing field. And in this way, he's a perfect representative of a movement that doesn't believe in democracy, a king, right? Someone who's going to trade in the rule of law for the iron fist. And this is what movement leaders have long sought. Now, the religious right, or the Christian nationalist movement, is only one sector, I would say, one feature of the larger anti-democratic movement. But it's really important to understand that this is a leadership-driven movement, not a movement whose agenda is set by the rank and file. Some of the culture war issues that motivate members of the rank and file to vote a certain way were not picked by members of the rank and file. They're really established by leaders of the movement for political purposes, and it functions on the Christian nationalist side as a kind of giant voter turnout machine, because movement leaders know that in a country where 40 to 50% of people don't bother to vote, and additional numbers have their votes sort of downgraded or taken from them through gerrymandering and other tactics, you don't need majorities to win election. All you need is a disproportionately motivated minority. So Donald Trump sort of courted and got the buy-in from leaders of this movement, and they have turned out the votes for him. And at a lot of the gatherings that I've gone to where Trump has spoken, the sort of religious right gatherings or March for Life and kind of organizations like that, he'll say, I think I gave you everything you wanted, and I think I gave you more. It's not we got more, it's I gave you more. And he's telling them, if you turn out for me, you support me, I'll give you what you want.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney General, we were talking before, you mentioned, I think you said you're, at this point, filing a lawsuit a week against the federal government. Can you talk about some of them? I noticed in particular the ones on tariffs, but I'm interested in what you're doing. And more broadly, if you could talk about what the role, I won't say of Attorney General in particular, but in specific, being the Attorney General of California, can be during this moment. Because obviously it seems you have a very muscular view of that. So.
Thank you, Adam, and hi, everybody. Rob Monta, California Attorney General. Grateful to be here, and very, very honored for the privilege of being on this distinguished panel talking about this critical issue facing our nation and our democracy. And I do want to acknowledge your presence and thank you for it. This is a packed house of people who are engaged, who are participating, who are activating, who are doing what is needed to make sure our democracy stays strong. Participate in it and speak with your presence and your voices. Democracies die in silence when people are quiet and when they don't activate and when they are apathetic. And you are the opposite. So you are the answer and the antidote to that and what we need. I've always believed that in our democracy, people will have the first and the last word, and that the most potent power there is people power. What you wield, what we have, that Trump's bosses are not his billionaire buddies or his greedy corporations that he sides with, but you and me and us, the people. We write the next chapter in this democracy. And so there's a lot more story to be written in the story of American democracy, and the people are going to write it. And all democracies are not something that you can sit back and wait to thrive. We have to nurture them and cultivate our democracy, and sometimes, yes, fight for them. And this is a time to fight for our principles, our rights, our freedoms, our Constitution, the rule of law, and to have, thank you, and to have the courage to do that. And I know that the Trump administration, his orders are intimidating, and they can bully, and they can instill fear, and some folks have backed down, and maybe we'll talk about that in a moment. And the ones who have capitulated and acquiesced are disappointing, and absolutely not what we need, and not meeting the moment right now. We need people who will fight and step up and have the courage of their convictions and fight for the things that others have died for to create this beautiful American democracy. So maybe all democracies don't last forever, but I am not ready to say that this one won't last for at least another century or more, and to fight for it, and hopefully it'll last beyond that. So I tend to be defiantly and sometimes hopelessly optimistic about our future. I believe what was just described about Bill Clinton, that the American people are inherently good and get it right when it's important. And after Trump 1.0, we got it right with a new president and a new term with a new day, and maybe we will in 2026 as well when we have the congressional races. But let me come back to the question here. So I just did a very politician thing and talked about things that were not asked me. So let me be now responsive.
I noticed.
I did hear the question. Attorneys General, this is a moment where our role and the tools that we wield are so critical, because they stand between the unlawful, unconstitutional actions of a presidential administration and the people who can be harmed by them. We have the power and the authority to go to court and take the President of the United States and his administration to court when they break the law and when they violate the Constitution. We are not exclusive in that role. Organizational plaintiffs, the ACLU, others have been doing this as well, and we welcome all of it. Those who will fight and use the court and the rule of law the way it's supposed to. It's not normal that a president is violating the law and the Constitution this brazenly, this blatantly, this frequently. But if that is his choice, and apparently it is very appropriate for attorneys general to use our authority and to use the rule of law and go to court to push back and to make sure that we stop him from doing unlawful things. He can do a lot within the executive branch. The executive branch is packed with power and authority, and it's a reminder that elections matter. So he can do what he's allowed to do in the executive branch. He is not allowed to do what he is prevented from doing. He cannot use the power of the purse and congressional authority as he has tried to time and time again. That's in another branch of government. He can't trample on states' rights under the 10th Amendment. He's tried to do that time and time again. He's failed to follow the federal law, including an act called the Administrative Procedures Act, multiple times. And so our commitment is every single time the president violates the law, we will see him in court and make sure that we hold him accountable. And so we have brought 15 cases in less than 14 weeks. I've called this a very long and a very short, less than 100 days. And we want to bring no lawsuits, because that means the president is following the law and complying with the Constitution. But if his choice is not to, we'll sue him and we'll take him to court. And so he dictates when we go to court. He dictates how frequently or how many times we go to court. And we have sued him on multiple things. He has a variety of different violations of the law. Professor Chemerinsky touched on a number of them. But on day one, he tried to rewrite, on January 20th, Inauguration Day, he tried to rewrite the Constitution with the stroke of a pen, through an executive order that ended birthright citizenship. Clearly in the U.S. Constitution, clearly in the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment, clearly upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Wong Kim Ark case. And it showed what he was willing to do, if that's what he was willing to do on day one. Attack U.S. citizens, attack unborn children who are entitled to citizenship in the United States. And since then, he's been trying to take the power of the purse from Congress, already congressionally appropriated funding, $3 trillion in one case through an Office of Management and Budget memo that was supposed to go out to the states for critical services like health care and housing, like food, like public safety grants, for college and child care, thought that he could just withhold it because he wanted to. That he can do the same for appropriated funds for different agencies, Health and Human Services, or the Department of Education. We've sued him on all of those actions. We recently sued him on his tariffs, which we think he doesn't have authority to issue. Congress has the authority to tax under the Constitution. Tariffs are taxes. Sometimes the Congress can delegate authority, if done clearly, to the president to issue tariffs, but the law that he relies on does not even mention the word tariffs, and no president has ever used that law to impose a tariff in its nearly 50 years of existence. So we think we have a strong case on that. But the North Star is the rule of law, compliance with the Constitution. If he violates the law or the Constitution, we take him to court. And we have been broadly successful thus far. It's in the early stages of our cases, in the early levels of the judicial process, meaning we've been in federal district courts where we've gotten temporary restraining orders, preliminary injunctions to halt much of the unlawful action up to this point. And the standard for a restraining order or preliminary injunction, it asks, one, are you threatened with irreversible or irreparable harm? And two, are you likely to succeed on the merits? And courts have said, yeah, we think you're likely to succeed and win this case ultimately. Right now it's a more preliminary decision, but we think you ultimately will. And so the courts, at least in the lower stages, they're broadly working. We're going in for court orders, we're getting court orders, we're stopping the unlawful conduct. What happens later at the appellate level, at the U.S. Supreme Court level, still to be determined. And my office sued during Trump 1.0 over 120 times and won the vast majority of those times. We were able to protect DACA and prevent an expanded public charge rule and the funding for the border wall. Really important actions that we took, and so far we've been very successful as well. California, let me brag on California for a moment. We're the fourth largest economy in the world. I think we recently saw that news. We went from fifth to fourth. The largest state in the nation, the most diverse state in the nation, and the state that has led to the phrase, as California goes, so goes the nation. So we humbly with humiliation, believe that we are first among equals among our attorneys general across this nation, and we're proud to work with all of the 20-plus Democratic attorneys general that are in this fight, and they are in this fight. And I'm grateful for their partnership. New York AG Tish James called me when I became AG, and she said, California and New York have been the bookends defending democracy, and now that you're AG, do you want to be a bookend defending democracy? And I said, yes, Tish, I want to be a bookend defending democracy. So we're fighting, and we work in a multi-state fashion. Many of these cases that I just mentioned that we're a part of, the we that I'm referring to is the family of Democratic attorneys general that are fighting hard, fighting for the rule of law, fighting for democracy. So this is a place and space where we've been able to be active, where we've been able to be impactful and get results. And we have that commitment to continue to bring lawsuits each and every time the Trump administration breaks the law.
Thank you. Let me use that as a bouncing off point for a question I want to ask. People, as we just heard, are looking to the courts as a line of defense here. Do courts today have the legitimacy and authority to push back? How do you think the courts have been doing so far? And I guess, do you all have faith in the judicial system? And I'll throw it out to all of you for discussion.
Mr. Alter asked whether or not I was pessimistic. I'm not pessimistic, I'm petrified. I'm neither optimistic nor pessimistic at this point. I'm uncertain. But I believe that ultimately, if the guardrails of democracy hold, it will depend on the courts. Because the core of the rule of law is that no one, not even the president, is above the law. The common thing that I and everyone here has been talking about is how Donald Trump has shown such complete disregard for the law since January 20th. In fact, he even said on social media, "He who saves the country violates no law." And there have been dozens of lawsuits filed. The federal district courts have so far issued many temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions, including in suits brought by Attorney General Bonta. So far, the courts of appeals, when it's gotten them, have upheld. The Supreme Court hasn't done much yet, but what the Supreme Court has done has had a very mixed record in the few months of the Trump administration. So one question that we have to ask is, will the courts enforce the Constitution and laws of the United States? I'm hopeful, but I'm afraid. The second part of this is, what will happen when court orders are issued? Will the Trump administration comply with those court orders? And we don't know. J.D. Vance said that the president doesn't have to follow court orders when they question the president's legitimate powers, and the president gets to decide what his legitimate powers are. When judges ruled against Trump, there have been vicious attacks on the judges. Name-calling, calls for impeachment, none other than the Speaker of the House of Representatives calling for the elimination of courts. And what happens if the president then violates those court orders? It's uncertain. We've never had a president violate court orders before. You know, many people refer to Andrew Johnson saying, John Marshall made his ruling, let him enforce it. Andrew Jackson never said that. It's apocryphal. It was attributed to him 20 years after he died. Every president, Democratic and Republican, has always complied with court orders. What will the courts do? What can the courts do if President Trump defies those court orders? And there's some indication he's already defying court orders. If a president can violate the Constitution and laws of the United States, and the president can defy court orders, literally the president then can do anything. And the word for that isn't a democracy, it's a dictatorship. That's why I'm petrified.
So I think the courts are performing pretty well so far, and even the Supreme Court, they had a 7-2 decision on due process, which was encouraging. It wasn't dispositive. They could backslide, but you have some very, very conservative judges, especially Judge Harvey Wilkerson, who is an icon of the conservative movement, who are rock solid for the rule of law and due process. And I think many of you are familiar with Judge Ludwig on television, but there are a number of other conservative judges who are widely respected among most of the conservatives on the Supreme Court. So while I refuse to be optimistic about anything in this climate, I'm hopeful that on the key question of due process, the center will hold, so to speak. But it's the high court that got us into this in the first place. A year ago, in one of the worst decisions in the history of the United States, in the question of immunity, the court found that presidents are immune from criminal prosecution. Not from civil cases, interestingly. I think a lot of people wrongly believe you can't sue the president in civil court. You can continue to do that under the Paula Jones decision. But criminally, the president has a lot of new power. And the problem is immunity breeds impunity. So that's why we have a lawless president, because he feels empowered to do whatever the hell he wants by the Supreme Court. So it's up to the Supreme Court to say, we don't think you can get thrown in jail when you're president, prosecuted, harassed by some local prosecutor somewhere. But we do think that you need to respect our court orders, and we're going to be quite particular about you doing so. And I think there's going to be a struggle. It's not true that we have no history with disobeying a court order. So when I was working on my biography of Jimmy Carter, I was really struck by what they called massive resistance to Brown versus Board of Education. Basically, that was a court order, unanimous decision by the Supreme Court, that in the South was not carried out. Even Jimmy Carter, when he was chairman of the Sumter County School Board in Southwest Georgia in the early 1960s, did nothing to carry it out. He later made up for it in a lot of ways. But so we do have this history, and we really did not have a democracy in the United States until 1965 in the Voting Rights Act. If you have majority black counties across the South where in elections between, the end of Reconstruction and 1965, you can count the number of black voters on one hand in majority black districts, that's not democracy, right? So not just African Americans, but anybody who studies history knows that in many cases we have been here before. The Palmer raids, throwing people in jail, the FBI, what they did with the COINTEL program, them wiretapping journalists. A lot of this stuff we have seen before. What we haven't, to Catherine's point, is from the top. And we have not seen it from the very top. And that's what makes this unprecedented. And that's why neutering Donald Trump politically is the key to easing this crisis. Fortunately, that's underway, and partly because of self-inflicted political wounds. But you keep your eye on those polls, because he puts the bully in bully pulpit when he thinks the people are behind him. When he gets insecure about whether the people are behind him, as he did on tariffs, he's more likely to back off.
Do you think, Jonathan, that empowers the court, to make the court, particularly the Supreme Court, bolder in terms of ruling against him? And as part of that, I'm still not clear from any of you on what the court can do if the president ignores directives or decisions by the Supreme Court.
So in answer to the first question, yes. There was a turn of the last century cartoon character named Mr. Dooley. He was a saloon keeper, very popular, sort of the Doonesbury of its time in the 1900s. And he had one famous strip where he says, the Supreme Court, they follow the election returns. And they kind of do. They a little bit by osmosis, sometimes just reading the paper, they do not want to be marginalized in society, especially the chief. That doesn't mean he won't make terrible decisions like in the immunity case, and there will be some bad ones coming up. Like I think they're going to give the president power over, I'd be interested in what other panelists think, over independent regulatory agencies, reverse the decision of the 1930s in the Humphrey executor case so that the president can fire commissioners of these agencies at will. So there will be bad decisions, but I think in other cases, they have enough authority left and enough of the country on their side that Trump will be taking serious political risks if he goes into open defiance. Even Trump knows that when, in Israel, you wouldn't think that common people would be in the streets over obscure questions of the judiciary, but that's why there were all these demonstrations in Israel. And, Trump knows that there would be enormous blowback if he is an open defiance. So what he's trying to do, and this is the way he always works, this is what they did in the trial that I covered, is slow walk it. So say, okay, we're going to find other ways to appeal. He's a legal maximalist, and his attorneys were the same people who represented him as Stormy Daniels, the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, number 3, Emile Bove. That's the way they roll. So they'll do anything they can not to implement it without being in total defiance. But just one more point. They're misreading the politics. You saw Stephen Miller in that horrific Oval Office scene, right? Where where they've got the guy who describes himself as a cool dictator from El Salvador. It's a contradiction in terms. If you're a dictator, you're not cool. But anyway, that's the way he defines himself. And you saw Stephen Miller say, this is an 80-20 issue, the Abrego Garcia case, 80-20 for us. You better read the Siena poll that just came out on Friday. Mm-hmm. It's a 60-40 issue the other way. Mm-hmm. And these are very important things. Trump is very, very sensitive on the politics. And you can't, once you start losing your political capital, it's way harder to be a bully.
Let me quickly answer the other part of your question, just in terms of the law. If there's a defiance of a court order, the court always has the power of contempt. There is criminal contempt, but usually criminal contempt has to be prosecuted by the United States Department of Justice. It's under the control of Attorney General Pam Bondi. There is a provision of federal law that allows a federal judge to appoint a special prosecutor with regard to criminal contempt, but the president can pardon anyone convicted of criminal contempt. There is civil contempt. Civil contempt can fine someone or put them in jail until such time as they comply with the judge's order. Generally, civil contempt is enforced by the United States Marshals, and they're under control of the Attorney General. On the other hand, I very much agree with you. If there's open defiance of court orders, hopefully the people will then speak in that of an effect, and maybe it would be enough to change enough Republicans in Congress that there could be a response from Congress when the president is defying court orders.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'd like to echo what my fellow panelists are saying. We are facing unprecedented presidential overreach and also unprecedented levels of corruption. I think the courts below the level of the Supreme Court are doing a fairly good job of trying to slow roll this. I think a crisis will come if they recognize, if those decisions are defied and they recognize they have no way of sort of physically enforcing them. And it's hard to know, it's impossible to know in advance whether the Supreme Court will sort of contort itself and contort the law in ways that conform to the agenda that Trump has given the majority of that court. I think in our history, we can see episodes of presidential overreach. Lincoln, arguably, during the Civil War, we can think about Wilson, who suppressed dissent, and other incidences, but many, if not most of those incidences were ostensibly in the national interest or took place in times of sort of extreme times, like in times of war, and certainly attempted to sort of find some legal kind of justification for the way that was done. I think we've also seen episodes of corruption. Think about Nixon, think about Harding, the Harding administration, and of course the Teapot Dome nonsense. But again, we have nothing on the level of Trump's absolute trading on the power of the presidency through meme coins and other means. We don't have any episode anywhere near comparable of Trump allowing, any president allowing an Elon Musk-like oligarch to rampage through the government in unconstitutional and unaccountable ways, in ways that are producing fraud and suffering and destroying the workings of a functioning government. So we're really facing an unprecedented crisis, and it's hard to see what's going to happen next.
Do other panelists agree that this is an unprecedented kind of, are there parallels in history with this? Do other panelists agree that this is extremely abnormal? Anyone?
It's completely abnormal, but what is not unprecedented are these strains of illiberalism that Catherine writes about so well, that have been present through our history. So the Trump supporter is a descendant not only of the Tea Party, but of the George Wallace supporters as well. And if you go back into the 19th century, there were some real authoritarian movements then. And if you talk about like taking people away in the night, I mentioned the Palmer raids. A. Mitchell Palmer was Attorney General under Wilson in 1919 and 1920, and there were terrible violations of civil liberties. And then we haven't talked about the McCarthy era, but it's important to remember that we didn't have a demagogue at the top who had the kind of megaphone that Trump has. But he only intimidates people if they allow themselves to be intimidated. So in that sense, what we have is the character test of our generation, and it's binary. It's pass-fail. You either stand up or you don't. And in some ways, it's very clarifying. And the other thing that, not to be at all Pollyannish, but there are, out the other end, if the populace has been mobilized the way they are right now in town meetings, that energy can be used to build some new guardrails, as happened after Watergate. So there is a road to restoration here if we can get through this very bumpy ride.
I will just say, in the sort of contemporary landscape, I would say, mid-20th century on, look what happened with Nixon. The Republican Party took him down. And that Republican Party that had some sort of respect for the Constitution and the law doesn't exist anymore. I think most congressional Republicans simply don't even know what that is anymore. We're just dealing with a whole different kind of...
I don't actually agree with that. They're just chicken. They know. I mean, I talk to some of these guys privately. They all know the guy's a jerk and a fool.
Yeah, but will they stand up?
No, they won't stand up because they're political chickens. But when the politics changes, when they're less worried about primaries and more worried in the swing districts about the general election, that's when things start to move in at least somewhat of a better direction. And, if you study Watergate, Democrats had overwhelming control of Congress. And you had people like Bob Dole and George Bush who were with Nixon until the very end. They were making excuses for Nixon all the way. So some of this, look, this is not politics as usual. This is, as Doris Kearns Goodwin said about World War II, no ordinary time. And I agree with you on that. But even when we're in the presence of colossal cowardice among colossally craven Republicans who are failing the character test of their lives because they don't want to be lobbyists yet. They want to stay in Congress. Like, when in just a small number of districts in the House, when they get a little bit concerned, then things start to change. We're seeing it a little bit already. So nobody noticed this. There's so much news that, on emergency powers for trade with Canada, they needed a vote in the Senate. They lost because they lost a bunch of Republicans in the Senate. People like Rand Paul voted against them. They didn't want to beat up on Canada in the U.S. Senate. So you can say, well, that's not that big of a deal. It actually is a big deal. Canada's been our best friend. And you have some Republicans who are saying, you know what? We're not going to beat up on our best friend. That's stupid. So, I'm not trying to make excuses for them or to say everything's going to be hunky-dory, because it's not. There's a lot of permanent damage. But politicians are still at bottom politicians, and they'll do what's in their interest. And you can see this. This is why the town meeting thing is so important, because they can't even go to town meetings in really red areas. And if you think that's not weighing on them, it is.
I'll just jump in here and say, what is happening now is very abnormal. We can never normalize what's abnormal. We can't accept what's so unacceptable. The threats, I think, are unprecedented. And the history of America has shown that we've definitely faced unprecedented threats, and we've overcome them. We've had civil wars, world wars. We've had a Great Depression and recessions. We've had terrorists act on our own soil. We've had international pandemics. And what we do next is what's important, how we respond and what we do. I will say, I think the courts are generally doing their job and holding firm. I'm not just saying that because they're issuing us a lot of restraining orders and preliminary injunctions. I'm saying that because I think that they're calling it like they see it based on the facts and the law. That's their job, that's their duty. They're doing it thus far. They are under a lot and growing pressure, a lot of pressure now, and it's going to continue to grow. As soon as they issue an order that the presidential administration doesn't like, they're called so-called judges, activist judges, and impeachment is called for them. I was happy to see Chief Justice Roberts say that when you don't agree with an order, what you do is you appeal it. You don't call for the judge's impeachment. That's appropriate, coming from the Chief Justice. And that is a reminder to all of us that the judges don't want their orders to be defied. That's their job, that's their role. They want the power of the judicial branch not to be undermined and to be weakened and diluted. When it comes to orders that are not being followed, we have seen some in our own cases. When we think an order isn't being followed, we bring a motion to enforce the order. And when we have done that, the order has then been followed. We haven't had any contempt in any cases yet. So there's a progressive set of steps that one would take if there is lack of compliance with an order. And as the Professor Chemerinsky just said, contempt is our next steps. And we haven't had that in any case yet. There's some judges, Judge Boasberg and others, who are talking about it, launching investigations. They think they might be at that level or close to it. So we might see contempt. I do want to make a quick point about criminal immunity. The presidential criminal immunity is for the president for criminal cases. None of the cases that we've brought are criminal. We're not seeking to put anyone in jail, to have anyone convicted of a crime. They're all civil. And so there's no immunity from them. And when there is a contempt motion, or perhaps a contempt order one day, it is not the president who carries out the order in nearly all cases. It is the head of a department, the head of an agency. It is that person who is responsible for that conduct who could be put in jail and given the keys to the jail door and say, you can walk out anytime, just follow the order. And we're not there yet. So I'm not naive to think that we might not be one day, but we're not there yet. And we have a democracy, a court system that is being stress tested for sure. But it hasn't broken under that stress yet. But it's certainly receiving that stress. And we may see some buckling, but so far I've been very proud and pleased with the court's actions across the country.
So my takeaway from this so far is that we think the courts have generally been rising to the occasion, and the Republican Party has certainly not been rising to this occasion. Let me ask about the Democratic Party, and also, I'm asking this with a little trepidation considering where I work, about the media as well. And whoever wants that.
Well, I'd love to talk about the media because the title of my book is Money, Lies, and God Inside the Movement to Destroy American Democracy, and lies refers to disinformation and conspiracism. Look, I think the capitulation of certain media bosses, ABC and CBS and others, is disgraceful. On the other hand, I don't think that they represent the real threat that we're facing. They're not representing the bulk of the threat that we're facing in our information economy. Unfortunately, we have a massive propaganda and disinformation outlets masquerading as media and that have drawn people into kind of fact-free disinformation bubbles, which makes them easier to control, or find little issues that frankly don't matter to ordinary Americans and that are being deployed for the politics of outrage, and they turn those issues into the story of the day. They're like the shiny baubles, or you guys know what a laser pointer cat toy is, that with like a little red thing on the, so the cat jumps at this thing and doesn't see all this other stuff. That's what they do. They distract people. And they also find people to scapegoat, groups of people to scapegoat. And, you know, the purpose of scapegoating is, again, a distraction. It's a key for any authoritarian project. So I think that, and then, of course, a lot of Americans aren't even consuming much media or much of what counts as media at all, and they're just sort of allowing themselves to be spoon-fed disinformation through curated social media sites and things like that. And the purpose of a lot of that is to, again, separate large subsection of the American voters from the facts and inculcate in them fear. They are coming for you in your homes. They are going to change your gender or your child's gender against their will. Public schools are nothing more than Marxist indoctrination factories. They control every penny you make, and they're coming for you. And therefore, you need to put your faith in a strong man, you know, a guy who's going to crack heads as long as those heads belong to the people you've been told to hate. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a real problem with disinformation. And then the other question was about media and
Democratic Party.
Democrats.
About that.
Yeah, listen, I think some Democrats were slow to sort of react. I think others have done a good job, and some folks really get it. But again, I don't want to blame the victims here. I think the main folks that we need to blame are Republicans who have utterly failed to respect the Constitution, respect the rule of law, and do the right thing.
Let me speak to the Democrats part. Let me separate and talk about the Democrats in Congress and then Democrats in our society. I think the Democrats in Congress were shell-shocked by what happened in the first 100 days. I don't think they were organized to respond to it. There's so much that they need to do. The Democrats can hold unofficial hearings, even though they're the minority party. They can't hold official hearings, but they can hold unofficial ones to publicize what's happening, bring exposure to it. They can issue statements of conscience. You mentioned what happened after Brown. The Southerners in Congress issued a Southern Declaration of Congress stating their principles. The Democrats in Congress can do this. The Democrats can designate spokespeople for particular issues and be sure that when things are done by the Trump administration, they are there and ready to speak out. The Democrats in Congress at times can file lawsuits because the president is usurping Congress's power, and Congress is an institution. Even just the Democrats within it can file lawsuits to challenge that. And those are just a few examples. But then I think there's the question about what about the Democrats in society, the people who oppose what's happening? And I think we need to do three things. First, we need to be sure we're informed and help others be informed. I've heard so many people, and I'm sure you have too, say, it's just too upsetting to read the news. We can't afford that at this moment in time, and we have to make sure that those around us are informed. Second, we have to be involved and we have to fight back. I agree that fighting back right now on the front lines is through the courts, but we've got to support the organizations that are doing that. Sometimes they need volunteers. They can definitely use financial support. I'm sure everyone in this room is a part of an organization or a club. We need to make sure that those organizations and clubs are involved. And finally, we've got to find ways to speak out. Maybe it's through petitions, maybe it's through demonstrations, but in whatever way we have the ability to speak out. My guess is that everyone in this room has heard that famous quote from Martin Niemöller, where he said, "They came for the socialists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a socialist. They came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a trade unionist. They came for the Jews, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't Jewish. Then they came for me, and there was no way to speak up for me." And I think we just have to make sure we're not the generation that says that in a few years.
me take this to another level, which is all of you in your books have, the three of you in your books have discussed sort of structural responses to what's going on for now and for the future. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about whether or not these things are feasible or would help at all, or responsible for why we are where we are. So abolishing the Electoral College, term limits for Supreme Court members, something to do about the change in campaign finance laws created by the Supreme Court. And finally, do we want term limits for Supreme Court members? And I realize it's kind of a broad question, but the idea here is talk a little bit about what the country can do going forward to change structurally, or should do, to avoid this kind of situation, maybe to deal with this one.
All of those are good ideas. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse is pushing forward on a Supreme Court reform package, which, if it becomes a signature issue for the Democrats, will take a few years, but you could have that, at least for future justices, term limits. They definitely need a code of ethics. The Supreme Court's outrageous that they don't have one. The Electoral College question can be solved without a change to the Constitution, which would be very difficult politically to do. There's something called the Compact, where if a certain number of states pass laws that say that their electors must vote for the winner of the national popular vote, then you wouldn't have this kind of problem with the Electoral College ever again. So that's a non-constitutional amendment possible solution to that. I also think we need statehood for Puerto Rico and DC. The idea that this is somehow like such an unusual thing. I mean, in the late 19th century, I think it was a period of just like 2 years where the Republican Party at that time rammed through like 7 new states in order to get the 14 new members of the Senate. It was a raw political play. And if the Democrats, and by the way, you don't need 2/3 to do this. If the Democrats ever get control of the presidency and the Congress again, which I believe they will, you could do that. You could do statehood. It takes some political balls to do it. And then I think Erwin was touching really well on these unofficial structural changes that the Democrats have been very slow on. So they're only now developing a shadow cabinet, which exists in other countries, right? And I just saw something today about Chairman Martin of the Democratic Party has the People's Cabinet, they call it. They should have already had that in place. There's plenty of time to move forward on that. And just to mention one more time, these town meetings. I mean, you can call into Republican districts in California to get attendance from people in those districts, kind of get out the vote for town meetings before even working on the midterms. Because when they face these angry multitudes at the town meetings, they start canceling them, right? But what's happening now is they're the empty chair town meetings, which are really effective at capacity building, where the Republican won't show up in the Republican district, so a Democrat comes and has the town meeting, answers questions, and they have, and you go, well, what do we do next? And the answer is, come to the next empty chair town meeting, and that will help us build politically in this district so a Democrat can win the next time. So there's a lot of work to be done well before the midterms politically.
I mean, before we can take on the structural issues, we need to win at the ballot box. And there are things we can do as individuals, and then there are things we can do when we join together with others and support democracy-building organizations. But there is no substitute for the power of the vote. The way I do my research is I go to a lot of right-wing conferences and strategy gatherings. So I went to America Fest last December. It's 20,000 hardcore MAGA supporters in Phoenix, Arizona, the convention center. It's put on by Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And I heard Steve Bannon speak. And he was speaking to this crowd. He said, when you lost in 2020, he's there with his flak jacket, probably just got off the yacht with his billionaire friend. And he said, when you lost in 2020, you didn't get under the covers and suck your thumb. You got out there and determined to fight. Now, there are things they did that we would never want to do. Inspire political violence, spread disinformation and conspiracism. But they really worked hard, and Charlie Kirk's organization played a role in this, turning out the vote. They went after their base, and they went after low propensity voters or disengaged people or people who had never really been approached. There was a speaker who talked about going after the Amish. Like they really found new people to evangelize with their untruths, shall we say. So, and they also spoke about ways that they do this. There was a lady who stood up and she said, if you're going to have an election in November, don't start canvassing in September. You got to have a barbecue in March. And just invite all the Republicans in your neighborhood and don't even talk about the election. Just get to know people and talk about, their issues and what concerns them. And then when you approach them again in May and start talking about issues, you have a relationship. So we can all do these kinds of relationship building, reach people in our circles. I feel like in sort of, whatever, moderate, liberal, democratic leaning and moderate spaces, there's a lot of talk about how do you get your, uncle who's, watching Fox News or Newsmax every day, all day, how do you get him out of that rabbit hole? And you could just bash your head against a wall for years, as many of us know from personal experience, trying to reach that person, but maybe some of that energy would be better spent reaching people in your circle who might feel disengaged, or maybe they didn't, they think, oh, neither of the candidates are good, so I'm not going to vote at all, or vote for this third-party person who doesn't have a hope.
Or the 15% who are reluctant, they voted for Trump on the economy, and now they're getting disillusioned, and they're reachable. These are not hardcore base voters. The hardcore base, which you're right, you can't ever reach them, and people should stop talking about trying to convince, Uncle Bob to change his views. It's not going to happen. But there's 15% that decides all of this. And a lot of them voted for Trump because he was a businessman and they run a small business and they don't want to be regulated. These people know that tariff policy is stupid. They know that prices aren't coming down as he promised. They are reachable, but they're only reachable if people ditch a dopey woke agenda. They're not reachable with some of the old kinds of progressive appeals, even if they're right, even if the progressive, on the merits, if they're right. It just doesn't work for the critical 15% to go to them with an identity politics kind of message. It has to be an economic message. It has to meet the voters where they are, not where you want them to be. So if you want to meet voters where they are, just if you take Latino voters, for instance, you don't call them Latinx because they don't call themselves Latinx. And just because in a faculty lounge somewhere somebody came up with this idea doesn't mean that it works with voters. So Democrats have to get smart about how they appeal to swing voters as well as mobilizing more of their own base.
This is just one more thing I want to say. I agree with you. I think this is a really big, diverse country. Those of us who support democracy outnumber those of us who want to live in a cronyistic, kleptocratic autocracy where public money is being funneled to the dear leader and his allies. But we're not all going to get everything we want. It's like a big, noisy family. Not everybody gets everything they want, and we probably shouldn't get everything we want. But if we can agree on more than we disagree on, if we can agree on some core democratic principles, if you permit me to paraphrase Ronald Reagan when he said something along the lines of, the person who agrees with you 80% of the time is your 80% friend, not your 20% enemy, then we can work together.
And I'll just add, democracy is a game of inches. I think that's been stated before. And there was no mandate in this election. The president won the election. He won the Electoral College for sure. But his popular vote was only 1.5%. And so elections matter. And he won. And so now we're faced with the next 4 years. But his polling today is terrible. And it's lower than it was at this time under Trump 1.0. It's lower than Bush. It's lower than Obama at this time. It's lower than Biden. And there's a lot of time before the next election, unfortunately. But if the elections were now, there would be a response, a Democratic response that would, I think, usher a very strong midterms for the Democrats. So that point about staying engaged. staying enraged, staying active, everyone having something to do. No one is powerless. No one is helpless. Everyone can do something, whatever that is. So I just want to ask you to not give yourself a pass and do something even if it hurts or even if it's something that you don't want to do, because that's how democracy will thrive. I do want to say that the Republicans right now are absolutely asleep at the wheel and craven. The Republicans in Congress, they're a co-equal branch of government. They have the House and the Senate, and they are allowing the president to do their job for them. They are allowing the president to trespass and infringe upon their co-equal branch of authority and do their job, and they're quiet and silent. Also, Republican AGs across the state. I mentioned the Democratic AGs. The Republican AGs haven't brought one lawsuit to challenge the unlawful, unconstitutional actions of the president as he deprives their constituents of constitutional rights like birthright citizenship, as he deprives their residents of funding that Congress has already appropriated for them for critical services, and undermines their rights and their freedoms. So they, I mean, this is what Trump wants. He wants others to cede authority to him, but we need folks who are going to step up. And I'm grateful that the Democrats, even though they don't have official majority authority, are using some of what they have. There's more that they can do as stated. But you got to love Senator Cory Booker for his filibuster and standing up and inspiring the nation, really, and capturing our imagination and reminding us that we all have something we can do, even if it's not passing a law or the official conduct, or Senator Van Hollen for going to El Salvador and saying, I have a constituent whose the law has been broken, he's been deprived of due process, I want to bring him home. And these town halls are amazing, by the way, and I think they are the tip of the iceberg, you know, going into these districts that are red and the constituents demanding to know where their actual representative is, and Democrats are showing up and talking to them. And so this is how movements are built. This is how momentum is built. This is how elections are won. But we are still far out from them, so we need to.
I was going to say, that's a good... You get the last word because we're out of time. Thank you. You should have been up here on the panel, right? Everyone, the authors are going to be in signing area 1, which is marked on your map. So go buy books and have them sign it.
So, on the
Thank you.
town meeting.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you. That's a pleasure.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Good to see you.
Thanks, Adam.
Great job.
That was great.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great job.
Great job. Yeah. Good to see you guys. Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's great. So
I think they took us to the center, but they're going to take us to signing area 1. I have no idea, but somebody should get us there. Because others have no idea where we're going.
And that's it for today's coverage of the 2025 LA Times Festival of Books. See you tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. when the story continues. Thanks for watching.